watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only twin solar system podcast featuring Samuel Hofman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Okay, so hello everybody and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast, and I'm Rebecca. Very happy to see that you all are here already. Let's go ahead and get our co-host pulled up and added to the show. Here, let's go ahead and start with the one and only Samuel Hofman. Hi Sam, how are you?
I'm fine. Hello everybody and happy Easter tomorrow and the coming times that are so eventful.
Oh boy, I know it's never a dull moment.
No, not lately. No, it's been crazy. Yeah. Lots of crazy stuff out there, and I've been doing my homework.
I know you have. Yeah, we're going to talk about a lot. We have a lot to go over today, so let's go ahead and get Nicolle added here. Hey, Nicolle, how are you today?
I am great. Hey, everyone, and happy Easter tomorrow as well. Yes, great to see you both.
Right? Doesn't it seem like it was just winter and Christmas? And I mean, I know I'm not alone in that. It's
no, not at all.
Kind of crazy.
We didn't really have winter. It was fall, spring, fall, snow, winter, spring, fall, snow, winter, spring. Right. Yeah.
It's one or the other. Yes. Like winter or summer. I feel like we're headed that way. We're just going to have two seasons, really. You know.
Well, the teenagers are playing with the thermostat, and they're gonna bump it back again. And so next week, everybody's going to be in for a new surprise. The upper states are going to go back into winter again.
Gotcha. Okay.
Also, unbelievable weather going on. And we can go into more detail later.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, let's go ahead. I see here we have Christoper made it. Hey, Christoper. Good to see you today.
Oh, look at that face.
He's set up still. He's concentrating.
Technical. No, Christoper's in a hurry. He feels like he's behind schedule.
Oh, he's perfect. He's right on time.
I'm actually on schedule today. I thought I was off schedule, but I had an appointment this morning that I thought was going to run a little late, but it didn't happen. So
I apologize. I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
Oh, it's fine. I'm good.
Oh, you guys are in trouble today. You guys are in trouble today. I am in the weirdest mood.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Well, I just got back from Walmart, so I entered no man's land and lived to tell the tale. Yeah.
Right.
Oh God.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It was very odd. This is usually, and I've noticed, and I was just asking Rebecca prior to the show. There's an energy in people right now that's weird, and normally most people don't look up and don't look at you in public anymore. And everybody I walked by literally jumped and looked at me, and it's like maybe it was just me. Maybe I had toilet paper on my shoe, or my hair was standing up funny, or whatever. But everybody I walked by looked at me really sort of and jumped, and it was invigorating and sus, as they say, at the same time.
Right.
See, it wasn't like that before. Like technology and cell phones, it wasn't like that.
No, people used to say howdy and good day and excuse me and pardon me and hey, how you doing, and howdy, and that doesn't happen now. And today it was weird.
Right. They people don't even like at the grocery store. They don't excuse themselves before they walk right in front of you while you're staring. You're looking at Yes, it's very few, but I noticed that too. My daughter and I went to Walmart last night, and I didn't realize they were open at that time. But we actually ended up avoiding the checkout stands because they only had like 2 or 3 of those self-checkout ones open anyway.
Of the 20 available, yeah.
Right. Well, it was 9:00 at night. I guess it was almost 10:30 when we got to the checkout, because there were some strange characters and they were just all eyes glued on us. And I mean, my daughter is a beautiful little thing, very blessed. But I am concerned, of course. But she wakes up looking like that, right? And so she's always got the eyes on her. But it was all eyes on us. And then this morning, right before the podcast, I went to King Soopers, which is Fry's, Kroger, City Market, maybe in your state, but
no, we don't have Kroger here at all.
Everybody decided to go to the grocery store at that exact time, and I couldn't find a checkout line without 5 to 10 people sitting in it. So I ended up hopping in one that just opened that had a cartload of groceries on the cart, on the checkout already, and a cart of groceries in front of me. And all I want is to buy a little gift card and a pack of gum.
I know.
But yeah, everyone's out there prepping now. So.
Could
well,
be.
On that note, there is I have been bombarded by the research the hard way, because there is nothing, and it's amazing what YouTube puts out after 3:00 in the morning lately. It's really surprising what they're doing for recommended. I'm a little shocked. There is really something going on with this up to a point. Now, if you are a religious person and you are studying the meaning of what this could mean, and the New Madrid fault line, and then all the activity around the planet geologically that is behaving rather unusually in a lot of ways, there could be a level of significance to this. And I'm even hoping my water guy comes by before sometime next week, so I can order extra water. And because we buy the drinking water we drink comes in the 5-gallon Culligan water barrels, because I don't drink my house water because it's too full of my neighbor's septic tanks. So yeah, there's like 40 septic tanks around me, and our pumping station is dead center in the middle of all of that. And I'm going, I'm not drinking that. And the guy fixed the pump here, and our water is now rusty, and we never used to have rusty water. Now I have stains in my bathtub, and I never had stains in my bathtub before.
Wow.
So he didn't fix it, he made it worse. I think they went down because the aquifer has changed. A lot of that's going on. Has anybody noticed what's going on in California?
No.
That lake, I can't remember the name of it. I have to memorize it a few more times before it'll come out of my brain. The centralized lake in Southern California, which used to go all the way up to middle to 3/4 of California. Right. It was a big, vast inland freshwater lake. And if you go back to Spanish maps in the 1800s, it actually is on the maps in the early 1800s. And by 1880, 1890, they'd already started removing the indigenous tribes and then overpumping it all the way through the 40s. But anyway, and that drained it. But that whole area is filling up again. Yeah. And California is currently getting their butts kicked. I checked the millibars this morning. Excuse me?
Is that what it is? Sorry, go on, sorry.
No, what was the name?
Wishwas?
Doesn't sound like it.
I think it's where the San Bernardino Valley is right now. Pretty much where all those crops are. It took one man
it's east of Los Angeles
to depopulate the area, drain the lake, and start doing crops there.
I believe it's CACHUMA. Cachuma Lake reached full capacity over the weekend.
Well, there's other lakes. This is a big one. It's still not the correct name. It's you got to look farther back in history. Anyway, that area is being nailed with a low that is only a few millibars above hurricane strength. It's a fully rotational storm, and it has come in out of the Gulf of Alaska forming out of the Pacific, and then it went this dive down south down the Oregon coastline. It rained the crap out of San Francisco and everything else, and now it is nailing LA and San Diego and everything with some really, really strong, heavy rain. And that's pushing some weather that has already gone through all the way over to Colorado. There's 3 other lows in the middle of the central United States right now that aren't of the similar millibar range. They're in the 1,996 millibars and all of that. But those multiple lows that are there, we never used to see these cutoff marginal lows in any weather I ever grew up watching. So this is a nasty storm. I don't know what it's going to do once it hits landfall. It's kind of stalling, and they've had to readjust the forecast. So California is going to get a lot more snow up on the Sierras and all the way down to the Mammoth mountains and all of that. So they're going to get far more snow and a lot more rain in the next couple of days. And then it's going to go through Arizona, and then it's going to hit you, Rebecca, and Colorado and Kansas and all that, and then it's going to go up through the East Coast, and literally Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday are going to be some rather intense storms in the Midwest, southern Midwest. I wonder why they call it Midwest instead of Central United States. But anyway,
right.
So we're in for some freak weather.
We should rename it.
I've also been watching the weather for the 8th, for the people who are watching the eclipse. It's going to be possibly cloudy all the way literally from Texas to Missouri. So you folks may not get a good view. In the northern states, though, they are predicting that it's going to be mostly clear.
I saw that, my weather guy said a couple of days ago that the future outlook, for our area looks cloudy, that day. We'll see. I mean,
well, you'll notice the light change, and it'll go weird, like it's been on all of the pictures for the last 3 weeks, and I still strongly believe it's going to be planet is Saturn, and it's Saturn's yellow moon coming in the path rather. And there, if it is a Saturn's yellow moon and it's Saturn, we should see, depending on how it onsets, but we might see two objects, a smaller one and a larger one, first start cutting in. So we'll have to watch for that, or exiting. When the totality changes, it starts to cut in. We'll look for a smaller object and a larger object. And of course, look at the dark areas. Don't look at the lit area. Look at the dark areas, so you're not blind. And it won't. There's viewing blindness, just even seeing yellow. But look at the dark areas, and then of course, when totality hits, everybody, real quick. If you're filming live, great. If you're taking snapshots, do the parking lot 360. And get as many captures as you can during totality, so you can see what else is illuminated out there. It could be Taki Lake. You may be right. So it should be really, really. I was reading off of the private chat. Sorry. It really might be very interesting, and if there is a planetary crosspath between Earth and the Sun, that would create a thread attachment, and I'm not going to say gravitational, I'm going to say thread attachment connection issue with the standard pole on our planet, which is sort of a holding it in place. And so we could see a stall, we could see earthquakes, we could see the New Madrid suddenly, especially because it's directly straight connected through, because that planet will also have that thread link connection. And if that thread link connection goes through planet Earth electrically, then that could cause some sort of tectonic displacement, movement, etc. So, or changing our magnetosphere, or whatever. And remember, the geologic and electrical are both directly connected. They're not separate. They are connected because everything is electrical. All the rock, all the water, all the trees, all the people, all the mountains, all the air. It's all connected electrically, also in chemistry, which we talk about subatomic chemistry. And you have to also take into account subatomic chemistry electromagnetism, because everything, the building blocks, and that's the unification model that Einstein never had. He was always saying that there's the Earth and then there's the galaxy, and there is no separation between it. And that's where he didn't get his math to work for him. And that's why the scientists still to this day, when they're talking about dark matter, and they go, we got all these calculations, but for some reason they just don't work. And that's why, because they're separating things. They're separating science from subatomic chemistry, because what works above also works below, as above so below, and that goes all the way from religion all the way to science, and that is where the blending of that, and we talk about the parsing and remote viewing skills and all of that, and that is also connected, because if you separate yourself from it and say, well, I can't, or that's not normal, and so I shouldn't be able to, then you're separating yourself with that cosmic connection. And once you believe you can, you can. That's like the Force, Star Wars.
Right.
Give in to the Force, Luke. All of that. And
right. I do believe in the power of belief.
And I got total body goosebumps just saying that. Give in to the, and that's the connection. And when you get body goosebumps, you are turning on that. All your hairs stand up on your body. That's part of electrical. That's why they stand up. It's not just goosebumps. You're not just cold. You're connecting electrically to something that's there. It's real, and that's part of what we can teach in chakra tower development. Is once you learn that electrical connection, you will elevate your chakra tower because you're connecting and you're raising your harmonics, and you build them, and then you learn about throat chakra and grounding and if you get real good, you can actually connect to weather around you. There's a lot of people say, "Oh yeah, I can affect clouds," and I always laughed at those guys. But there is a certain level of truth to that, where you're if you believe that you can do some things, you can. So anyway, I digress off into nutland, but like I said, I warned you guys. I'm in a weird mood today. I am in a
right. A little detour, but that's quite all right.
And it's not nutland.
Yeah, no, we're here to listen.
Well, everything
so
is connected,
we're here
including my delusions. Pardon the expression, my idiom.
Right. Yeah, but I do want to add. I see that Gillian has arrived.
There she is.
I want to bring her on. Hello, Gillian.
We were away for a walk, and I didn't realize the time until we got rain bombed, and we all had to run in different directions because our houses are in different corners of Loch Loy. So we the dogs were having an awesome time. He's made a friend, and Theo's discovered how to run after frisbees. So
every time you say Loch Loy, my brain goes back to those Scottish songs about Loch Loy. Anyway.
I also want to go into our comment section and greet our listeners here.
Hello.
So first, I see first in line is Experimental. Hello, Experimental. Good to see you. And not long after her was Dennis, our friend Dennis in the UK.
Hey, Dennis.
Hi, Dennis. Dennis in the house. Cool.
Yeah, it was a magical day today, so everybody was on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could say it is a magical day because everybody's very
Michelle.
Charged and weird. It's weird out there.
I'm weird.
I know. One of my spiritual friends was just saying she felt the 5 dimensions were running all around her. She could feel it today.
Okay.
Oh, that's interesting.
Okay. That's cool.
Very interesting.
I wonder what that feels like.
That.
Hi, Michelle. Right. Hello. She's in the line of totality.
Everybody.
I can't wait to hear her story at the eclipse coming up. So, and then next in line is Kevin. Hey, Kevin. Good to see you. And our friend Maria in Alaska. Hi, Maria.
Hi, Maria. Sorry we couldn't talk longer the other day. Maria called when we were in the middle of the staff meeting the other day. I think it was. Yeah. And I wish I'd had more time to talk to you. And Maria's sending me a pizza cutting tool. So.
Oh, nice.
It's wonderful. Yeah. We always love getting packages. And I'm sure the girls will really like this one.
Nice. I want to see what it looks like.
Yeah.
It sounds.
Yeah. Jillian looked it up for us, but I didn't get a good view of it. But
okay.
Yeah, it's like a knife that's like that. It's carved. It's
curved.
Really cool. Got a handle, and it goes like that. They've actually got one in the drawer at work. I just didn't realize they were so cool, Maria. Hi, Maria.
Yes. Okay.
That'll be better because the one I was just saying, literally, like 20 minutes, half hour before she mentioned it. I think she was connecting to us. And Shiloh and I were in the kitchen waiting, and she pulls the pizza cutter out of the dishwasher, and she's looking at the rivet and the little wheel on it's wiggling around freely. This thing looks like it's about to break, and I was going, yeah, I've been waiting for it to break. And then within 30 minutes, Maria calls and said, "Would you like a pizza cutter?" I was like, "Wow, talk about timing!"
Wow.
Yeah.
Good call, Maria.
Yeah. That happens. Really, when you notice it happening, it's like you get the chills. I get goosebumps when I see it.
Well, I hope everybody out there that is supposed to be hearing our message and our important cause is starting to connect with us so that they can hear this. And I'm not trying to brag or anything like this, but most of us know how important this is.
Right. That's why.
And I'll let one of you guys talk now, and
Let's keep going down the line, but that's true, Sam. I mean, that's why we, put all of our time and effort into behind this. There's no other reason, other than we truly believe in it and want others to know. Yeah. Let's see who is here after Maria. Oh, it's Tony. Hey, Tony. Always good to see you. I'm glad you are here. And as always, I knew it. Brandon would be here. He never lets us down. Hi, Brandon. Or Brendan. Brendan. Sorry.
Brendan.
After Brendan, it's Amy. Hey, Amy. Hello. Good to see you, Amy. She's a nice lady. I always enjoy her posts on Facebook. And then there's Robin. Hi, Robin. Good to have you here with us always. And the one and only Egg. Here is Egg.
Hello, Egg. Hey, everybody wait for it.
Everybody's got their volume up.
Listen of the seal. The Coke seal. Not the seal, the Coca-Cola seal. Sorry, I'm glued to that topic this week because I've done so much study on it. And I'm actually, trying to remind myself not that golden deep edge.
Gillian.
Not me.
I think your volume might be up. No?
May have been Christoper going out. I don't know. Or Nicole. Were you talking to somebody, Nicole?
I was just talking to my daughter, but
okay, that wasn't the voice I was hearing either.
Okay, well here is Sabrina,
but it is gone now.
Christoper did pop off, by the way, Rebecca, and he may be wanting to come back in.
I'm watching for
Sabrina.
him. Hi, Sabrina. Good to see you. You. And here's a Facebook user. Hello, happy Easter to all. Happy Easter. Hi.
Easter.
And I think it's auto.
The resurrection.
Oh, guess what? I went to the shops, and you can't believe they actually have Easter eggs for dogs.
Oh my God. Well, there,
celebrate Easter too, right?
Pet parents count too.
That's it. They know pet owners will buy anything for their babies. So
and pay $9 for it too.
I haven't looked yet, but when it says Alex. Well, yeah, okay. Facebook user Alex from Germany. Hi there, Alex.
Did you get to Tony?
Yes, I got
Tony.
Okay,
well, I'm sorry. I was running to get a Coke. And Tony, I've seen your work this week. Very good job. Thank you. I just figured I'd give a shout out because I remember watching a bunch of his stuff this week. So
perfect.
And Christoper's back.
I'm sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay.
It worked out. Let's see. Next is Skywatcher Carlos. Hello, Skywatcher, Mr. Carlos.
Hello.
I was watching one of his videos earlier, and he has a really great channel. Really,
good work. Yeah, I have noticed him as well.
Yeah,
I'm glad he noticed us.
Yeah, Skywatcher Carlos.
Definitely check it out.
Skywatcher Carlos.
He gets the really awesome captures. So impressive.
I am in an unbelievably at the ceiling mood. I want to, scream yeehaw and aloha from tropical Montana and all. I am in a weird mood. I mean, I'm very elated here. I don't know why.
That's good though.
Yeah.
It's not like I won the lottery or anything. Then but
just go with it.
Hey, Gray Guy. Gray Guy is here.
Hi, Gray Guy.
It's always good to see Gray Guy. I'm wondering if he was born in 1969. Is that? I don't know, but that's when I was born. So anyway. Okay, let's see. Next in line is Katie Joe, our good friend Katie Joe in New Jersey.
Katie.
New Jersey
with
girl.
That new site on Facebook.
New sister site.
Yeah, I got some. I'll go over that in just a second. Yeah, I got some screenshots that we'll go over. Nice. And let's see. I think I got that person. And Let There Be Light. Let There Be Light is here. Hello. Good to see you.
Here. Shame, I told her.
She's
like, is it 8 o'clock? I said, I don't know.
There she is. I haven't found her. I found her now. Hi, Audrey. And it's what? 8 p.m. Oh, well, you got plenty of hours till you got to go to bed. So we're set. Good to see you.
6 o'clock here, so I've got lots of hours too.
Yeah, we can just talk and have a marathon like we always do. So That's what we do best. So, okay. And then next, guys, is my good, dear friend, Desiree Jones.
Hi, Desiree. I love the way that it's spelled. I've not seen the name spelled like that before. It's a beautiful spelling. Yeah.
She's one of these days, I want her to be here with me, and y'all can meet her or have her on the show with me. So you hear me, Des? So I'll have to plan a Saturday or something. Yeah, we all.
Now you're obligated.
Yeah, she'll do it. She's brave, but we go way back, and we're just like, you know how you're like in sync with somebody.
Yes.
You can just like read each other's minds. Yeah, that's how we are. So
well, that goes along with what Nostradamus claimed, that in the year 2024 that God, I can't pull that out. Communication will occur on Earth for humans, where we are taking a step up into that part of the grown ability that is onsetting in the 6th stage, and this is part of our upgrade enlightenment. That now there's a couple of different forces. Now, anyone who played Dungeons and Dragons would know that there's good, neutral, and evil, and that's just a terminology in part of the game. I'm not referring to in actuality, but it's generic. So there's a turn of events for the negative happening, but there's also a huge turn of events for the positive as well. And there is a long, couple of thousand year long process that is developing and coming to a head as of, believe it or not, this year. And it, of course, is the year of the dragon. And wow. And the great flood of China. I mean, look what poor China's going through again. China, the 24th, the 25th, the 26th, the 29th, they have had unbelievable hurricane strength, freak storms from hell. And you need to go look that up, everybody, because it's not making your natural news. And what's going on worldwide with our weather is never seen before. It's unprecedented. And then we're about to flip.
Don't know the weather. I mean, because unless you're out looking for that information and you're connected with people that are out there getting it and sharing it, and you just have to get into that.
Well, you're oblivious because you assume. Well, you would assume because we spent a lifetime getting our news from credible news sources, and now that is not the case. And I hate to say this, but every Tom, Dick, and Harry has a cell phone and a big, huge microphone like I have in front of my face right now, talking on YouTube. And I've spent the last 2 weeks watching nothing but disinformation galore from damn near every possible subject I've ever thought of. And then all of a sudden, and I do have to mention this briefly in passing, there's a level of sexuality where people are putting videos of themselves standing in next to nothing, and the thumbnails and the women with boobs and all. I mean, what is going on out there? This is not the media that I ever grew up on, and I apologize. I'm in my 60s, so I'm going to. In my day, you youngins didn't behave like I'm not trying to go there.
Yeah.
But wow, what the hell is going on? And it's dominoing.
Well, it's like social conditioning with, again, technology. I mean, they have worked their way into everybody's lives, and it's changed everything in the process, just by what people see.
You know what the number one career choice is currently among teenagers? You know what teenagers want to grow up to be? A podcast influencer.
Yeah, social media influencer.
And they want to make money off of that rather than doctor, lawyer, astrophysicist, Indian chief, whatever,
Well, yeah.
Wow. And I heard that and I went, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. And it's such a diverse media. And it's literally like making it in Hollywood or not. You're either good or you're not. And you either make it or you don't. And what amazes me is how many people are out there trying. Great that they are. Good for them. But I mean, you watch some of these people on there and you go, oh boy.
That's where things are going. It's not going to change. It's not stopping.
Well, yeah, and I think we are snowballing. I really think that this is, it's almost become a feverish nightmare of what's being produced by every Tom, Dick, and Harry. And all we are seeing is this hype and fear porn crap. I mean, everywhere I look, there's there's some religious, and I did study. I'm not saying everybody's a religious nutball, but there is a serious pile out of the norm of religious nutballs coming up with a microphone in front of them and a way to record themselves and put themselves on YouTube and wherever, that are coming up with some really scary shit. I mean, oh my God, you've got to be kidding me. I mean, you know, and credibility. I mean, here they're asking us to give them automatic credibility. And I myself as well, all of us here today are asking for you folks out there that are listening to our shows to give us a level of credibility. And when I see people act like that, it just sort of like kicks me in the knee, because we've been doing this for 14 years. This on the 9th, one day after. Anyway, somebody else did something major on the 9th. I'm trying to remember what it was, and it'll come to me later. Anyway, in history, and so I this credibility thing is it's spooky as shit. So. And what's scary is they act like it is all the seriousness in the world, and they're completely allowed to say their opinion and scare the crap out of people. And that's what it is. It's clickbait fear porn, and they're making money off of it.
Yeah, right.
That scares the hell out of me. It does.
For the first time that I'm talking to you guys, my sky is absolutely gorgeous out there. I mean, we just had a rain bomb, right? And now it's turned into the most magical kind of sunset ever.
You should go take pictures real fast. Can you?
Do it.
I will
do it.
Will look at your weather while you're here.
But Sam, I was just going to say one more thing, and then we'll keep going. But
go ahead.
I think about all of that you just said. When I think about that, I think about how you were told that, you asked them, he's like, why only 30 years for that non-disclosure agreement, And they were like, because by the time that ends, it won't matter what you say, because no one will believe you anyway. Bingo. And I know that they knew that the internet would be there 20 years. They worked decades, centuries in advance. Okay. They already knew that was up their sleeve. The internet would. Well,
I'm not the only one that has future information. I'm sure they've had contact with other races that travel through time as well. And I can tell you, I know the Pleiadians can travel through time. I don't know their association with the government, and I don't know if there are other races as well that travel through the time, because I wasn't given all the information that exists up there, and what I did retain is, I'm sure, only a handful compared to what the student referred to and was telling me within that 2.5 hours we were talking. And I'm sure I've forgotten a great deal, and I've been trying to swallow this information and culminate. And you can only remember, and you can only learn that which you can associate or identify with, because you can't place useless facts in memory. And you have to have a link or a grasp to that reality. And this happens in our teachings as well, why a lot of people don't learn as quickly some of the information we hand them until they can actually get a hold or a handle on that base information. And then after that, off they go. But if you're handed, 87 facts and you don't have a basis to place it into a slot, then you're probably going to get 20 or 10 out of the 87. So, and I, what I was being told at the time from the Illuminati and the Illuminos and Nibiru and all of these names that I was being dumped out of what is standard to this guy, the student telling me all this, nor everybody knows this shit. And of course you should. And so he threw it at me at a rate that I'm sitting there trying to pick up all the little jacks before the ball drops, and retain this information. And so what's going on with the plan and all the shit that's going on above our heads with the Federation and the Empire, or whatever you want to call it, or the numerous other factions, or the Anunnaki and the people who live on Nibiru and Zeru and the other races that are local versus extra solar system races and extra galactic races. There's multiple factions here. And so the whole crazy thing about it is there is so much going on. And then here we sit watching a bunch of humans on Earth speculate in 8,000 different directions on YouTube, thinking they're all, the red planet Nibiru is on the way in, and we've got these captures of it, and it's going to leave the iron oxide all over us. And we're, oh my God.
But then they go and get a whole dump load of Sahara dust on them, and they're like, oh.
Well, there is a difference between the Sahara red dust and the passing planet iron oxide that is deposited in the Caribbean every 4,000 years. That they still have, because it ends up in coral, because it does settle down into the water, and then there's these minute layers of this particular orangish reddish iron oxide that exists in coral records in the Caribbean, depending on which country you're from. If it's Europe, Europe says it one way, and we say Caribbean or Caribbean. Anyway, and yet we always say Caribbean cruise. But anyway, there are every 4,000 years there is a new layer of iron oxide deposit that they have not been able to identify as Sahara Desert. So that yes, there is a certain amount of red dust, but guess what planet that comes from? The only red planet that we know we have. It's Saturn. And the ionization, and we know that the ion tail goes harshly around is Saturn. So right there, you have a cosmic level of displacement of atmosphere on the sides of the Saturn, which was why it would put down its iron oxide. So Saturn,
so it gets onto us from there.
Right, and we know that Saturn doesn't have any oceans on it, so it is very dry and is probably metal. And this is all part of the equation of what led me to understand the binary solar system, being that we exist of a constructed compound, not element, but compounds. A compound, the binary, two atoms, two sets of planets, atomic structure of the element that we are, which is what produces the soft metals in the soft metal periodic chart. Did you catch that, Nicolle? I saw your head jump.
All that. Let's be right back because you caught me in the last end of roasting my gammon, so I'm just putting it off now, okay?
Oh, that's right. I was supposed to roast tonight. Oh, that's tomorrow. I'm having a roast tomorrow with carrots.
Yeah, tomorrow. Yep.
Hello to the Azores.
A few more pictures of Isatum. It's not always red. It is a red planet, but sometimes it looks blue.
Well, when it comes to all the planets, when they come close to our atmosphere, now we are looking through a blue hue spectrum because we have water, and that is when the light refracts off the water molecules, it puts off the spectrum of the prism effect of breakdown of light, because that's the only way humans see it, is once after light in space has broken down into a prism effect, because we have limited vision.
Right.
I think some of the animals even see better than we do. When the planets get close, they turn blue. It's just that simple.
When they get close, they turn blue. Is that what you just said?
Right. And then when you remember, God, 2015, you could look in the sky and there's that big, it was basketball sized 215, 216. If you were to hold a basketball out at the end of your hand, at the end of your reach, you would see planet is Saturn that big. And that was 215, 216. And 17, it went away. And 18, it went over the sun. 2019, it went way back and then came back forward towards us over time, which is a real short abbreviation of the whole path because so much went on during that same process, along with the other planets. So anyway, I know I'm talking 300 miles an hour today. I'm sorry.
Slow down, Sam.
I'm in a weird mood. Somebody put a nickel in me today.
Yeah. I didn't realize this one was Leighandra's. I don't know where she is.
I was wondering that too.
I don't know. I tried to
Tony. Okay, Tony. I'm seeing Tony ask. So is Saturn the nemesis? Nemesis is a term that has been slapped on by misinformation man. Nemesis is meaning a dire mortal enemy. These planets are not our mortal enemy. These planets have always been part of our solar system. It's no one-time passing thing that's going to cause chaos and devastation and destruction, although that is what is coming. It has to do with point of view. We're having a series of events that we go through cycle after cycle after cycle. Some of us do survive it, others do not. It has to do with climate change and loss of food and tectonic changes and volcanic changes and atmospheric changes and Earth magnetosphere changes and solar changes and all of this. So we can't call it nemesis, and that unfortunately has been an internet term that we've been trying to weed past, because nemesis was the original description attributed to in the 80s when the gossip of Planet X was all about. And that stated that there was just one rogue body flying out there by itself without the star and the other sister planets. And that's why we avoid nemesis, and we refer to it as the Nibiru-Immeru system. And then you need to learn what Immeru is, and we can go into that on some other show, or personally, depending what your next question would be. But we try to stick to the facts and get away from the gossip terms. You know, people talk about the firmament and flat Earth and on nemesis or the destroyer or wormwood. And now we have replaced where wormwood term was in gossip lore, and we have actually attributed to what wormwood is, and that's in our information as well. And there's just so many things that new folks need to get on board with, because we have, and the thing with it is we have 14 years worth of information, and we can't teach that to you in a very short period of time. And we try, but and this is why we do a couple of podcasts a week, because it's a never ending, always changing scenario where we're trying to keep everybody caught up with what's going on currently. And yet a lot of the times we negate to inform people of the early basics, and we're focusing on it. Now we're going to try and do a little more information on the basics, and we can, I'm talking about making a new film series once I have the ability to upload. That's what's been stopping me, is I can't upload anything, and we're trying to work past that. So we'll see what happens. I'm trying to teach everybody that this is a completely reoccurring cycle. And we have taken the time to catalog all of the planets and all of the most of the asteroids. The fact that the long box cube is here, the fact that the Texas cube is here, and all the mini ships and the Norway spiral orb / Empire orb, which is because it looks like the Star Wars Death Star. I swear to God, although it's a little bit different, not by much. Including sand on top of its exterior surface, because it is that old. I could talk literally for the next 2 weeks, and I still couldn't catch you up to the information that we at our sites have gathered. And this is all documented. I mean, we're not reaching into nemesis. We're not reaching into these terms that Billy down the street talked about, and I saw this guy say something on this other channel over here, and the YouTube guy said this. We don't do that. All of our information comes from member sightings around the world, strictly off of pictures and videos alone. So this is all scientifically gathered, and none of this has become topic until we've had so many sightings that it absolutely proved that it matched time after time the facial features on the planets, the facial features on the asteroids. We're looking at 2 pictures of it right now, for example. We know on the left-hand side, we know what the Tan asteroid and her sisters look like, and the debris fields behind it, because we've watched it going all the way back to 2014-13. Oh, excellent. I get to hear myself a second time. Do I really sound like that? That's horrible.
It could be because Chris he's showing me.
It must be me.
Oh, it's all your fault, Chris.
Oh, wonder what's going on.
Yeah.
It's like it did that earlier. It went dark for a second.
Maybe they're messing with him this week.
Right.
Maybe he's got 2 devices.
Yeah, well, we have to admit that, this topic is controversial and can get you in a little bit of trouble depending on how far down the rabbit hole you want to go. And I'm not saying rabbit hole, because this is actually the fact hole. This is the tunnel into the larger world. And, it blows me away. People go, it couldn't possibly be happening. Why not? Why not?
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I am listening.
Earlier on, I sometimes troll up and down in YouTube early in the morning if I want something to watch and maybe sort of nod off again. But
did you say troll? Did you say troll?
Troll.
You mean like scrolling?
Yeah. Sorry,
I thought you said I troll, and I'm going, Gillian, I don't see you as a troll. I'm sorry. I
no, I haven't done troll yet.
Let's continue.
Anyway. I shall say scrolling instead of trawling.
Trawling. Okay, a fishing term. Okay.
Yeah. I was just looking for something interesting, and I seen it was the Sphinx that caught my eye, so I pressed play, and it turned into the something of the forever time, the knowledge of the forever time. I don't know if anyone's watched that, but they were talking about. Oh,
yeah, that is.
Again.
Yeah,
Chris.
It must be me. Sorry, guys. When you come back in 5 minutes.
Do you have two items running or one?
That's never happened with.
No.
He might have to move his phone. He's doubling. He's getting a second carrier signal that's echoing back, or he needs to turn the volume down. That's all. He could be carrying the delay through his own microphone.
So say hi to Gators. Gators is here, and actually, there's been a good 10 people, appear in the comments. So I just want to. Let you all know I'm thankful y'all are here. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep current with it. I see that Tara is back. She was new last week.
Right. Good to see her again. Yes.
She's now the crazy lady taking pictures of the sky. Where have we heard that one before?
Right. Well, she fits right in here with us. So
she asked some really good questions last week, so it was very, very pertinent information.
Yeah, I was saying they were talking about the in the forever time, the Stargate that they say is under the Sphinx or something to do with the Sphinx, and the Sphinx having markings on it that the sun has, because the sun is very important to the Egyptian pantheon. Is it?
Right. Well, that's because the original pharaohs and the original occurrence of the dynasties of Egypt in the first place came from rulers that came from the other planets, and they came here to govern over the workforce that was placed here. And that's 15,000 years ago is the current version of us. And there were prior versions as well, including the giants and all of that were mining planet Earth, which is what Earth is factory planet Earth. And we are the backwater on the other side of the tracks, smaller solar system. And we were created and placed here to create the commodities that is the planet of passing, and every 3,654 to 4,000 years. The planets get close enough that they collect the commodities, and it's even based down into our religion. Thy kingdom come, and here it has come, and thy will be done, and it's in our base prayers and everything, and then we give the tribute to the gods, so that it is based in our basis of religion, and everybody has to take all this into account. You cannot get mad at the creator, but we weren't created directly by the God. We were created by demigods, and I know people don't want to hear that, but that is the case. And yes, that's controversial. Yes, you can hate Samuel Hofman. That's that asshole that said this, and but I would like to point out to you who else out there has given you the binary solar system, which always was, always will be. 83.3% of all solar systems have 2 or more stars. 2, 3, 4. We were formed with two sets of stars, 2 sets of planets. Always was, always will be. If you go back through climatology, if you go back through geology, all of the markers fit of the passing of the planets and the recreation and the moving of the ice age and all of this stuff has a great deal. It's all connected where our water comes from as well. Oh my God, I've seen some really bad videos on science lately where they're just talking out their backside so bad, and I'm going, this is what you call science? You got to be kidding me! And these people are, they're respected, and I'm just sitting here going, oh my God, you're kidding me. So, God, people, learn science, real science, please. Yes,
I just want to send you pictures of the rain bomb, Rebecca. Yes, I'm listening, Sam.
No, I'm just being weird today.
Okay,
So,
cool.
I'm an
I was
extremist.
going to pull up some screenshots just so everybody knows where our groups are on Facebook. So I'm going to just scroll through these.
That's the Saturn's yellow moon right there. Great shot.
It is. Good cover shot. Mine's it's not similar, but it's also Ice Adam's moon.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Mine was a couple months ago. This is a current one in March of 2020. Oh, this is a year ago. Wow. Here I'm saying, yeah, this is current. And make a fool of myself.
I was going to say, it is current, Sam. I just saw that too. Typo. I'll fix it. That's
it is current. Oh, okay.
It is current,
all right, my brain. I looked at the picture. I didn't look at the date. My brain told me that this is the Saturn's yellow moon, and it's very big. Means it's current.
It
so
is.
I was right. Yay.
I'll fix it. Yeah, I just saw that too. Yeah. But yeah, it is current.
Okay.
It's from Philippe, and
you're still writing 2023 on your checks?
I know. I don't write checks. I wrote check in years. Yeah. So.
I still write checks every month.
It doesn't normally happen to me either, but
I don't know. Oh my God, I'm that grandma in the line at Walmart that wants to sit down and write a check. Actually, I don't write checks at Walmart, but I mean to pay my bills.
Yeah. But this is from Philippe, and I believe he's watching right now. So.
Thank you, Philippe. A great capture of the Saturn's yellow moon.
Look how round that is.
The ion tail. Plainly see the ion tail reaching over to the right, and that's what's real. And look how far that thing is cutting into the sun. And the dot is in front of the sun in this shot, so it is not a lens fail, folks. That's the Empire arced in front of the sun. Or it could even be the blue asteroid crossing the sun, because we've been seeing that. Hey, by the way, on last week's show, you guys were showing that video. And on my version of it, on my large screen, I could see the red dot in front of it that was the passing asteroid. That was literally the blue asteroid crossing in front of the sun. And then I saw it on YouTube, and you couldn't see it at all. And it was like, wow, what a different contrast between screens, the one in front of me and the one in the living room. And it was like, maybe you guys weren't watching what I was talking about on your version of the feed, because I saw it plainly in the center of the sun, and that's why you guys got lost while I was talking about it. Like, what are you talking about, Sam? We don't see it.
Yeah.
And in my version on my screen in front of me, I saw it plain as day. And then I saw the YouTube recorded show the next day, and it wasn't visible. It was weird.
Right.
I just thought, wow. So and that blows me. And I see shit other people don't see. I plainly do. And it's evident because my years of doing it, I think. And or there's an old book series from the Dragonlance Chronicles where the wizard Raistlin actually saw planets in the sky because he was a wizard and other people didn't see them. It was called the Wizard Moon and all of this, and Tarsis and all of that lore. It's a great book series. Dragonlance Chronicles, fantastic series. One of my favorite book series of all time that I read. And I've read it over and over again. Unfortunately, I did sell all my paperbacks.
Yeah.
Last year when I was getting evicted, I sold all my paperbacks. And
Sam, not all your paperbacks.
Yeah, I sold all of my paperbacks, just got rid of them, and then, you got a nickel or something for each of them, and because I had so many, and then I got credited.
Because I just started saving them up again, and I know how close I feel to my bookshelf right now.
Yeah, well, my father's house was 3 stories tall of books. Literally. And there was books in the attic. There was books in the second story. There was books in the bottom story. So there was books everywhere. I even have some
pictures of our outing now. So
Yeah.
Excellent.
The sky was incredible, but
this is Katie Jones.
I wanted to show you the quick little video of the rain bomb as it approached us. It was like, I said to my friend, "Oh, we're about to get rain dumped," and she just like, "All right." Yeah. I said, "No, I'm serious. We're about to get rain on. We get like really like rain bombs."
We have his Saturn's yellow moon going almost vertically downward. We have just to the left and above the sun, the lead asteroid. The red asteroid is the rounded cloud in the upper left corner. Spiral asteroid is directly below her. That is the side of Uri, and the orangey left area is, of course, Saru at the horizon. And I believe that the green asteroid is in the middle at the bottom of the cloud base, just above the trees there. And that looks, I see the little dots. I can even blow that up even bigger here on my big screen. Okay, I take that back. Oh, wow, lost it. That's okay. We're done with it anyway.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to give some example of kind of a visual, but.
Yeah, the green asteroid is sort of there, but it's not. I was seeing things. But we know it's there anyway.
This is Katie Jones' group.
Yeah, great shot. We know that the long box cube is right there on the right middle, but it's not well defined here. There is a dark cloud shadowy area, but it's not well defined. And that's pretty much all I see for now.
Okay, let's see what this one has. Up there. Wait, what did I do?
Sky daisies.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is Carla's group. I just thought I'd throw that in here. It's Carla's group. Carla's
this is probably a Saru effect of orange, and if you look in the back horizon area, just below the first bank of major clouds that you see that are orange, if you see that white transition in between the orange and the upper orange, there's almost a blue-green in my picture screen here. So I believe we're staring at the side of Saru with Uri over the top.
And then this is Gillian's group.
Excellent picture.
Size, yes. And
just love that. It's perfect.
That one, which is our Nibiru Watch Africa group from Ala Wally. I think that's right. But he says I can call him Wally, so I'm going to take him up on that.
Yes, there. He says hello to
nice
us
guy.
as well.
I was visiting with him this morning, and he has like all these really great ideas and big, dreams on how he wants to share this information he was telling me about. So I told him I'd help everything I can, So.
Yeah, he said he wanted to talk to me, and then he disappeared.
And if you're listening, just research your facts before you hand out this information to folks, because the new folks are so easily swayed by inaccuracies that you spend twice as much time trying to fix what you create. So this is part of what Montana Skywatcher has always done by getting multiple sightings before we ever come to a summation of what we believe is fact. And we have gathered science with serious nature to ensure that it is science and not gossip or lore.
Yeah.
And that's been the premise of how our credibility has developed from day one. And we weren't going to be those other guys out there going, oh, I got this cool picture. Look at this. I wonder what the hell that is. And oh, we think it's this. And oh, look, we got these little dots that are flying across the sky. They must be UFOs. No, we don't throw any of that out there unless we've had years or months of information to prompt us in the direction of the topic that we try to carry on, because it's been gathered under strict science rules. And I hope new folks learn that.
I was thinking, I have a few clips talking about the eclipse, okay? And I thought, I know a lot of people have mentioned in the comments they are curious about, the eclipse. So I figured let's take a moment and just get the latest of what's going on out there. People are talking about, okay?
Yes, by all means.
Yeah.
Ooh, National Guard to be deployed for solar eclipse. What the fuck they talking about? Why do the National Guard need to be deployed for the solar eclipse? Isn't it just like a regular eclipse? Like, what's the big deal? Why do they need National Guards to be deployed all over the southern region of the United States? What's going on? What's the big deal? Why are they telling people, you know what I'm saying, to stock up on food and supplies and water? I'm confused. Like, why they want everybody to stock up on water and food, and why are they deploying the National Guard? Something's going on, man.
Good news for everyone in America for the eclipse, right? A lot of people think you can only see it right here, but that's not true. You'll be able to see it as far out here as Denver, up here, maybe even San Francisco, some of it. So the entire of America will be able to see this. It's just what percentage. You know, in this region, you'll be able to see almost a total eclipse, specifically that narrow region which you've seen all over the maps. But none of those maps and none of the people on TikTok are telling people that you can actually see it absolutely almost everywhere in America. So whether you live on that line or not, you will be able to see it. And in some places it'll be up to 4 minutes. So
the solar eclipse on April 8th is gonna be a weird one, but before I get to that, have you guys ever wondered why there's a serpent tongue going through the logo of NASA? For those of you that can't see it and think everything is a conspiracy, maybe this picture will help. But hold that thought just one moment on the serpents and stay following along. Did you guys hear about the NASA's program that they announced they will be firing 3 rockets into the moon's shadow on Monday, April 8th for the solar eclipse? Well, they're not just any rockets, and their program was named after a serpent deity named Apep. According to NASA, Apep is named after a serpent deity from ancient Egyptian mythology, which is also known as the nemesis of the sun deity Ra. Apep was the ancient Egyptian deity who embodied darkness and disorder. Disorder? Is that why they're calling in the National Guard? Ah, never mind.
The United Kingdom will be able to see the
Did you see his hat?
eclipse. Check this out. Northern Ireland, Scotland, parts of England. If you're over here,
I have to go back.
Sorry. I bet you didn't know that. Here's a little bit more information.
I do, because I followed to see where it went to the end.
You'll get a semi. I bet you guys are excited about that, getting the semi. Let me show you what it might look like. Because it's going to be during the sunset, it might look something like this. Or maybe even something like this. But the United Kingdom, Ireland, Scotland, you got something special coming. It's not just America.
Arkansas Department of Transportation has been working for years with other DOTs to determine what traffic will look like before and after the eclipse.
The amount of visitors that we're hearing, anywhere from 300,000 to 1.5 million.
RDOT expects the most traffic to be on the Metro and Little Rock, heading up towards northwest Arkansas on I-40, I-49, and I-65.
Any way you cut it, it's going to be crowded that day and our roads are going to be tested.
On April 8th, RDOT will have crews in every part of Arkansas helping stranded cars and providing necessities during long waits due to backed up traffic.
And it's a 4, 5, 6 hour
You think it's going to be that bad, guys?
We'll have people out who can maneuver through that traffic, get people water, snacks, supplies, that sort of thing.
So NASA is planning on shooting 3 rockets at the solar eclipse and calling it a serpent deity? And I'm pretty sure it's the Elon Musk rockets. Guaranteed. Because he's the one
who
builds them. Apparently now.
Left, right, middle, what?
Planning on shooting rockets at the solar eclipse. Since when?
No,
that wasn't happening in 2017. So
I wonder if they're doing a little bit of
about this solar eclipse.
View obstruction.
These mother lovers want to shoot rockets
with 3 rockets.
I wonder what they'll be up to with the 3 rockets.
Doesn't make any sense. They do have a point. No. Yeah, there's way too much going on this standard run-of-the-mill solar eclipse. You know, are we so?
These motherfuckers is trying to get out of here, and they can't escape.
You're telling.
They're escaping while they can. Maybe they're going up. Maybe they're going up to the space wheel. The United States space
well,
wheel.
they're talking about CERN and the portals that people are trying to escape the portal. There's a lot of talk about that.
And I had not heard that.
Texas issues emergency warnings for the April 8th eclipse. The state's power grid faces a major test with the anticipated arrival of the nation's largest crowd of eclipse visitors, estimated at 1.3 million. Solar panels across Texas will suddenly drop their output, and the eclipse shadow will put unprecedented pressure on the grid. Texas is particularly vulnerable due to its high reliance on solar power. During past eclipses, states have urged citizens to conserve energy. But this time, Texas is not calling for cutbacks. The eclipse path will affect over 31.6 million people from Mexico's Pacific coast to Canada.
That's a cool
If you're
map.
in the eclipse path or visiting, expect cell and GPS disruptions, stock groceries early, fill up the car, get prescriptions, have first aid supplies and batteries on hand, and ensure ample supplies for pets.
That was it. So,
Awesome,
what do you think,
awesome
Sam?
video.
What do you think about the?
I think there's a whole lot of hype going on, and yet at the same time, they do have a point with why are a lot of these other measures being suddenly embraced, and it is suspect. It is weird. I do suggest people, I'm always saying people should have a little extra this and that in their pantry, because we do not know when we're going to have another Chelyabinsk event, another meteor come in. We don't know when we're going to get a solar flare, because the sun's been freaky active lately. When we might have another Carrington event. We do know that Earth is rocking and rolling back and forth and wobbling, where the moon is here and the moon is there, and all of this. We also know that the sun is off because other people on the internet have caught it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's lots of people saying that the moon and the sun should not be creating a solar eclipse at this time because of placement of what their information is telling them. And I still believe it's a very 50-50, if not 60-40 possibility that Saturn's yellow moon, which is very large now, or which is likely because it would be because we've been watching it. We've been watching it for the last 3 weeks or so, start clipping in front of and top of the sun. And we have never seen that in any of the other planetary movements before, ever, in any of them. And we've done like 4 different, orbital adjustments since arrival in this, 14 years, but 4 or 5 major adjustments of change of location, out view, etc. So it's entirely possible that this is going to happen, and they're going to try and cover it up. And which is part of, if they did send 3 rockets, then we would have to be staring at the spiral contrails that they will create. Maybe there are people leaving, or B, this is an opportunity for them to leave without being watched, or C, they could be doing it to maybe take film footage of something that only with the rocket out in space could they get a capture of. It could be scientific, or it could be any number of other things. The thing about the storing of food for 3 weeks and filling up your gas tank and getting water and all of that, that's a little suspect, because they are over announcing a level of concern and yet under announcing because it's just supposed to be a standard normal solar eclipse, which I've been through many of. I remember in high school, my 1979, and we had a major solar eclipse, which I did, go attend. And
we watched one when I was in South Africa once. I was
even the kids are out of school in the South, and that is weird.
That is weird.
I mean, how much of that reminds you though of other, like Y2K, for instance? I mean, I remember the hype from that.
Yeah, but that was one piece of information that they were expecting because of they were expecting computer glitches, because they thought that people hadn't planned ahead to incorporate the computer language in order to tolerate it. But that was just one premise of information. This is cross-referenced by so many biblical accounts that's what that gathered my attention so severely. Especially when YouTube starts pumping the New Madrid fault at me and all this, even prior to people talking about it. And I'm going, God, this is very odd. So, I'm not going to go whole hog and say, oh, run for your lives. But I'm going to say on that day, we should all maybe, like the school kids, take the day off. Might be a good idea.
I think it'd be better to have them with you than not if you're concerned.
Right.
Right. Oh, absolutely. I 100% agree. Definitely have your kids with you.
Look at that.
Yeah. I wasn't saying
if you see something like that in the sky.
Yeah, that's asteroid.
Yeah.
That is probably the Tan Salamander asteroid group coming in and illuminating, just like the monthly sight drawing.
Let's go look at it. Let me actually.
Because I did draw that back in this month.
I have some drawings pulled up, but let's see. I have some drawings here. Let me pull up what I have.
That one does not have the rainbow effect, that's illumination. It's sort of orangey up by the Salamander and the Big Three, and the red was illuminating at that time. And the date on this is July last year. And they've gone through periods of illumination when they're in placement, and when the asteroids round the backsides of the planets into the light, that they become rainbow illuminated, because the sunlight in space hits the objects, and then smaller objects and down to sand and gases and all that are around the asteroids, because they have one of the little wispy ion tails, clouds, pathways they leave behind from the light. Because when they get into the light, they warm up and they leave trails. And then that rainbow illuminates, and we've been documenting that for many, many years. And this shows you, we were talking about the 180-day cycle, and here it comes, guys. Here it comes.
Little
really good example.
Circles. Very obvious. Very, very.
Rainbow illuminated objects
in the comparison
coming in. They're coming in from Uri. These are under Uri. And Uri is going over our heads as of the 180-day cycle, and we're going to spend all summer with her going over the top of us.
Mm-hmm.
So, asteroids, wow.
Yep, and they do that. They discharge. If they get too close, they repel. They don't crash into us unless they are the smaller debris stuff. There can be one or two of the biggies, semi-biggies, small compared to what those things are, but generically big to us, that can break free. And because, there's things that tumble and bump into each other up there, and you have a cascading transition. It's not a lot, but it does happen. And I believe that's what the Chelyabinsk one was all about. And some of this stuff, we could see another one this year. And I would be surprised if we don't, because this is going to be the year of the dragon. And the dragon, of course, is the object cluster group, because we've seen, I don't know how many formations where it actually does look like a dragon when it comes into illumination as it rounds underneath the bottom of the gas giants. We've seen it a couple hundred times, and we've seen it discharge, and they have many different names. And this is what we were earlier talking about: Wormwood the destroyer, and worm meaning dragon. W, I was going to spell it and then probably misspell it. So anyway, I should refer to the spelling lady. She's got on mute currently. How do we spell Wormwood is spelled WORM. And what is the dragon spelling?
Well, I'm not too sure. I can search that out. But wormwood is also a plant.
Yes. Right. Right. A medicinal and actually toxic plant.
Mm-hmm.
You can use it for good and bad.
Right.
Yeah. Wormwood. Yeah.
Yes,
it's like worm, WYR, worm.
Not to be mistaken with mugwort, which is a strongly used product in Wiccan magic and belief.
Both are, yeah.
Yeah, I took a picture like that of the sun's doing something really, really weird.
Well, you can see the white line. You can see the white line. That is Saturn's very large Saturn's yellow moon cutting into the sun, and this is why I believe this is what's going to block out the sun.
It's doing this every day, at least where I'm at. Probably 2 hours before sunset, we get that clip every day.
Yeah, and we have not seen this behavior in any of the previous cycles where a planet came from the right and crossed over in front of the sun to block it out. We've seen, minor clip-offs and cuts and cut cut-ins and stuff from all the larger planets, and we've always had a generically good view, if not briefly cut off, by the planets that were in front of, between us and Earth, or excuse me, between Earth and the Sun. And this is why we've been watching the backside all this time. But this is all new beings because Saturn has never been this close. So
and
that moon is right
last
up
month,
there.
since your last sight drawing in February.
And the moon is so huge right now that we go back to almost thinking it's the size of the Saturn, but that's because it's proximity size, not actual size change,
right.
But because it's so close to us now. And that's what tempts me to believe, because I mean, those other internet people said, wait a minute, the moon is not anywhere near in proximity to where it should be in order to have an eclipse. And when they find that information, I'm inclined to listen. And like I said, again, we've been watching for the last 3 weeks. 4 weeks. We've been watching it cut in
Samuel,
the sun. Yes.
That's like a top part of something at the bottom, as well as the two things on the sides. It's like there's like a head thing at the bottom of the sun, like something cutting into it from the bottom.
That's the blue asteroid crossing the sun.
Wow.
That's the blue asteroid, that big.
Right. Yeah, we've been getting reports of the blue asteroid crossing the sun for about a week and a half.
I wonder how big they actually are. I mean,
they're huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
The asteroids.
You know how if we all look at our news feed, I mean, come on, all of us are getting news feed things that say, oh, NASA's just discovered another asteroid. In 12 hours, it's going to zip past us with 20 million miles to spare, or whatever it is they say.
Right.
Well, if you want to look that stuff up, what you do is you go neo.gov. That's near Earth object. And that's the listing of one of the ones and then you got to learn a little bit of math and figure out the difference between lunar unit, LU, excuse me. Lunar unit is, of course, 265 to. I looked at that number this morning in kilometers, so it doesn't jive in my brain right now. But it's approximately 265,000 miles at the close oval of the moon's orbit, and then it goes farther out on the other oval. But anyway, you look up lunar units and you look up solar units, which is called angstrom units. And then once you learn that on the NEO, it helps you do the math for how close these asteroids that are listed come to Earth. And a lot of the times NASA warns you that this one's going to be closest to Earth it's been. And then it's like 1.5 million miles away. And you go, oh, thank you for fear porn. So I do that math all the time when they announce stuff. I'll go in and I'll look it up and I'll do all the the information found out and usually the number has to do with when it was discovered, blah, blah, blah. And you'll learn all of that, but neo.gov.
NEO.gov.
Yeah, near Earth object.
Mm-hmm.
And those are drop tails from asteroids, probably a bunch of smaller ones.
Yeah, I just seen something really cute, kind of similar to that earlier.
And that literally could be the green asteroid, lead asteroid, red asteroid, and a couple of little things in the background. Underneath, Attu on the left and Nepesity on the right. See the ring of Nepesity in the background?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see the dark blob dead center top. That's Attu's moon. And you see the dark area on the left, and that's Attu. And then you look at the horizon, and it's light blue. And these are the planets beyond Earth. That's why the drop tails are happening, because the sun is shining on them. And we are seeing the illuminated faces of the nearby objects and barely seeing the illuminated objects that are above us because they're in the darkness. And if you were probably standing there and watching it, you could probably see the definition of the planets by eye. Whereas this camera shot, if they would have taken less little cabin and fence posts and bushes and looked up a little bit more, we would have seen probably a better capture. Although it's a nice photograph.
But you can see that difference in blue even
Yeah,
you can see the darkness.
And remember, I am looking at it at a very large screen.
Right. But yeah, I can.
Yeah, and you can see the base
It's
cloud.
almost like invisible. You know, it's not invisible. You just can't see it. Right. Yeah.
Whose pictures are these? They're lovely, actually.
I don't know for sure.
It almost looked like mine because today I was taking some pictures across the field. The farmer was plowing the field, and I actually felt like I was on holiday because the farmer was plowing his field and the seagulls were all over the place trying to get into the field.
This could easily be the spiral asteroid just off the horizon.
But look at that thing, the blueness on the left.
Yeah, that would be Atu's moon.
It's just so beautiful. I mean, you know that's the that's the thing. When we were out on our walk, and my friend looked at me and said, "Wow, that looks like water up in the sky, like something, a big circle, big." Yeah, I'm like,
Yep.
It does look like water when you look up at them, doesn't it?
Well, sometimes you are looking at water. If you're seeing the side of Nibiru or the side of Saru, you're looking at oceans mostly, predominantly, and land masses. More land masses on Nibiru are visible. Saru has little islands or smaller patchy. I don't know. I wasn't there to say they're continents, but the oceans are less deep, so their continental formations are different. Kind of cool.
So how did you define that? How did you know the difference between the two?
Because I watched it in 2012 for weeks and months, and nobody listened to me.
Wow. So Saru was you could actually see the little peaks.
Yeah, I saw the land masses by eye. I saw their color. How do you think I know all this stuff? I saw it.
I know.
By
it's
eye. So therefore, it becomes real, and then I can actually talk about it because it's proven. And then we had so many sightings in the first 2010, 11, 12. And at that time, we had 100, 200, 300, 2,000 members going up, and 3,000, 4,000 members, etc. And so that information didn't get widely dispersed, but I saw it's all up in my head. It's how I know what I know. And the hilarious thing about it is, that freaking information should have gone day one viral.
Right.
And
it's mind blowing how it's just weird. It's just so weird. I've looked all over the internet for anything. The only thing I typed in Isatum, the only thing I got was a heavy metal rock band. Isatum something or another.
Were you on Google or were you on Bing?
Google probably.
Go to Bing and type it in.
Yeah. I mean, of course our stuff comes up, but I'm trying to think there's got to be something, anything. I'm typing binary solar system.
Well, remember, we've given the planets the names that we've given through older information that may have been suppressed, and the only reason that we have links to it is because we look it up.
Right.
And NASA handed the classified names to them, and then halfway through it they changed them again. It's like that way you can't look it up even if you're in the older know. You can't look it up, but if you're still in the government, then they can go, okay, well, we know the new term name, so we can type it in, blah, 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 into even their private records and stuff, because some stuff gets out. But, and I'm in awe that, that we've come as far as we have, and we've been allowed to, and B, I wish it was the opposite at the same time, that we would have gone viral and not been screwed with. And, what do you do? I think we are looking at some serious long box cube and a ship or two off the middle right bottom there. And then we're seeing the red asteroid coming in from the upper left with the spiral asteroid below it. And that bottom bubbly middle left is the bubbly bottom of Atu's moon and Atu. And stripes of Uri are in the middle left, and then Saru is all the way in the background in the orangey on the left-hand side, which is a different color than what you see on the horizon on the right-hand side.
And you said all that in one breath.
Yes, exactly.
Sounds like you're feeling really good
warn
today.
you guys. I warned you guys. I'm in a weird mood today. I am just. I mean, I'm like, kid right a day before Christmas or something, and I don't know why. I'm like hopping in my chair, going energy. No, I don't do meth.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I actually got
that.
the trolls did the field day on me on that one. And
Oh,
I
yeah,
laughed
they did.
and they started there going, "Oh, he's a drug user. Don't send him your money." And don't work on his car because he's, I was like, what?
Oh, I heard that one, but not that.
Crazy. My trolling goes back 14 years, Christopher. So
I know. I can't believe. I don't understand how people can go online and talk about somebody that
and they don't even know
never
me.
met in your own life before like that. It's kind of. I'm not going to say what I think.
Well, originally it bothered me at first because I was so very, very sincere trying to help everyone.
Right.
And then I've gone through stages of back and forth, and for a while I had good days and bad days, and so and so is saying this shit about me, and I tried to to talk to people and tried to work it out with them, but I did learn that I'm not necessarily here to prove everything. I'm here to inform.
Right.
And there's a difference. I don't have don't have to agree. Job. I've done the best I could with what I have, and what they do with it is basically up to them. And over the time, I finally got to the where I don't let the naysayers, because there are far fewer naysayers than there are wonderful, wonderful friends that we've acquired over the years around the world. My videos have been translated into many languages, et cetera, et cetera. And people said, "Well, you're a legend because you're doing this." And well, I go, I'm just a normal person, and yet to them it's important. So, I feel it is important, and that's why I keep doing it, regardless of the naysayers. And all press is good press. So,
that's right.
Sam, our friend in Africa, Ala Wally, asked about a certain video, and let me get it pulled up here.
Great.
I've seen this a lot the last couple of days. I'm sure if you're on Facebook,
I'm glad he's here working with us.
He's curious. He wants to know that it's real.
I saw that, and I was really intrigued by that.
I know there's an algae. There is an algae that can turn the water red.
Yeah.
That's why we see the red.
And it's very warm, and red tide and all of that comes from.
That looks like beetroot, man.
I was wondering if somebody dumped a whole bunch of hydraulic fluid, but no, it's too red for that, and it can't be wine. Otherwise, there'd be a bunch of guys there with cups.
You guys know what mercurochrome is?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
My grandpa had a can of this stuff. It must have been 50 years old. Anytime you got a cut or something, he would put this red glop, goopy stuff on you. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Welcome to medicine from my era. Yeah, they'd slap that on you right away, and it burned like hell. But immediately you did not get an infection, and it sealed the wound in.
Right.
It works. It stung like hell at first, but it worked. And anybody from his era. That was, going back prior to World War II, they didn't have penicillin, and then before that, you'd use an onion and garlic and turmeric mustard plaster infusion, and you'd put that on the wound and try, depending on what kind of wound you were trying to treat. An open wound, of course, you'd have to dry it out a little bit, stitch together, and then deal with the inflammation, et cetera, and oozing and all of that. Or if it's anyway, I'm not going to go into, if it's a minor cut, well, then you just immediately avoid major infection, especially when it comes to animals or animal bites or animal scratches, and they're always covered in high levels of bacteria, which have been introduced subdermally, and therefore that mercurochrome will go in there, and it'll actually root out and disinfect instantly, all the way to the depths of the possibility. Yes, you too. We could have
another video. One of our friends on TikTok shared this with me.
Yeah, see that upside down rainbow, ladies and gentlemen? That is a moon. That is Atu's moon, and the atmosphere around it is that's Atu's moon.
Atu.
No, Atu's behind it and bigger. way bigger. That's why with this size, that has to be Attu's moon.
When it's small, okay.
Right, because Attu's moon is actually getting smaller. It's a cutoff. It's a cutoff halo. There's something probably depending. Go back to the original, and I'll look down at the halo break. It's a cut it. It's because it is not, or is it? Question: do we have a? Okay, this could actually be a sundog halo because we have snow on the ground
below the horizon, right?
The flash flare, the long blue line, does go below the horizon.
Okay.
So this could actually be a real sundog, but there is a cutoff going in on the left-hand side and on the right behind the tree as well.
And we're looking through a windshield.
No, we're looking over the top of a car.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Oh, yeah, it's a sky roof there.
It's like a Jeep Cherokee or something.
Something.
Or one of those new. I don't even know the new cars. They all look the same anymore.
SUVs, I suppose they call them.
Yeah, they call it. Yeah, but that's Attu's moon, and there is no such thing as an upside down rainbow. And that is the sunlight refracting through the atmosphere of, and all planets have atmospheres, no matter what they're made of. But that is the rainbow refraction, where it breaks down in a prism that the human eye can see.
Right.
And animals probably see a whole lot more than we are watching, going, "Oh, look at that big damn thing flying by." Okay. And we're probably, we may even be limited to not be able to see these planets as well.
Wow,
Hi, Tracy.
As the Anunnaki said, an informed and wise human is a danger.
Sure.
I have not asked Sam about the frog yet. Tracy tagged this as the sky frog, and I'm glad you reminded me. I skipped over it so I could get back to it when we could talk about it, but there is a strange little creature that somebody captured in the sky. Let me go back and find it here.
Hey, there's all sorts of weird stuff up there.
Strange creature. I don't know, but she called it the sky frog. I'm okay with that. Hang on. Okay. So, looks like a normal picture, but towards the top, you can see this little dark
Okay, I'm blowing it up.
So I want to make it bigger. What is that?
It's a bug. It's a bug.
Are those vortexes?
It has to be
as in like a cloud vortex?
Oh,
it's a bug, man.
It could be a flying beetle. Good.
No, not that big.
I guess it's a little small.
It might be very close. It might be close to the photographer, but yeah, that looks like a flying beetle. Hey, remember all of those scarab pictures?
Yeah, the scarabs. Yeah, remember.
Yeah, so it's entirely. And okay, let's go to the far extreme, guys. And
Indiana Jones.
I'll break tradition. I will go off into the supposition of possibilities rather than scientific. Maybe it's a space bug from another faction that we have yet to see.
Yes.
And part of where they're drawing the scarab in the Egyptian lore. This could be a landing craft, and those could be its landing legs as it's coming in for landing.
There is no telling. I mean,
we just love to be able to contemplate this stuff. It's so.
You land on the back legs. You land on the back legs with at an incline, and then you slowly set down on this rounded thing, and that way it would slide forward into lock.
Okay.
I don't think
like
it's been
frog
modified
landing from a leap. Yes, that's cool. Cool shot, and it is not. It is a little digitally. If you go back, you can. I was looking at the white digital around the arm.
Yeah.
The rest of it's not
I'm wondering if it is shopped or not, but now if this person says they took the photograph themselves and it's not
It was
shopped,
somebody in our group. Yeah.
If it's not shopped, then I'll listen. But it does have a rather odd illumination around the legs.
And only around the legs.
Right.
Only around the object itself.
And it does look digitally white. And I was looking
that's
at it just when you pulled the picture off. See that?
What does that mean?
Well, that means it could be shopped.
Right, as in it's created.
Oh.
Like with Photoshop, cut and paste.
Now, unless it could be illuminated on the bottom only, which falls in line with what I'm looking at, but I'm wondering as to why it's blurry on the back.
Right.
When it's so sharp in the front. But anyway.
Well, it's coming out of the cloud, maybe.
Yeah, if we had a series of 5 or 6 pictures, I could probably give you a better answer.
Right. Yeah, I have to get in contact with this person and ask if they have multiple captures. They probably do.
And this is how we do things. We all, we debate stuff and we go through it. We look at it. We examine it. We break it down. We see if the light angles are right. And the light angle is correct, but anybody who's halfway good at photoshopping would know that.
And it's totally pixelated too. I mean,
yeah, it is.
Just that.
And we wouldn't really be doing a good, thorough service to what we do if we're really not inspecting as much.
We know there's other fractional ships out there that we have not seen either. So,
correct.
And there's a lot of shit going on up there, you guys.
Oh my. The folder I just sent over to Rebecca is Craziness from Colorado is what I have titled it because now that I am riding along with my daughter while she just got her permit and so I'm very much paying attention, but there was some stuff going on in the sky that I actually was able to get some pictures of. And it's just craziness. There is all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
All kinds
of stuff.
Yeah,
just like we were talking about a couple of weeks ago. Weird, creepy stuff going on.
Right. Well, and of course it just got cooler. It didn't get cold enough to snow, but this, I believe, is going to be up to do with Yuri, like Sam said.
And we know what this is automatically because we see the left-hand side coming in. You see the red asteroid coming in from the left. So we're looking at Attu's moon. And the light is behind us. And so it is beyond Earth at 7:15 p.m.
Right.
And we know that pattern. We know the pattern. We know the pattern. We know the pattern.
Yeah. No, I've been seeing that, that heavy cloud cover so much here lately too.
Yeah, I seen that the other night. I mean, Chris put that in a video for me, didn't you, Chris? That. Mm-hmm.
And Yuri and Attu do that. There's the Yuri whiteout where they get close to us and go over the top of us, and our skies for a couple of weeks can be just nonstop cloudy and rainy and all sorts of crazy shit. And then you get the rotation of Nepacity in the mix on top of it. And you got the rain bombs, and as it goes over the North Pole, where these things are side facing us as the gas giants, and it's weird. It's try to fit all that in your head, and it makes you nuts.
Just looks like someone dumped out a toolbox.
You can see how it's even that is a perfect curve. Even that.
Well, we know that the planets are all around us. If you go out your door, you've got a planet somewhere around you at all times now. And the only transition really is after sunset, where all of that changes a little bit. And I'm wondering, if we're going to start seeing Saru in the night sky as well, because she is so big. So, after sundown, look in the southwest and see if there's a green-blue illumination. Don't know. My southwest view has a big, huge-ass mountain in the way, so I don't get that view. And this looks like asteroids going over. God. And, of course, the Saturn's yellow moon on the right, as usual. And they're folding into each other, which is what's so screwy weird. And which also meets the same shit that was coming from Revelations and the Sixth Seal and Nostradamus and the scrolling of the sky. And it's insane. And that's what really blew me away, is a lot of this does actually fit. And I went through numerous videos over the last 2 weeks looking into this. And even a bunch of them I didn't want to watch.
Look at all that.
You know, I mean, way too into. I mean, the people that put it out is like, you know, the Jesus diaries or doctrines or what. I mean, I you name it, I saw a bunch of it, and there's some unfortunate. You know, I pity the people that are getting frightened by this, or the ones that are ready for the rapture, and you know, they're planning on it, and I strongly suggest that you do not think that you're going to be saved in this, and I wish you would save yourself.
Right.
We don't need to be saved. We need to be aware of our own power and our own abilities that we've been suppressed into believing. They've separated us, and we need to come together and use those skills together as a combination of people and doing. Rather than alienation and hermitage. Because it's only going to get worse this year. We're in for deep shit when it comes to our weather this year.
What about this question, Sam, from Let There Be Light, about, you know, the appearance of the blue sky and the blue planets? I mean, you always told me it was like a factor of lighting, distance, and angles. You know,
right.
Always
right. And refraction again as well. When they're close to us, we've noticed this when we first started seeing the planets, even Nibiru and Sarah, which were the big ones that we first started seeing, and the rest of the stuff was so small. We Uri was small in comparison, which was really odd, and that may have had to do with distance or where it was in our out view. Hard to judge. Right. But when they were smaller, like for example, I've got this one really killer picture of Nepenthe when it was way smaller and coming in towards us in 2015, and it was just as green as you could ever imagine.
You can see sorry, Sam. You can see on this one, the photo that's on the screen right now. You can see the two, as Gillian calls them, the big butts.
Yeah, the big
blue butts. You can see one off to the right and one to the left.
All week.
I mean, you know, so
all week long.
And the squeezy head one that's on the bottom.
Right, it's very visible.
And do notice the cutting into the light. Look at the actual shape of what you're looking at is the white area and the light purple area and the pinkish. That it is cutting into, and we've watched this happening for the last 3 weeks, where the light object, on the huge, which is getting bigger every day, which is Saturn's yellow moon, which used to be a lot smaller even a year ago, and then big huge ass is Saturn behind it because she's huge, because she's getting closer, and then much massive Nibiru is now on the far right, just a little bit off this shot to the right is Nibiru, way back there, filling the entire upper half of the sky, and it's also rising up, and so we're going to start seeing a lot more of the base cloud of Nibiru occur. And let's see, this shot is in 5:43 p.m. So therefore, we're looking west.
Yes.
Okay, so in the west, you will be able to see the illumination of Nibiru's base cloud in the north sky. Right at this same time period in the day, you will see the base cloud of Nibiru due north. Whereas this one, we're looking west, and we're looking at the bottom of Saturn's yellow moon, and then the Saturn will be in the northwest. And up and huge, and the transition has been so cool even in the last few months, where we've been going with these immensely unbelievable red skies.
I wasn't sure what this guy was.
This is
he's just to the right of what we were just looking at, so this is just a little more northwest.
This is intergalactic craft.
Okay.
No way.
Yep, the long box is behind whatever this is that's sitting next to the side orb. There is several ships parked here, right next to the side orb.
I have a bunch of pictures of this guy. But
and the upper right area, from the word Colorado all the way to the left upper corner, is the face of his Saturn.
Right.
You can see it in the dark. Look at the dark areas first. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nicole.
No, because this is just if you were to pivot just a little bit to your right after we looked at the last photo, where Saturn's yellow moon was right there, taking up more than half of the right side of the photo. So yeah, then that would be obviously, that would make perfect sense.
Did you notice, Nicole, when you pan a little bit, how the planets, you can start to see like them curve a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
The out angle changes
Incredible.
too. It's you know, we look out at like a graduated tube. It's like if you stuck a V in your palm of your hands. And I've read in years ago in science that we have like a 37% graduating out view. So, and this is part of what makes it really hard, and especially for the new folks out there, the closer you are to sea level, the harder it is to see these things. Right. And the higher up you are, you can see them a lot better.
Right, and I am just east of the Rocky Mountains in Colorado, and I'm at around 5,600 to 5,700 feet up, so just over a mile.
You're even higher than I am.
Yeah, so just over a mile up from the. But you've got one asteroid on the left and another.
How close are you to Pikes Peak?
I am about 2 hours north of Pikes
You know that's a vastly large unborn volcano.
I did not know that, but I can believe it. On the picture on the screen right now, there's a lot going on right above it to the left, those little white thingies. However, I was fascinated with this because right above the little white cloud, just over to this, to the left of the house, this darkest part of the cloud, there was actually, it was self-illuminating from inside. There's a little glowing thing going. I don't know. There was a lot going on with this.
I think you have Uri here. See the stripes?
Yeah, I do see that.
I think this is the side of Uri.
Wow. Okay.
Filling the north, because your light is coming in. Okay, it's 5:18 p.m. So your light is coming
the west
in
is behind me, right? So the mountains are.
So this would be in the south by southwest. Excuse me.
This is northeast.
Northeast?
Yeah.
Okay, then I take it back. If this is northeast, this is base cloud of Nibiru.
Because there's like some action going on underneath the darkest part.
The sun. The sun angle is arguing with me here. Sorry. Oh, okay. It takes me a minute to feed it into my brain where I'm looking is. At 5 o'clock, the sun is behind me. It is angling slightly to my left angle.
Right. Because it's kind of more going...
Are we facing southwest here? Are you sure we're not facing... You sure this is north?
I'm positive. Northeast, but definitely north.
Weird. How can the sun angle be at that hour? Okay.
I mean, because we did just go through the time jump, right? The time change.
True. Yeah,
and so the sun's still fairly high in the sky at that time. But remember how it's kind of setting more southwest?
By 5 o'clock, it should be southwest. You set in the west by 6 or 7. And remember, the sun angle is completely wrong from everything that we've ever had for my entire lifetime. And now the angle is that weird arc from east to west is just way south of what it ever used to be. And this is why the moon crescents are all weird, because the phases of the moon are all offset. And this is why the moon's being illuminated from underneath instead of the side like it's supposed to be. And why it keeps rolling and shifting. And the moon actually doesn't move. And when we see the paw print on the moon move to way south or way north at the 11 o'clock position instead of facing at the 2 to 3 position, which is where the paw print always used to point to. And when we see that out view change, it is not the moon moving. It is Earth actually rolling.
Right.
Wow.
Because the moon is tidal locked. We've always, throughout recorded history, we've always stared at the same moon. That's a tidal locked moon. So when our view of it changes, it's Earth that's actually warbling forward or backwards, tipping back and wobbling. And we know the planets are close. And so the larger magnetospheres are pushing little old tiny factory planet Earth out of the way, and we're bouncing, and we're part of the chemistry, but we are being forcibly shoved sort of electrically out of the way. And this is where the discharging and stuff like that, and atmospheric conditions and all the, when the object cluster group goes by, it does affect our lower atmosphere. We get these freak storms and winds and all that shit. But that too has a great deal to do with the magnetosphere, for instance. Look at the magnetosphere computer models that they've been putting out lately. They're just nothing like anything we ever saw 20 years ago, ever. And they always blame the sun. No, there's a lot more going on. There's eddies and there's corrections and effects going on right next to Earth that are causing these temporal wakes in our magnetosphere that are back eddying and bouncing around like it's completely being discharged instead of its normal, horseshoe shaped effect. It's doing all sorts of things, like you handed, 3 5-year-olds some crayons and they drew on the page, and it's just our magnetosphere is going nuts, and everybody's going, oh, our Earth magnetosphere is about to die because look at this, and gosh, our core is changing. Well, yeah, because the electrical wave formation around Earth, which keeps our magnetosphere and our internal electricity and our molten core, which is a big magnet. It's this big, internal bubbling mass that creates all this magnetic North Pole, South Pole, and magnetosphere, which keeps the stellar material from hitting Earth. When that is being affected from the outside and shoved and rocked back and forth, of course, our magnetosphere electrical field pattern is going to change drastically and put out these out waves that, from transition movement and wake patterns and all of this. And it's also affecting us in the internal core as well. And I think every time a planet, all of us, first thing this morning, right before the show, my ears are ringing so loud, I could hardly hear myself scream. I mean, it was so loud, I couldn't believe it. And they're still ringing. And we do hear these planets. I feel them. I know Nicolle does as well, and other people do. This is what's wrong. This is why sometimes you get hopelessly depressed for no reason. And my life sucks. And I got all this shit that's going to get me. And if and then you're like down in the dumps and you're uncomfortable. And that has to do with an exterior force. There is shit that is affecting us, and everybody out there needs to learn that. So if you're really, really suffering and something's really bothering you, you got to remember it is not you. It is outside. It is, you go outside, look up. I bet you anything there's a planet right over the top of you. So, and this is information we've documented over years, and we've watched these patterns, and this is why we talk about the 180-day cycle. And oh God, we're in deep shit because it affects all of us. And look what's coming. Look at these eclipses, and people are panicking, and there's a weird mood, and people are out, multi-buying and trying to get water stocked up, and they're all, and this could all be environmental for all of us humans around the world. And look at the fighting and all the argument and we got multiple wars going on all over the place. And in astrology, in the year of the dragon, in a Luke, which is Look, a Luke year of the dragon, which means a negative or harmful or less productive year of the dragon, which is where the year of the dragon came from originally as well, going back to cycles of the close passing of the asteroid group and the 180-day cycle and the major flooding of China's like 8,000 years ago. They recorded this 2 cycles ago. It was recorded, and that is where the dragon legend came from, because we've got hundreds of pictures of the object cluster group or the salamander asteroid group, which also looks like a dragon holding on the side of a ball. But in where the Tan asteroid comes in, and it comes around the bottom of Uri, which is what we're looking at right there. See that circle right in front of you there? That is the Tan asteroid.
Okay, this is from Alexander.
Actually, I take it back. That is the Skull asteroid. Holy crap!
Yeah, look at that.
What, next to the little light?
Oh God, could you imagine? Holy shit! If this is true, what is the date of this capture, please?
It's
cool. I have full body goosebumps right now, you guys.
Oh, okay, I see it.
What if What if the Skull asteroid is right in our faces, right at this eclipse?
There's so much that it could be, Samuel.
Well, we know what the Skull asteroid looks like, and it looks like a damn skull.
Yeah.
No, if great big SOB, 3D rotating face up in the cloud.
If that SOB is staring at us during this eclipse,
oh no!
I'm going to reopen my Bible and study twice as hard as I already still do.
Right.
And I have I have the entire collection of Bibles around the world, including some in Latin. I even have a book of including the exorcist manuals in Latin. Collected. Don't do anything with it. It's just a collector's item. I collect religious art and antiques.
That thing must be worth a bit of money, Samuel.
Excuse me?
That must be worth a bit of money having one of them.
It only has personal value. I don't care about the money. If the Skull asteroid is right here during this eclipse, this lays out a celestial occurrence of great magnitude, and I'm thinking we're looking at it right here now. Did you figure out, Rebecca, when this was from? Is this new?
Yeah, it is new. He just sent it to me.
Jesus, that's the Skull asteroid.
I just saw it posted either a day or two ago.
That is the frickin' Skull asteroid right there. I thought that was the Tan asteroid, and that is not the Tan asteroid. It's the Skull asteroid. Holy shit. Pardon me, folks. But we really take the day off on the 8th. If this is... wow. And I've often pondered, like, why does the Skull asteroid look like a skull so bad? Did somebody get out there and carve that son of a bitch, or is this natural? And then, if you take into account the legend, going all the way back to the movies on our new site, if you take into account Apophis, the legend of Apophis, and you cross-reference that with wormwood, and you add that to the Salamander asteroid group, and look, there is this frickin' skull right there. It is cutting into the. Wow. I'm sorry, guys. I'm
blown away.
Wow.
Wow.
And you cross-reference all of this is frickin' Apophis. This is wormwood. Here we are. Welcome to the 180-day cycle. Oh my God, we're having an eclipse in the middle of it. Holy shit. Wow.
Right.
Because I've seen the Skull asteroid by eye, and I watched it come around the backside of Atu, and it was one of the most frightening things I've ever seen in my entire life. And it was even worse than me watching the Empire Orb by eye, or any of the Galaxy class cruisers I've ever seen, or anything. And watching that Skull asteroid come around out of the darkness into the light, directly over the top of me. I think it was like 215, 216. And I didn't believe in the Skull asteroid per se. I had captures of it. We had dozens, 20 or 30 captures of the Skull asteroid. And it still wasn't topic in Montana Skywatcher until I saw that sucker come around out of the darkness into the light. And I watched that face warm up. And all of a sudden, the clouds were vapor, the little vapor trails, as Gillian calls them, the tendrils, came out of the eyes and the mouth and the nose, and went around the skull, sort of like one of the horror movies you'd never ever want to see in reality. And I watched that sucker come out, and I actually had to reach out quickly to hold myself from falling onto the side of the car, because I went, holy shit. I mean, I jumped when I saw that, and my knees buckled. And after that, it became topic. And then we announced the Skull asteroid about 4 years before NASA ever did. And when they did, they gave out the wrong placement, the wrong orbit, the wrong return orbit, everything. It was just bullshit. But we know it's there because we continued to capture it even after they said it was gone. And it wasn't. It's just between Uri and Atu, in between two planets they're not going to tell you are there.
So I'm trying to figure out if there's a day old. He's got a video posted on the group that's a day old. Yeah.
I don't think that's the first one. I'm going to message him back. He just
well,
messaged
it has to be semi-new because we've not seen that depth. I wonder where I got that from. That depth of close to horizontal view, because before it was higher up on the horizon and more over to the left. Wow.
It's from today.
Okay. And that's where is he?
He's in Germany.
Oh, okay.
He said the Sahara sand has been moving over us since last night, and yet I was still able to discover a lot behind the red sand.
Sahara
He's got his own comments right there.
Let me go look at the Sahara sand really quick. That's way north to have Sahara sand.
I know Egg is asking if we were looking at the sun or the moon here, and
I believe
Chris
it's
is
the
replying sun. Spell to the left.
Let me clarify.
Particulates.
And I did see a question that I posted in the private chat just because I didn't want to lose it. But David Grigg had a question: if our respective atmospheres create fiction, will the Earth heat up?
Well, yeah, you're separating space from Earth. No, all the planets are heating up. All of them. When the second star got here, all the planets tipped because there's a bigger magnet in the room, and so all of our axes tipped. And then after that, NASA started reporting temperature increases on all the other planets as well. So it's just a brief introduction. They tell people some of the information, and then they don't mention it again. But I did look that up, and the angle changes when we get pushed, and our planet rolls. The atmosphere reacts to that as well. And so you're also heating up areas that weren't normally that warm 10 minutes ago. And then it drags weather with it all over the place. And the jet stream is now literally like a radio wave instead of what it used to be was straight around the Earth in the northern hemisphere, in the southern hemisphere, Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn, etc. The equator weather did this, that, and the other thing. Now all of that has changed. And we've got multiple cut-off lows, offset lows that are loping out and separating from the normal jet stream, and it's going up and down and up and down and up. All kinds of crap is happening as well, including with the space weather. The space weather does affect that as well. It also affects geology. It also affects the temperature inside the Earth. If you watch the movie 2012, they talk about destabilization of the core, where the temperature rises in that movie. The temperature of the inside of the Earth rises so high that the entire tectonic plate system degradates into too hot, and then all plates slip and things move, and you saw at the beginning of the movie California turned into islands and all sorts of broke up like crazy, blah blah blah. So yeah, it affects each other, but then you have to remember there's extreme occurrences, and then there's minor occurrences, and I think we're going to maybe have some middle occurrences here, and this could be a really interesting April 8th, and I'm going to be kind of disappointed if nothing does. I'll know I don't want it to happen, but with the amount of study and hype that's going on, it would be sort of a kind of a letdown. And and this did cross my mind, Rebecca, the other day. Remember how many times we've asked for people to pay attention and start looking up and have some sort of an event that would get people to start paying attention. And maybe, we should be careful what we ask for.
Right.
Then again,
that
we've had
don't
quite
slap
a
you
few
in the face.
events
Nothing's going to.
that should at least have people curious, or at least researching for themselves at this point. We've had so much already happen.
And it happens every day too.
Right, and you cannot rely on your local news channel to bring you everything. They rarely bring you anything but ads. Everything is an ad for something else going on, or some new business starting up in your state. Or it's cracking, or it's depressing.
Right.
None of the big things are shared with you. Go onto YouTube if you want to see any kind of weather going on across the globe. Sam, you had a few networks that you recommended for outside news networks. Was Al Jazeera one of them?
Yeah, it was, but their credibility unfortunately has gone downhill in the last.
Everybody's has.
That's true. That's true.
But
Al Jazeera, I don't
look
get
for
RT anymore.
multiple sources.
I used to watch a lot of RT because there was, I didn't, bail into the Russian propaganda, but their Russian information services at one time were pretty credible for the right stuff. The other stuff was propaganda bullshit. But and then I watched the India, and I watch France and Germany and NHK, which is Japanese, and I watch a lot of BBC, and I watch American news services selectively. And I've been watching the credibility of certain standard, ABC, CBS, NBC. Credibility fluctuates sort of like you're like watching a tide come in. It's weird how they're behaving. I'm sort of occasionally watching some of the CNN out there. I do not watch anything off of Fox News whatsoever, including their weather, because they're all sensation and hype, and they hand you the same video footage that everybody around the world put out 2 days ago, and then they freak people out about it. And I don't care for their kind of not news.
Cooper's been caught doing the same, right? So
Gravitas is really good.
Not necessarily the best one, but
Gravitas is really, really good, and they put out a lot of information, and you can cross-reference now. I encourage people to go to the Australian. We have the Australian 60 Minutes. They have quite a few very interesting.
Australia's 60 Minutes is great.
They do some good work, and they don't necessarily kiss America's butt, so they do different news than our opinion. Whose picture is this?
This is from a lady named Shelly, and she helps me over on TikTok a lot as a moderator.
Shelly, do not take pictures through glass, please. These are all glass refractions of cars and streetlights.
Yeah. Okay. I want to clarify with her then, because I think she knows better, but
yeah,
maybe we should mention that right now. It's not something that we can really utilize if the photo is taken through glass.
They're too uniform. They're too uniform,
okay.
and so this has got to be glass refractions. If they weren't all the same, like I'm looking at the four main illuminations: the green one, the blue one, the yellow one, and the gray one. But they all look pretty much the same.
Right.
I could be wrong if she is not filming through glass.
I know she knows.
She is filming towards a whole bunch of lights, so it could be a light illumination flare. And if not, and if she didn't have that, well, that's a hard call. But we know there's tons of ships up there. But if you want to go there, I allow a little more leeway on the podcast than I would in Montana Skywatcher 1 or 2. I couldn't use this photo. I'm sorry. Again, if I had 5 of them, and we could look at 5 different shots, then that would be a different story.
Yeah, I'm gonna. We'll get to the bottom of it.
Hi, Irene. You're here just now.
Yep, I see Irene. Irene has made it.
Andrea popped in.
I saw
Thunder
is here. Hello.
Yes, hello, everyone. Did Anissa's question get answered? I know that we've been discussing that all show long.
Which one?
The one you've already popped into the chat at the bottom. I saw another vid chat. They commented people could possibly see Planet X or Nibiru during eclipse. Powers that be worried they might be seen by mortals.
Yeah, and that would be a good reason to throw up a whole bunch of rocket trails in the middle of something. Yeah, absolutely. This is why I tell everybody, do the parking lot 360 if you're doing live filming, or if you're taking snaps, be sure to get all 5 directions, north, south, east, west, and up. Try to stay close to the horizon. The more picture of the horizon above that you've got in it, the better. Don't take the fence posts or the bushes if you can help it. The widest shot is best, and for you and for everyone else. So don't close up anything in. Do not look at the sun. Try to, if you're going to get a shot of the termination and stuff, try to do 2 sides and then the middle, right, left, and middle, et cetera, et cetera. Boom. I had a thought and it just sort of lost it. It went elsewhere. I thought it was prominent for a minute. Okay, I better scroll back and maybe I'll re-get it. Somebody was asking a question and maybe that was what was stuck in my head. I apologize, everybody. I'm momentarily lost. Hello? Where are you? I know you're there somewhere. Yes, episode. Anyway.
So I have some current events we can take a peek at if you'd like to see what's going on out in the world.
Did you get a collection of shorts ready?
I have that too. They're kind of mixed in with things, but yes, I have that some downloaded also.
And then show a video, and then we can go to short.
Sure. All right.
Yeah, this is in China, I believe. The 29th, they had a very, very nasty hurricane, hailstorm, windstorm from hell, lightning storm, etc. And this is what happened the 24th and the 25th also.
Listen to it. You hear it?
It sounds like bombs going off, doesn't it?
Right? Yeah. Yeah.
And the week before that was Texas, and everything else was doing that.
Mexico.
I've even noticed that they're putting out videos saying the best place is to live when the shit hits the fan. And the 7 states not to live in, and it's amazing what they're putting out in videos that they would scare the hell out of people.
And I see all the state license plates in Colorado all the time. I never used to ever.
Oh, there's definitely a migration going on of awake people. I'm not going to say woke, but awake people who have come to determine that we're all in trouble, and people feel it. We're animals. We feel it.
Yes.
Anybody that thinks this is weather normal and everything's okay, I better rethink that. I'm not gonna call them a name, but they better rethink that.
No, but I have a lot of people here in Colorado that are new to the state, and they're loving the warm weather and all of this completely odd behavior. Yeah, it's like we're snowbirds now living in Phoenix, but this is not normal for it. So really, look at what the weather used to be and know whether or not it's normal or not.
They are adjusting the grow chart on what you can grow in what area in what region. And they've never done that before, going back to the Farmer's Almanac all those years. And they've actually adjusted it.
It's going down in China right now, guys. Look at this.
We're not in Kansas anymore. Yeah. Sandstorm. Oh, and by the way, now I remember what I wanted to talk about. Can you hit pause real fast?
Oh my goodness, you can't tell.
Oh, she's not there. Yeah, there is the sandstorm is blowing.
I gotta see how red this gets.
The sandstorm is blowing from Africa all the way up into Germany. I just looked that up. That's what I was trying to remember. I'm looking at it right now.
This is a whole nother entity.
There is
remember the mummy,
North African sand being blown straight up over France, Belgium, Holland, Norway, and then it dumps back down. Let me scroll over here, and then it dumps back down all the way over into China and into Turkey, and then runs all the way across into Korea and China. And the African sand. Plus, right now the jet stream. I should go back to normal where I was. Go back to air. All right, momentary. The jet stream is double mixing in Europe and coming across the Atlantic in over Africa, and then they're bumping into each other. They're going around Greece, and then they're rejoining over the desert and India, and then splitting apart again back into China. So the jet stream is unbelievably wide right now, and so we are seeing unusual major storm patterns developing from the split jet stream. That's one goes down to the south, gets real warm, and the other one goes north and gets real hot, real cold. And then they come back and join each other, and that's where you have this convergent mass crazy weather. And I guess you could hit play again if you're ready, Rebecca. She's in and out doing stuff. Yes.
Oh, yes.
And the same thing is going on over the United States as well. There's a jet stream scenario coming in off the Pacific Ocean. It's going up over Mexico, meeting in the Gulf Stream, and then the stuff that's coming in right now. And I looked at the low pattern again over China, or excuse me, California, where I pulled China out of. California, hoping it was C, this morning, and I watched it, and they're going to get a huge rain pattern again. Then it's going to go through Arizona, and it's going to create some real cool weather next week for everybody from Texas all the way up through Ohio again, and a few of the northern states as well above it, Missouri, etc. So you should have a very unusual week next week. So I'm still waiting for her to come back. I guess I could keep talking about weather.
Well, I know that Andrea Adams has a comment or a suggestion that perhaps some storm boards nailed to or over the windows would help for the hail. And
you can plan ahead.
Yeah.
Park your car in the garage or learn where there's a nearby gas station that has a really big awning, which they do come down sometimes, so you'd be losing your car in that case. But parking garages, or if you have an old futon or two would be more preferable. If you have 2 old futon mattresses laying down in the basement someplace you haven't used in years, now might be a good idea to keep it in the garage. So if you see bad weather coming, just go throw it over both your front and back windshield. And that will protect your windshield from. And we've just over the last week we've saw thousands and thousands of cars, if not tens of thousands of cars, being destroyed by hail, and they're now calling it gorilla hail.
Yeah, because it's about the size of a softball.
Yeah, gorilla hail. Can you imagine?
It's like a morning star mace coming in, all lumpy and bumpy, and and if you get hit in the head, I mean, I would, wear a hard hat even if you're out in the rain. Umbrella ain't going to do it, and that's how the movie 2012 starts up as well. They show a scene in Japan, and all these people are walking in the street, and the one guy gets just blown off his feet and killed by one hailstone. So
you just go whacked on the head, like.
And all the videos I saw this week, and that's what really spooks me, is all the videos I saw this week that other people maybe took as real, and they're being told that these are the last days, and this, and all of that, and Armageddon, and you wouldn't believe the crap that they're pumping out, and it's just like, oh my God, where's your correspondent responsibility? Where's your responsibility? If you're going to put a video out, do not scare the crap out of people.
Right.
It's horrible what's going on. And what if these people believe that it is happening? And then look how they're going to be. Their behavior is going to change.
Right.
And then,
people are going to do weird things between seeing something like that and then, because there's still quite a few days to go.
And, question, if you are believing, and you're like, okay, just sidebar, say you're Southern Baptist and you believe that this is the opening of the sixth seal and all of this, and the new Madrid's going to go cuckoo, are you going to actually drive to Oklahoma or Arkansas or Missouri to watch this happen? Or are you going to hunker down in your bunker? I mean, I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to go get a new clip. You got another short, or you can hit the play on this one again.
I got Rebecca. Okay. Yeah.
I sent you some stuff. I tried to take a video of the just before it happened deal, because I felt the speckles on me, and I thought, fast video, and then we better run because we're going to get wet.
Right. Okay.
That was
I think I got it. Okay.
So, just crazy.
Right. Sandstorm comes alive. Look at that, y'all. It's just a whole entity. But yeah, check this out.
Stop looking at it and run, people. Go the other way.
Yeah, I know. Why the hell are you looking at that thing? You must.
It can be very mesmerizing.
It's going to be on you in about 5 seconds. Run.
Get out of there.
Whoa.
Oh, gosh.
But it feels like a bunch of needles hitting your skin if you're going to stand there for it. So,
can you imagine what that must feel like if it's like full on sand and everything?
It's like being sandblasted.
It's incredible. I remember a few years ago when they showed the satellite images of the Sahara sand crossing the Atlantic all the way over to the United States. That was something incredible.
And that does happen regularly. That's part of the trade winds.
Right.
And that's when it's going in a straight line. Now, the trade winds are currently going the opposite direction.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man. Oh, no.
And they're coming from the United States. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of that this year. In all of those areas that do not get rain and you have a desertification scenario, the locusts lay eggs, and those eggs can sit in the soil for years.
Yeah.
And then when they get a big rain in the desert, this happens.
Oh, it's so gross, you guys.
Well, also, they are already saying that within a couple of weeks after the eclipse, we're going to see some underground droves of these come forward.
Yes.
They've been gone for 200 years.
Because all of this stuff is linked, of course. Everybody's going to think it's...
When I was in high school, we would get these locusts or grasshoppers, like, almost halfway up your leg. But, we're in high school, so all the girls are screaming. We're trying to get to class. You have to step all over them to get to class. It was so gross.
Yeah, crunchy. And that's horrible.
Yeah, I remember the ones that we saw in South Africa in about 2008. I'd like to say 2008. There was really green ones with red legs. They were nauseating. They were so scary. They were like about the size of your hand. Great big things.
Right, the cicadas. We're going to be seeing a lot of cicadas is what they were talking about.
Is that what they were? Yeah, they were in Africa. They were wild, those things.
So there could be times when key assets to the critical infrastructure will be knocked offline, leaving people without power. As you see here, it says for a G4 severe geomagnetic storm, it says possible widespread voltage control problems and some protective systems will mistakenly trip out key assets from our electrical grid, which is critical infrastructure. Now, they are going to have issues tracking spacecraft, satellites, stuff like that, so those are going to need to have corrective measures taken place. In addition,
and that's directly related to solar material and X-class and the flare size.
And stuff, there could be explosions underground within those pipeline systems, and that the preventative measures, the safety regulators will not work.
Oh yeah, there is a fire in Mexico. I meant to mention that the other day and I didn't. The major forest fire in Mexico.
Wow.
And of course, that smoke and ash is going to the United States, and it'll hit Louisiana and Texas and Corpus Christi, etc.
How long's that been going for?
I think about 4 or 5 days, I believe.
Wow.
I think the last video I saw said it had been 3 days, and I think that was 2 days ago. So that's why I'm reaching for that information.
Oh.
Yeah, this is it's coming up off Africa and going straight north.
If y'all haven't heard by now, something strange is going on in Southern California. They're now getting hit by an atmospheric river storm.
And that was a couple weeks ago, but it is still going on.
Atmospheric river. I guess it's a river that's in the sky that's coming down. Look at the effects of this atmospheric river. Some people are calling this storm the
which is why that lake in California is refilling.
And I'm not gonna lie, we've been reporting California flooding since the end of 2023.
I love the hat.
I even heard some news reporters say that it can get
I have one of those?
Blue one at least
in rain.
Oh my gosh.
This is in Indonesia this week. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are no longer in Kansas anymore. Don't forget the snacks. Bad joke, bad joke. This is why you do not want to build your house anywhere near a river.
floodplain.
Yeah, floodplain, and if you have the opportunity to build, even if you raise your house up 4 inches on a good foundation, it will make a huge difference. Yes, there are flash floods where they didn't used to be, and then there's desertification where it didn't used to be, and everything's changed.
Look at that.
You've ever been in a flash flood before? They're scary.
Well, I'd say don't buy lawn furniture this year.
Nope. Especially lawn furniture, like glass labels. That's a bad idea. I remember when I was a kid, my parents had bought, cabin furniture with this glass tabletop. We had an umbrella on it, and the wind took the umbrella and the glass with it, and the glass is shattered everywhere.
And buy American, don't buy Chinese.
Sorry, Chris. I was trying to turn it down the whole time.
Buy American, don't buy Chinese, because they'll be broken or gone or rot right before your very eyes within 2 years. Nothing works. And China's going through a horrible economic crash right now. And people talk about, those who complain about Bidenomics. Right now, we have the most flourishing economy around the world than anyone else recovering from the pandemic. So anyone who says Bidenomics isn't working is completely wrong and misinformed. We are currently the best economic place we could possibly be, even though there are other economies that are crashing. So our world is in freaky turmoil at every part of our normal aspect of life, including and be prepared to, I watch the farm reports really early in the morning regularly, and the wheat crop and the corn crop and the rice crop and the soy crop and all of this, and I try to watch the markets a little bit, and we are not what we were producing even 5 years ago.
Wow.
And China had bought up every stitch of every grain, even the ground corn, the stuff that they leave on the ground that they don't have room for in the granaries around the United States, and they pay top dollar for it a couple of years ago. And what we're looking at right here is a really great example is what's happening to China. And that hailstorm that happened on the 29th yesterday, and the 24th and the 25th is right in their spring seeding season. So literally the stuff that the rice and all of the stuff that they've already planted just got the shit kicked out of it. And this is in the southern hemisphere of China, while meanwhile in the northern hemisphere of China, or the northern latitudes of China, they're having still winter-like conditions that are unusual as well. And this is the year of the dragon, very much like where the origin year of the great floods of China. For the last 3 years, China has been having mass flooding. Half their dams no longer work. They're not generating the power. They don't have the coal. I mean, there's all kinds of, they don't even have, companies are pulling out left and right, China corruption, all kinds of things. China's falling apart, and we'll be very fortunate if we're not dragged into their economy drop, just like it happened to us worldwide in 2008. Just pray that does not happen. Yeah, this is happening everywhere worldwide, people. We never saw this in 1990. We didn't see this in 1970. And I remember these things because, I go back that far.
We were there. Yeah.
I talked to a
watched the fireman talking about the state of farms down south, and he was talking about how he stays on a big farm as one of the people that's got a place there. And the main farmer was saying that he was selling the things, the land and stuff to the government or something. And they were only going to plant again in a couple of years because everything's waterlogged. It can't grow crops.
Not only that, I encourage you to look at a movie called Food Inc., INC, period. And that tells you how the system of what we live off of and how food is produced in this country. It's rather old. It's over a decade old, but it's an unbelievable video. We're in a lot of hurt in a lot of ways, and people have complacently allowed it to occur because we like things easy and we have a very short memory span.
Right.
And
Food Inc.
Yeah, Food Inc. And you can probably find a copy on YouTube where I saw it last. We have to learn, and this is part of what I try to teach people. And I Montana Skywatcher 1 worked on for a while, and I've had other side Facebook pages that I don't. I've got other pages that I don't frequent often, that where we teach self-sustainability, how to grow food, all of this stuff, and we try to talk about the mystical parts of life and where our culture and our society is going. And people really need to let go of a little level of technology and sort of step back to the important shit, including collecting tools that don't take electricity to run and learning the techniques. Yeah, those guys were very lucky.
Mm-hmm.
And if you've ever stood in front of an avalanche before, you have to seriously. I loved this. This was an awesome shot. There was a couple even better ones as well, where these bridges get taken out. Those rogue spinners right there are killers. And guys, everything around us is changing right before our very eyes. And then you can't write it off and go, oh, it's just climate change. No, it's more than that. But then the climate changes every time the Nibiru system and the Earth system, the Sol system, or the Immer, well, I can't even say Immer, we have to say standard red, pass by. This happens cyclic. It's over and over again. Look at that. There's liquefaction of stone. Wow. Carrying 5-ton boulders like it was a leaf on top of the pile.
That building's gonna go. Look at it. Oh my word! And it's a nice looking building.
Sinkhole.
Yep.
Oh.
And all of this happening with the tectonic plate movement and all of this and the water sequestration issues and the overabundance of water, and then it starts to eat through base limestone because everything changes from many, many years of being dry, and the San Andreas fault is now getting heavier and heavier and heavier every time it rains. And there's this displacement stuff going on off the coast of Oregon where the land is splitting apart in the underwater volcano. And over the last few months, there have been thousands and thousands of earthquakes off Vancouver Island under the water. And there's a new separation of the plates occurring there, which is also creating a new possibility of volcanic. It is creating volcanic activity.
Look at that. It's so angry. It's yellow, that water.
Yeah, that's dirt and mud and sand and this and that. And then before you know it, that whole mountain's going to come down and that road won't even be there. People, we, and you can't stack all of this stuff on. And Rebecca, remember when it used to happen once a month?
Oh, barely, a long time ago.
Yeah, remember when Colorado had the floods and Colorado had the fires and then Montana had the fires and then, such and such had a flood.
Right. It was
like once a
spaced
month.
out. It was spaced out. It wasn't every single day. It's like
now it's every single day. Around the world, there are these major catastrophes from weather going on. And people will go, well, it's because people have phones now. And so they're all posting it on YouTube. No. We're writing all of this crap down. We're taking notes. We see the patterns.
Desperate attempt to hide. That's what my bot would say. Thank you, Karen.
I was just going to say that. I just scrolled over. I was going to say thank you, Karen Porter, very much.
Right.
Because only through support are we ever going to. Yeah, well done. Go, Chris, go.
Thank
you. You're ahead of us.
Personal touch. Very nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and only through people's help. And we have to ask for all of you sky watchers out there that are listening, citizen scientists, to help us. We've got to get this word out. We are not wrong. And I'm going to give all the rest of you guys a minute to talk while I grab cough drop number 1. And I would like you to please brag on the accuracy
2.5 hours.
And the origin of where we get our information from. Montana Skywatchers, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, etc. And go.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead.
Come on, drag it up. You guys got to promote this.
I had some favorite pictures, and I thought, well, let's just take a glance at these. I've mixed them up a little bit so they wouldn't be in the same order, but when my favorites are. But I like this one, it's so perfect. You can't help but see it. There it is. Look how close it is. And you're like, that's impossible. But yet there it is. There's like And then there's another picture, kind of similar.
Right.
Atti's moon and Uri.
Look at that. And then that, even the blue behind it is a planet.
That's Saru.
The darker blue. Right. It just, anyway, I can never get tired of looking at these.
No.
So.
Yeah, and this is nothing like the skies we ever had growing up. You will not find any of this picture anywhere, and as my phone rings, in any Western movie from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. Okay, excuse me, I'm going to go mute here and answer the phone.
Get it. Oh, okay, go ahead. Yeah,
and
you can see how it's like, okay, so this is a series of pictures I've lined up where it's all curves. For this set, it's like all curves to the left of our sun. So it's going to be Attu's moon, Attu, Uri, Saru, basically for all of these pictures. And you notice the curve is all the same direction.
Yeah, that's the side of Uri. I love this shot. This shows you one of these stripes, and now they're going up at an angle because of the axis that we're viewing it here. But these stripes match year after year after year, including the indentions where there's certain amounts of light that can get in between some of the rings at a deeper level than other facings.
Right.
And we have seen this pattern over and over, year after year after year, from small to large. So we absolutely know that Uri is striped. And all of this information came in from day one, over time. Now, there again is Uri, but we're seeing the side view of it. It's illuminated pink because Saru is on the left, Saturn is on the right. They're red and orange because Saru has a very always orange base cloud. It's weird. I think that has to do with the sun illumination of the second star or something. I don't know. But the pattern that we're looking at, and here, of course, just on the left-hand side at the lower area next to this hut is where the Salamander asteroid group is, and Tan asteroid. You can see the main central asteroid right there is Tan asteroid. And we know what it looks like. We know that it looks like a salamander and the head is up higher, et cetera, blah, 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 blah. We've seen this pattern for so long. And we've compared so many thousands of captures from around the world for 14 years. So we know what we're looking at.
My mind. It's like when I finally realized oh my gosh, that's the same exact formation I've been seeing for however long now. And then, oh my God, here's Attu's moon and Attu and Uri and Nibiru and Isatim's yellow moon. And it's every single day now I'm seeing it, and I'm just blown away.
Yeah, me too.
It's perfectly cyclic as well. So
yes. I'm 14 years in, and I still can't believe what we've proven. And there it is. It's like, oh shit, you know. And I go through days where I go, oh God, you know, I just want to be accurate. I don't want to mislead people, and it's a stressful thing. And then I walk out the door, or I see, you know, or I turn on the computer and you guys send me your work and everything. I'm going, oh my God, I can't argue with this. Here it is. And this is why I always keep going where the people, the collegics and the scholastics, and go, well, that couldn't possibly happen if this was going to do that, and it would have been done that, and wouldn't we have seen it by now? It's like, what rock are you living under? Oh my God, are you kidding me?
And if you were an academic, wouldn't you want to gather up this information and test it for yourself? I just don't understand why people just shut down immediately. It
looks like steps in the sky. Look at it.
Yeah, this is 2019. This is just after Uri came from the right-hand side and went over to the left, and then it got illuminated past Earth in the first of the cycles where we were actually seeing them facially illuminated after sunset and around sunset, etc., around 2019. And that's where we knew that they were going up and following with they followed the path that they already arrived from. They're not going to change direction mid whatever. And they continued on the path, and that's how we knew that we were just now passing the halfway point, blah, 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 because they were rising and going beyond Earth, et cetera, et cetera. And this is where all this compiled information. And you can basically see the stripes of Uri here so well.
Sam, do you think only certain people can see what's going on Kevin W. is asking that question.
Well, we're going to attack that from 2 points of view. Are they interested enough to even bother? And B, if they do, what the greatest problem has been for most everyone, and me included, especially in the original first few years, I was very surprised at how close the planets were to us. I knew they were coming all the way back from the 70s. The government forced me into a 30-year non-disclosure agreement, and I imagined and assumed generically that we would see them like we see Mars and we see Jupiter. And by the way, they are in the northwest sky this week, if you want to look after an hour after sunset. We would generically see them as these small dots, and you could, if you put the telescope up and hey, you can see the rings of Saturn, or oh cool, there's the shadows of Mars, and etc. Depending on your telescope. But when they got here and they were so damn big, it was unbelievable. And then we've been documenting it ever since they arrived visibly under Earth from Neumayer Station in Antarctica all the way back to 2010. And we've never looked back. So when they pass, they're going to hopefully be putting on a great show. I hope people by then are more open to the understanding of it. They're sky fillers, and most people don't perceive that. So some people will. Some people will go, well, God, that has to be that. And then their brain will go, oh, okay. And then they take a step across that threshold, just like the last two pictures. You cannot have that same shape time after time after time and call it just clouds. And we've taken 14 years to prove it. Now, this one, of course, is the date on this is 2019. This is when Nibiru, you're basically the major majority of what you're looking at is Nibiru. And then his Saturn and Saturn's yellow or moon are right there by the date in the middle right upper. They're much smaller back in 2019. But this is when we first started re-seeing Nibiru, because prior to that, she was up higher and then out of our view because the sun was in the way and we didn't see her. Then they were away from us, and then now because of where tiny little Earth is moving. Yeah, this again is this is the side of his Saturn. Jeez. And it's probably 2022, maybe 23. And of course, and then again, you can see that little box, the little blue box standing in the middle of that. Kind of looks like an ion trail, but it's not.
Okay.
The ion trails are lighter, but the blue box in the middle is the long box cube of the intergalactic craft, and they're freaking here. And if you look over towards the left there below the lettering and the blue area that comes down like a wedge off the side of an orange, that is the edge of Nibiru.
I was going to pause this 1 minute. I want to go back and get this.
And it's either a side or the green asteroid crossing middle right upper with a dot. I think that's the green asteroid because of the dots, plural, multiple dots right there.
Yesterday, Afan in Maldives shared a picture.
Yay. And hello, Afan.
I want to show you when you talk about the long box cube. I want to make sure you saw this.
Oh, yeah.
I got to get back to it. Yeah, it's so good. Oh, my gosh. Okay. Just 1 second.
Yeah, and we get sightings of the long box cube literally every day.
At that perfect angle, we see this over and over. It's at a certain angle, like leaning in at the 2 o'clock position of our sun, or maybe
it transitions, but the sightings are all generic and they come in. This is why we do what we do at Montana Sky Watchers and Nibiru Followers Anonymous, is we collect. I actually saved a copy of that this morning. Thank you. Good job.
Okay, good.
And I did not know it was Afan's.
What? So that's an alien operated craft. That's hard to believe.
Yeah, we even have a picture of it without any clouds around it whatsoever, if you'd like me to send it to you.
You should. I don't know if surely I've seen
it,
but maybe I haven't. I have some good ones.
It's old. It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
I'll go to Facebook, and I wasn't on Facebook, but I'll go there and
well, no rush.
Oh, look at that.
I'll get you a copy of it.
Yeah.
Because it actually came from off-site, and that's why I don't generically post it, because it's not ours per se. It's something I farmed off of Facebook. Okay, where is it? It's all the way. I think it's in the Texas Cube file. It's not one I share often because it's not member submitted, and there's a lot of them that aren't necessarily okay. There it is. Wow, I actually found it that fast. Amazing. Okay, there's a copy of it. And we, last, what was it, 2 weeks ago, we got somebody sent in a thing where you could actually see the infrastructure of the construction of the long box cube. I saw my eye one time really well, where you can sort of see inside of it. It's not completely encased in square metal, but it has sort of girders and beams, kind of like a Borg ship, where you can see inside of it in different areas.
Surely this is out there on video somewhere.
Yeah, look at the watermark in the corner of the picture. That's why it's not our picture, but I've kept this, and this was part of what really blew me away into the quest of the long box cube, because I got that picture and then I went, "You mean there's another cube here?" And because that's way bigger than the Texas cube. And so I had to do some research, and then I spent a few months looking, and we proved many times over that the long box cube also got here somewhere around 2017. We weren't witnessing it, live that day. Where we did watch the arrival live the day the Texas cube got here in 2015 on Montana Skywatcher 1, I believe.
Okay, let me pull that up now.
That's an awesome picture, but I don't know where it is. Looks very Atu's moonish. And I don't know what the dark object in the middle is. Or middle right. It's a blurb.
Something new too. Wow.
Well, I'm looking at it on a 43, and it's blown up, and it's just a big orange peanut.
There's what Sam just sent me.
Wow.
And you can see little holes that are open all over the infrastructure. And this came from you can't see the person's name, but it came off of some UFO site. And I saw it, and I immediately went, "Wait a minute, I have to keep this picture." And then I researched around this capture. That's also part of why I don't necessarily post it very often, because we use our membership sightings. And we have quite a few where there's,
wild though. Look at it.
Yeah, and this is how we knew it was, two cubes glued together. So that's why it became the long box cube. And we hadn't found any other name for it, so and some of the terminology we use, we have had to invent, and like backlit crescent flare and all of that, and cutoff flaring. I don't know if science has a better term for it, but
there's another example of that tilt coming in, 2 o'clock position of the sun. There's an obvious
box, and look, they're hiding it, and they don't want you to see that it's
shade.
Very close to Earth, and guys are flying their little ships up there and loading stuff onto these things. Of course, I don't see this as a container ship. I see this more as a flying parking garage base, space station. Texas cube is the same way. I think the control scenario, and that looks like the blue asteroid above the sun in this shot. This has got the circle with a little blip in it. We've had I love this one.
Yeah.
They're it's like, and we've seen many captures where the Texas cube and the long box cube were right next to each other, including in the middle of storms. And we got a lot of those captures, and they do move around, but generically they're always back in the same place. Texas cube on the left, long box cube on the right. Texas cube hides behind the rounding asteroids below Atu's moon. Long box cube hides just behind or near Isatum's yellow moon ion trails. so it fits into the cloud wave pattern and they don't stand out. Prior to 2019, they were all in front of the sun, from the Empire Orb, the Long Box Cube, the Texas Cube, and they were there. And then they came out of hiding right as the same crop circle pattern of the Phoenix matched placement of Atu's moon. And I give a diagram and people would use that. And it matched crop circles so well that we had to use it because it was actually like a time marker. And you went, shit, look at this. It matched. It fits. And we got it before the crop circle came out, just like a month or two right before it occurred. And I'm quite comfortable reading many crop circles. I can't read them all, but I'm quite comfortable reading a lot of them. And over the 14 years, I've gotten good at it. It's like kind of almost like languagey. Well, and you learn once if you go back even to the Colburn Bible, for example, and you know about the binary solar system, and then you reread it, and it just makes so much more sense. Things fit. Same thing with David Talbot and the Symbols of an Alien Sky. If you take into Velikovsky, you go to Immanuel Velikovsky, and you take in, I love that. That is from 2015. That's the arrival of Texas Cube. That is the capture, one of the many captures that they just re-released the information on YouTube for a second time on some side, compilation show some guy did. But this picture is when, same with this one. This is when the Texas Cube came out of the wormhole. And we did a live watch party on that on Montana Skywatcher 1. And we watched and talked about it for about a week and a half, 2 weeks. And I had not seen the Texas Cube by eye until 2019, but we had watched it enough that there was a confirmation scenario where it wasn't photoshopped.
Jeez.
And really that thing is massive. It's not small. It is huge. Because we've got captures going back to 2018, 19-ish, when they did come out of 19-ish and 20-ish. When they did come out of hiding, that white dot is probably a ship in front of it. The ships are tiny in comparison to what these cubes are, and they're not the Borg. I believe this is a Federation group coming here to make sure everything's kosher and all the rules and share and all of that. And I believe, show of course. And you see these little triangles on here? Those are Star Destroyers.
Wow.
Tiny, which we know Star Destroyers are, craft that can light speed jump into other areas, but they're vastly large. And if they look like little sand specks in front of that thing, we know that the Texas Cube is massive. And I'm very glad that this information was re-released, a decade later. Wow. Because that's the stuff you've been watching here. And these match our old sightings, which is exactly why I know what they are, because I've got these pictures saved in my files. And we watched, and the reason it's called Texas Cube is because of where it appeared. It appeared over Texas, over the Texas Collider, which is a huge hint, and the same reason that the Norway Spiral occurred over the Hadron Collider in 2009, and that was the early arrival of the big ship to let everybody know, all the countries' leaders know that here we begin. This is happening, and shit's coming. Are you ready? Because all the G7 countries were in Germany that weekend.
So,
I mean, the leaders. So,
yeah,
Obama and those guys were all in Germany to watch this happen. And they've butchered the footage of it. You can't even see the object come out of it like you used to. Wow. And I've been searching for an original copy, but everything I've ever found and looked up and relooked up and relooked up, it ends before the object comes through. And then, of course, I've seen the Empire orb by eye, and I knew it was the same thing. And it's like, oh my God, Yeah.
Yeah.
And you would think that by now, we've been talking about this. We've been talking about the Texas Cube for a decade. And it's been here, and you'd think that somebody would have jumped on the board with this, and hey, we need to let the whole world know that the question is like, are we alone in the universe? Hell no. And we have an entire invasion fleet parked above us. Whether they choose to invade or not is a different story. I don't think they have to. I think they have let our world leaders know that they already own Earth, period. Let's hope. I mean, let's hope that, everybody understands the rules. Not that they're going to follow it, but, arrogance of man. How dare you tell us? Well, they do, believe me. They dare. Their technology. Go ahead.
I'm just thinking, like, wouldn't they be like mixed in with, like the world leaders, like, like they're not.
Yeah, well, it's galaxy.
I mean,
you own sections of space. The Federation is a group of multiracial planets mixed together, all working together for a goal. Because there are wars in space that I don't talk about often, and I don't know the outcome of it. But then I imagine my existence compared to the length of the race that I was informed. Or excuse me, the war that I was informed of that is going on has been far longer than 3 or 4 generations of me. So there's a space war going on out there, and this is one of the factions is the Federation, and they do look out for us. And I believe the Pleiadians are members of the Federation. And then, of course, you got to take into account the Anunnaki or the Nibiruans. They're a different faction, and then there's other little factions all over the place too.
Yeah. So are these cubes associated with the planets of the twin solar system, or outside that?
No. These are intergalactic. They come from outside our solar system.
So they're just here too.
Well, this is like the police force that they have all the Star Destroyers, which shows that they could go to war if they wanted to. And since, they did park and offload in 2019 and not done anything, so therefore we can assume there's no reason to invade. They're just making sure that we produce the commodities that they ask for, as they do every time that Nibiru comes by. And we give the tribute to the gods, and then they either police over the fair, accounting for who gets what, or they're here to get their share or whatever, however you want to view it. You cannot think of good as evil. You have to look at it as factional agenda, and everybody needs something, including us. So, the price of gold is currently $2,100 an ounce, highest in recorded history.
I haven't thought about that, but we could be making trades, with.
Well, at the price that it is, where they'll hand you paper money in place of it, or credit in a machine, you then turn in the smallest little segments of gold to be compiled into the repository of available gold, and therefore that increases part of the commodity ratio that goes off-world.
I see.
All a big, huge galactic stock market. Or if you go back to the movie Jabberwocky by Monty Python, stock taking. I'm stock taking, Paula. Good show. Jabberwocky.
I mean, it's like they keep us really innocent from all the reality of things on purpose. They keep us so
we would be
naive.
less inclined to do what we're supposed to do if we had a way to sort of get back at them and just ask the Nephilim how that worked out for them. Because they held back the commodities and they got their asses kicked for it. And
oh, wow. Did they actually hold back commodities? Is that what they did?
Correct. Well, you saw Maraduke shaking his fist at the gods. Right? Mm-hmm. That's in the lore. And that's him telling you, no. Yeah, and that's when the end of the giants came. And because we know that there's been these events on the planet where these nuclear explosions. And we have no way to account for that except for it was way, way, way long time ago. And they're, calculating the half-life of whatever type of radiation it is. And they know that it doesn't make sense with their math. And then they wonder why. So I believe that, the last group of giants that lived here and all tried to withhold or keep a larger portion, or didn't meet code or whatever, or were bad employees, whatever you want to call them. And
they said they were the ones digging in the mines, weren't they?
Well, during the more Arctic periods of Earth, they had larger bodied creatures who did better in the cold because they had larger internal organs to keep themselves heated. And people think of Neanderthals and stuff like that as being knuckle dragging club swingers who lived in caves, but that's not the case. They were actually doing a lot of mines. They had carts with wheels. They had technology of their own. They had you go to the Clovis Point and you take the hammers and all of this stuff that they found thousands of artifacts that are way too big, including human or semi-giant skeletons with 2 rows of teeth, blah, 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 on and on and on and on.
And giant sword that they found in Japan as well.
Right, yeah, all of that too. And they've even got pictures going back to the 1880s of giants still walking around China. And these guys are 16 and 18 feet tall. And
there was one that had some kind of story about one in Iraq. Was it Iraq or Turkey?
Yeah, where they had, I believe that the giants are coming up because they hear the planets too, and they're opening the doors, and people are capturing these giant doors opening all over the world. And big giants peeking there. Oh, there was something there. Oh, clouds. Okay. Yeah, this out view is not too determinative, but this focaling, how large the sun is getting, shows you that it's being pinched off on 2 sides. That's why it got that big. It's called a cutoff focaling flare. And this white cloud is a cloud of something coming in. There's a planet standing to the right of the sun, of course. And this looks like somewhere around the Colorado Rocky area. Those look like Colorado mountains to me.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I study a lot of geology, so I'm pretty familiar with most of the mountains around the world, believe it or not. Pattern recognition, you guys.
Yep.
Welcome to Sam's Insanity.
No, it's not like that.
Are you sure?
I know. Right.
Well, I do go off the deep end on some of these studies, and I'm absolutely addicted to geology. And you give me an erosion table with a bunch of rocks and some sand and a bucket of water, and I'll have a field day for hours. Ever since I was a kid, and I built my first erosion table in like the 4th grade, I've been absolutely, completely hooked on geology and erosion. And I study as much as I can to try and fill all the little holes in on how when that formed, what did that, what plate did this, and how this moved from Pangaea to that, and India moved from South Antarctica and did all of that. And I eat it up like candy.
Right.
I remember in Standard 6 we did a geomorphology project on different kinds of rocks. The rock formation.
You see how this is rising off the horizon and it's still in a flare state? Shows you it's not a solar sunrise flare. This is a flare pinch off between the body on the right, which is most likely a Saturn's yellow moon, very large. Okay, the date on this is 3 days ago. Yeah, 3 days ago. That's the Saturn's. There's the ion tail right there wisping out. Yep, and then over you would have Atu's moon, and then Uri coming in on the left. Transition followed by the base cloud of Ceru all the way at the horizon in the back left. Yeah, this is cutoff flaring. That's why the sun is that big, because it's focaling out between the bodies that are kind of in front of it. And then see the illumination rainbow? That's the bottom of Atu's moon turning briefly illuminated above the sun.
Wow.
Man, it's like hypnotic or something. It's cool.
You know, everybody's waiting for the eclipse, but we have this
you get them all the time.
Yeah, we've been watching a sort of eclipse for, decades. And, the right-hand side, the left-hand side of the sun have had a major body in it since 2011. And people don't see it. That is not the sun. You're looking at the illumination of the bottom of, that is the bottom of Saturn's yellow moon right there illuminating on the right. And then here on the left, you see the illumination of Uri on the left horizontal level. That's the face of Uri showing white. And Attu and Attu's moon are moving over the top of us and behind us.
What is it when it does that? It just looks like a big...
That's a rotating, very close passing Nepenthe.
Wow.
At night. And you think you see stars, but do we?
That was the problem I was having before I met you guys and found out about this information, is that I couldn't see stars at all. Where did all the stars go?
Yeah, where does the stars go? You're like, whoa.
They're being blocked at night by planets being over the top of us. And then they do move. They do move. But lately, especially with quite a few of Gillian's, now I believe we're seeing real stars. And Gillian captured what we thought were stars, and then we looked at them very close, and they were star destroyers.
That was cool.
And they were triangles, and they were all illuminated, and they were leaving little ion eddy trails behind them and everything. So we knew they were not stars. And years going back, and many, many pictures I have to go, do not automatically assume that what you're looking at is a star. That illumination is not the sun. That illumination is on the bottom of something. And I love that reveal of Saru last week with the one that Terry sent in. Thank you again, Terry Wade. And whomever actually captured it. We appreciate the use of your material for scientific studies. And that's what we use it for. It was unbelievably really, really cool to see that, and I automatically instantly knew it was Saru, and it was taken in Vietnam because they're down along the equator, and we don't get that view here. So it was very, very, I knew it was there. I knew it was coming, and I was highly entertained when we got an actual capture of it. That's beyond reproach, because the cutoff is so eye screwy between the color of the face of Saru and that red rest of the sky. That it actually argues with the brain as to what the hell you're looking at. And I hope that occurs in a lot of people where they go, what the hell am I looking at? Where they'll actually, take that first step across the threshold of belief.
Wow.
Most of what we're seeing over the top of us, everybody, is planets. And yes, they are that damn big. It's spooky. You got to look at the horizon to see the real sky color.
Curves and
look at the glowing.
Yep. Illumination from underneath because the sun is already going down. So the angle of light has changed. And what you're looking at is one already went by, and then this is the second one. This is Attu and Attu's moon. And the first one that went over the head was, I believe, Nepenthe. And this is Attu and Attu's moon right there. And there's the orbiting, rotating asteroids underneath her coming down in from the left-hand side of the pore, reaching around. And now we're seeing bottom illumination of Attu's moon. And then we'll see side illumination on the right-hand side of his Saturn's yellow moon, cutting into the sun, which is why it's flaring now. And the ion trail going to the right. And then we'll see the rotation change of Attu, and then we'll see the asteroids on the left-hand side start to appear because they're all following in a rotational pattern. Look at that crazy-ass illumination.
Excuse me, guys. I have to go for about 30 minutes. I'll be back.
Sure.
My wife's pharmacy is about to close, so we have to go pick up her medication. So I'll be right back.
Drive careful. Make sure you stop fully at all stop signs.
Okay, I'll see you guys in
All
a
right.
half hour.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah,
Wow.
that flaring, guys. That
Oh my
flaring.
gosh.
You know.
Look how huge it
That
went.
is great.
Yeah, time to question why it's doing this. Oh, hey,
That's
Rebecca, do you remember
huge.
how many times we had to explain to people why the skies were flickering in their cameras? They were all freaked out, going, "Oh, it's a matrix. We're on a, we're on a
The
stage."
sun simulator.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, I mercifully forgotten the sun simulator.
I know.
Oh my God, we went through that for years.
Oh, look at that! It's flashing.
We still are.
Oh yeah, there's still people out there that believe in the sun.
Right. I mean, this is not because there's a fake sun.
No, and then they never asked the next question: if they needed a fake sun, what else is going on that they would need one for? Because there's no off switch for the sun. And I heard a joke, and it's years old, and I'll tell it again. Pardon the expression, this middle-aged blonde woman comes home from work to her husband. She says, "God, I hear they're going to do a new study on the sun, and they're going to actually land on the sun to see what it's made of." And the husband
Seriously?
goes, "Really?" And he says, "How are they going to do that?" And she said, "Oh, well, they're going to go there at night."
We're going to go there at night. Oh, okay. And repair it. And change the battery and how they power it.
At night the sun's turned off, and so then they can land on the sun and sample the sun because it's turned off at night, and that's not how things work. And of course we know that, and that's the joke. It's terrible if you have to explain your joke.
Right. I know.
There's some light refraction for you. A little bit of lightning, I think. Oh, rain. Yeah, rain refraction. Can't really use this, but because we're filming either on a wet camera. Okay, and then look at the illumination above. Is that daytime?
Purple, blue.
Is that dawn? Or is that an illuminated planet?
Oh yeah, that's too white to be the sun.
Yeah.
It's green.
And wouldn't it rise from the horizon first, like it might be doing on the left hand side right now? That could be the sun rising. Okay, it is 5 a.m. So. Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got planets overhead. And look at that beautiful red
sunrise over. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. That's intense.
There goes the big butt on the left.
Woo. Oh my God.
Yeah, unusual illumination all over the place. And I'm amazed people don't see them. I'm dumbstruck. I really am. Detection eyes. 29th. So that isn't that literally
yesterday?
Yep. Brand new.
Doing some weird things up there just now. Come on.
Yeah. We get excited because we get to see this all the time, and it's for the new folks going, "Oh, it's just clouds, man. I see the sun moving and something's going on up there, but I don't know what." Well, we have taken the decades worth of time to learn all of this stuff for you. And that's unusual.
What's that? Oh, plane. Oh. Plane.
Move the camera.
I really don't
know. Come back.
Right.
We believe that the blue asteroid has been sighted at night doing stuff like that. We believe that
Go back.
Some of the object cluster group is visible, especially the red asteroid. It has been seen, and that was like a couple weeks ago. Haven't seen a lot of it, but they do make cameo rolls at night, and then they glow. And now, remember, the comet, which of course we would see a tail, not just intermittent occurrence. That's
what is that?
Did you pause it?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Let me blow it up and I'll have a look at it. Huh.
Wait.
Where'd he go?
I gotta find it again. Hang on.
It vanished.
Come back, little blob. All is forgiven.
Well, that could be, it looks very round, very spherical. Could be the Empire Orb, could be the blue asteroid, could be a number of things, could be another asteroid coming in.
Come on, little birdie.
Wow.
Could be our moon going through clouds for all we know. We don't know we do not know what the cloud cover on this shot is. It could be just clouds, and they're getting poor camera in a very dark area, and they've only got 3 or 4 lights in front of them. It looks like there's a branch there for a second, so we could even have trees in front of us and we wouldn't know it. Sorry, can't do much with this, but yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty nondescript.
Kind of interesting.
It's kind of green.
It's big. Could be the moon. The time lapse is moving pretty fast.
That was
fun.
I didn't even know that was there. Interesting.
That was fun.
Right there.
Morning has risen.
Okay.
I'm looking for a direction, but I don't see any directions given. We are assuming that this is sunrise, so we're probably looking southeast.
You know what? Let me back this up. Sorry, guys, but there is a beginning to this. Now that yes, okay.
Hello.
It was okay. Watch this, Sam. It's gonna. Watch this.
We're looking southeast.
Yeah, watch this. No, but watch. It's gonna happen.
Okay.
Here it comes. It's just so great for about a half second.
Pretty. Woo!
Yes, right there.
Whoa.
Wasn't that cool?
Yep.
That was cool. But yeah, you can see it. You can see for a second. You can see the impression of Saturn.
Saturn, Yellow Moon, Nibiru are all right there. We're looking at that direction. Yeah, southeast. Yuppers. Yeah, we know the green asteroid is making a cameo around there as well, but that was most likely the moon. Because we are looking in the southeast, and that's generically where the moon passing has been, southeast to southwest, which has been odd, and it's supposed to be going
look at that. You
west.
get a clear red orange.
And we had a really freaky, weird angle of the full moon here this last month. I was noticing that too. It's like, wow. And then one day or so, like a week before the full moon, I saw the moon in my north window, which way not normal. So, and then people are talking how the sun is wrong and the moon is wrong and everything's wrong. So it's way not normal, people. We are pilgrims in a foreign land. It's really spooky what's going on over our heads.
Oh boy.
And the only thing we get to do about it is ride it out.
I think they would be impressed with us, Sam, that we figured this bunch out.
I hope so. I weigh that occasionally. I ask myself, well, what you're doing, does it matter? Or, I briefly cross that across my mind and wonder, but I'm so obsessed with it and loving it. I'm just as much answering it for myself as I'm trying for you guys. And we've talked about this before. I don't think I could quit for a second.
No, you couldn't stop thinking about it.
Yeah, well, yeah. It haunts you.
And then you're like,
you're obsessed with it. Yeah.
Yes, I guess I am.
You're cuckoo, one crazy man.
Well, there's a guy called Rodney Letman, and he says, if you could spend $1,000 on survival gear, what would you get?
There it is.
Wow. Survival gear. If I was to spend $1,000 on survival gear, I would buy at least 2/3 of it would buy food. I would buy a couple of really good hand tools. I would buy a really good tent, and I would buy a really good cook stove and water containers and excellent boots and clothing and all of that. And I don't want to include you could get a semi-real good crossbow along with that for hunting.
First aid.
Yeah, look at that. That is the spiral asteroid.
No way, that's a spiral asteroid. Look at that.
This is the salamander asteroid group right there on the side of Uri, and this is what we're waiting for to come in, you guys. This is
that looks like what Rebecca saw. Sorry, just
that's the spiral asteroid, very low off the deck. Look at that thing.
Wow.
See it crossing? See it, guys? Look at the size of that.
Jeez.
Yeah.
And this is also that one that everybody talks about. It's the hand of God reaching down in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Remember that? See the thumb?
Yeah.
That's the second. There are two asteroids, and they spiral. The thumb, which is sort of missing in this shot, and then the one behind it is the bigger one, and it always looks like it's sort of like a lion biting something.
Yeah.
But this is when a lot of people over the years they called it the hand of God because it does come in at that angle, and look what it is doing.
Looks like a lion now, with a great big nose.
Discharging.
Yeah.
See, these are repulsive discharges that are coming from thousands of miles above us, and yet we see them as tiny.
Yeah.
And this is what's coming. This is going to be.
So they're all going to do purple. Are they all going to do purple?
Well, the upper atmospheric lightning is always purple or blue. See, this is the onset of the storm that we always call the red sonja storm, where it has never-ending lightning. That is coming to a theater near you all summer. And they're dangerous storms from hell. And it just happens to be when it does the close pass.
Yeah, it was really low. I mean, it's coming in at a higher angle.
It can be there on the planet. It can be there on the planet. And we've documented these storms. Yeah, look at that spiral. It's because there's two of them. And they create this, and they concentrically orbit each other, and they're spiraling. One smaller and behind in most shots. And that's why it does this weird loping cloud pattern. And it could be made of some magnetic material, one being positive, one being charged, negative, whatever, or magnetically, collective together, and they spiral. And we go back all the way about 2018 to knowing this one. And it used to be really tiny.
Nature's incredible. Nature is
used to be really tiny, but now it's big. And we've got hundreds of pictures of it going back to years.
What's the smallest picture you've got of it doing?
At that time, the smallest pictures we have of it, when it was very tiny and coming in as a group, you'd see the lead asteroid, you'd see the green asteroid, the blue asteroid, the big three, you'd see the red, the spiral asteroid was always behind. It was the last little tiny one behind all of the rest of them. And they were all in
like
one.
The tail tendril thing at the
end.
It's
just sort of like the bottom pinky of a hand coming in. And and it was just usually a little bit, and it has to do with outview as well. And they would change position. They'd be, we've got hundreds of shots going back where they're coming right at us, and then we've got hundreds of shots where they're going from left and right. From left and right. This is the bottom of Nepesity. This is Nepesity close pass.
It's loud.
Yeah, because she looks like she's got some kind of blanket that just kind of rolls out.
And you'll see the open core here in a second.
She comes. Yeehaw! Ding, ding, ding.
And these are the discharges that we have to look forward to in the coming year.
Pinball machine.
And notice the color of the lightning.
Oh, purple. Oh, look at that! No way. Ha. It looks like that building's doing it.
It's just like in the movie The Matrix, where they're driving those ships through the tunnels, and they've got those electrical generators that create electrical lightning bolts so that they can hover, and they float off the surface by shocking it all over with these diode pads. And this is why the planets do not crash into each other. They electrically repel off the atmosphere as well, because it has matter, it has substance, it has pounds per square inch, whereas what they are in is a different space gas scenario, so that has a repulsive effect between the two. And the St. Louis Arch.
That's so beautiful. And a storm.
I've been at the bottom of that. I
gorgeous.
never went up in it, but I've been at the bottom of that.
Big, is it?
Massive. Amazing.
It's amazing footage.
Now, if anybody calls this a normal storm, they're crazy. Of course, I'm sure this is sped up.
Yeah.
But this, if you look, that was snail foot.
Yeah.
If you want to run it back a second, Rebecca, if you don't, that's fine either.
I'm not sure where it was.
Just back, forward, right there.
Yeah.
See the snail foot? This is the bottom of Natu's moon. And you might even have a Star Destroyer right there in front. See the conning tower?
Hi, guys.
Yeah, it reminds me of the movies in Star Wars where you see the Star Destroyer parked outside the planet. That was what I was just looking at. And this is the bottom of Nepenthe. See the core? See the flat? See the open core?
Yeah.
And Nepenthe is violent. She puts off these big strikes.
Yeah, but she's almost got white lightning almost.
Right, but it's because she's smaller. The 2 is Nepenthe as well. That's Atu and Nepenthe storm. Atu's on the left, Nepenthe's over on the right, and they're zorching between each other.
Pretty cool.
They're there. And this is the 180-day cycle we're about to go through, and it's going to be close pass, and the asteroids in between it are going to discharge onto Earth and onto the asteroids and then onto the planets. And you'll be able to see it if you get your night eyes on and you look at the dark areas first. And before you know it, you will see the planets that you can never unsee.
Wonder why it's not for broadcast.
Oh, that way the networks don't steal it without paying for it. And that way they can claim licensing issues, I guess. Boy, they're pumping a whole bunch of stuff at us here. Good compilation.
Yeah.
I wish it was in real time, but why did that make me hungry? I saw something like Kentucky or something like that, and all of a sudden it was a restaurant. I was like, I'm hungry.
That was it.
Cool.
Boy, yeah, that's intense.
Very invigorating. Let's go and eat something.
I don't really see much lightning where I am. I mean, we don't get much rain anymore here, or
just
storm or lightning, or But we did get it last about a year ago. We did get a big storm of power for 4 days. And
Sam says you're getting some, Rebecca. Get ready.
Yeah, you get rain this week.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because you're gonna have lightning storms as well in Arkansas and Missouri. So you should have the beginnings of the downsloping winds that come out of Colorado and out of Arizona, and that is that low pressure system that's hitting California right now.
So it's just going to cause fires.
Rebecca is in Oklahoma.
Yeah, in Tulsa, and what about fires and lightning?
Oh, speaking of which, that's also part of all of that planetoid crap where they're movies they're putting out, like what states you should not live in right now when the shit hits the fan. Basically, it was STF. Anyway, I'm not going to try to work it on my brain. Obviously, I'm tired. They were talking about how there were going to be and Nostradamus prophecies and all of that as well. We're talking about major fires in Texas and all of this, which we just had like a week or so ago. And then they're talking about Florida, Michigan, Ohio, and California, and I forget what the other couple of states were. And they're just warning people left and right. And it's like, I can imagine, these folks that believe this fall into a lot of this stuff and get fearful of it. And you should be aware of it. Live in one of those states. The level of what's going on right now on YouTube is spooky. And I'm in awe what just came out about this occurrence. Just amazing. I mean, we've seen, remember the Miami sighting where the aliens visited Miami and there were 300 cop cars. That didn't nearly last as long as what we're going through right now. Of course, there was more of a religious aspect to it, but the sixth seal and all of that, and the coming of Jesus and all, and New Madrid, and oh man. And then what else was there that you brought up, Rebecca? That was going to happen?
Fires. Oh.
Yeah, fires. Yeah. Nostradamus calls
that?
for the fires. And yeah.
Okay. The lightning.
Oh, yeah. And Florida, it's like Florida was going to burn up and Michigan was going to burn up. I mean, almost like, in the way it was described in this one video that I looked at, it was sort of like asteroids or meteors were going to hit those states. So, California, and they're talking about this huge storm that's going to come in off the coast of California, and they knew that Texas was going to light on fire, Florida was going to light on fire, Michigan, Ohio, and one other state. I'm trying to remember what it was, but we're all going to it was New Hampshire or Maine, something like that. And to me, that just, my brain just went, oh, some big asteroids are coming in. And so, who knows?
Irene is asking, what is the New Madrid?
The New Madrid fault line, the fault line in the middle of the North American plate, it holds a subduction fracture. Goes under the Mississippi, literally from the Great Lakes all the way to Louisiana. And it is a subduction plate, which is amazing. We don't have any real. Actually, it's not a subduction plate. It's a fissure crack, where one is higher than the other. It's a break that happened a long time ago. And if that break moves, because of the depth and the material of the dirt and rock and everything that's on top of that area geologically, it sustains quite more intense, far-reaching earthquake patterns, because it focals out like as if you dropped a rock in a bigger pond, compared to the middle of the Rocky Mountains, or compared to Washington State, or compared to the San Andreas Fault, how any of those slip fissures, including under ocean, etc., which is why underwater is so magnifyingly more dangerous. But anyway, in the New Madrid, the last time they had it, and I believe, oh God, I had it written down someplace. But anyway, the last time that they had a very serious 8-point or 7-point something, it was felt all the way up to Philadelphia and all the way down to Georgia and all the way out to Kansas and everything. Very, very extensive wave pattern of earthquake, greater area of effect, central focaling that's much larger. So that's what the big thing to do is. Not only that, the last time it happened, that was just recently after development of that area. People weren't really heavily populating that area, and the aftershocks lasted for quite a long time, and they had some serious loss of life and damage of property and stuff. The last time it happened was in late mid-1800s. And if that were to happen now, the loss of life and the loss of property and the affecting of roads and infrastructure and the river and all of this, because Mississippi, even at one point in time, and the last one flowed backwards and all sorts of shit changed geologically and geographically. So that's what the fear is that it's going to occur again because of the intervention of, quote unquote, the moon between Earth, and it's going right over the top of that area. So would it therefore have some sort of gravitational effect and cause the New Madrid to go off, which is possible. And this is why I keep, and I've studied all of this stuff over the last 2 weeks on purpose to try and look at every angle we can to, try to make heads or tails out of this, because there are so many people, including the National Guard in many states, and they're saying it's for crowd control and traffic, like it's going to be some major, it's like Elvis at the Superdome, So it's hard for me to judge, and prolific behavior of the religion of the South, the Southern Baptists and all those folks may take this drastically serious as the coming of Jesus, and perhaps they are going to make a media event out of it. I don't know. So this is why I've looked into it as I have.
Right. I know a lot of people are expecting something out of the norm.
Well, we're expecting that it's, because we've heard that it's not the moon. Of course, does that happen every eclipse? Do we hear that every eclipse? I don't know. I wasn't listening to them back then. And, the last one was 2017. So
this is from Gillian, I think right before the show. Right, Gillian?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a low pressure system. Boy, look how blue that is.
There, yeah. Mm-hmm. And then dark over there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it just rained on us. Oop, drink.
Everybody throughout the land has now yanked their head over.
I was wondering what it would look like if it was a planet, like upside down.
Well, we know you have a planet in somewhere in your shots here, even though you are at sea level, so you're looking at a rainstorm, and you're in the middle of a big low right now. I looked at your weather earlier.
Mm-hmm. When you say that's like Nipicity and Attu.
Well, yeah, we know they're overhead right now.
Like, just based on the clouds. That's what I'm.
Yeah.
Look at that! It looked like a mountain range up in the sky.
Right. That's a cool video, and I have some of your pictures here too. Let me get those ready. Let me get back.
I wonder what kind of what I'll see of the eclipse. It will be very low.
I know, but that guy on that TikTok video I sent you, he made it look like it could be good, didn't he? I mean, that's what I thought.
Yeah, no, maybe it depends on what time it actually is.
Right, he said sunset. That's what he said. But we gotta we'll double check.
So that means I would have to get somewhere that I could actually see sunset. That would mean the beach down in Old Nairn or something.
Okay. How far away is that?
Luckily, I'm off that day.
It's meant to be. It's meant to be, so you can go take pictures for all of us.
No, but it's because I actually asked for that day off. I planned it. Like all the other ones planned when their kids are off school. I thought, well, this is really important to me, so I want to see.
Right.
It doesn't matter what time of the day it is. I need to be off that day to prepare to go and see it. I want to go see it. Yeah. I'd have to find out where it is that's going to be.
These are some pictures from Gillian in Scotland.
Well, first of all, the Saturn's yellow moon is on the right, and you have the long box cube in the middle of it. And whatever's coming in on the left is an asteroid.
That's green.
Rather large one. And lead asteroid is just right of the sun, like the monthly drawing. Yeah, the long box cube is right there as well, including side orb.
I was going to say, Irene, she called it too. She said,
we know it's there. Yeah, and we get sightings of it every day.
Yes. Right. Anytime it's too straight or too, squared looking.
Shadowed. And then you got to look for the side orb, and once you find the side orb, you go, oh, yep, there it is.
She said she can see the side orb too.
Yep, that's part of the identification.
Little orb. Yeah.
Oh, she's talking about the two little colored light bulbs there.
And we know that the side orbs get struck by lightning, and then the lightning sends an electrical beam to the craft itself, and I think that's where they partially generate a good portion of their power, and that's why we see them in storms too.
I see your question now, Kevin. Sorry. Yeah, this one is gold the only commodity that they
No,
want?
there's minerals and secretions and he also asks, are human bodies on a commodity? And that implies that we're broken in pieces. No, we're not. I don't think we're butchered and sold as meat or anything like that. There may be a race or two out there that may consume us, but it's not a generic, regular occurrence. The human is probably a patented.
Belongs to someone.
I'm not going to say commodity. I'm going to say a patented, registered creature that's probably used in other locations other than Earth. I hope that answers your question.
Okay.
Maybe I don't know for sure.
Right.
I don't know for sure, but it's a supposition that it is possible. I know they collect materials, what they do with all of that. And I mean, if you own a patent, you would, take samples and then continue to further the line of your prototype. Anyway.
Right. So do you know, is it mostly just minerals like gold and other
minerals? And I'm sure, probably fine gems, who knows, anything we grow on here on Earth in bulk that they don't have there, I imagine would be, they might even be buying mangoes for all I know. So
okay.
Is Elon Musk doing Pizza Hut delivery? We don't know. So there's been certainly enough rockets going up. I think they could be delivering Pizza Hut for all we know. So.
It looked like there was a ball on the right side there, right next to the sun, cutting into it.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff.
The long box cube or something.
I'd have to blow it up. But yeah, the lead asteroid is just to the right of the sun. And then you can see the stripe on her face. And then the red asteroid is behind on the left. And then the spiral asteroid is coming in on the harder left, but closer at this angle. And you've got the bottom of Atu's moon, which is the cloud up in the middle of the picture along with the blue flare. But and then the dark area over to the right is Saturn's yellow moon. And in the background, you get Ion Tail. And over by the house and the light post, you've got the site of Uri.
Yeah, it looked really busy, too busy to be nothing.
Yeah, you got lead asteroid just to the right of the sun, right next, and that's what's cutting the back edge of the sunlight off is lead asteroid.
So I reckon it's going to be a lead asteroid that goes past the sun during the eclipse, man.
It could be, but it's not big enough to mask out the whole view. I don't know how big lead asteroid is. We've seen it before. We saw the planets coming in, illuminated way out in space. It was always shining and doing this and doing that and putting out these rainbow things. And it had a lot to do with the discharging between the bodies that even occur in space between them. And they didn't even have to get near Earth to do it. And this is a great deal of why we learned about what we call the object cluster group, and then shortened to OCG. And we learned a lot about them because we saw them predominantly more than even the early onset of the planets. And then during the storms and the discharging between the bodies of Atu's moon and Uri and all of that, they would illuminate areas, and we saw, hey, look, there's a planet right there. And so this is how we started knowing more and more and more over time. And the rest is history. 2013-ish, Atu started showing up more over. And we didn't even, when we were first watching Uri, we didn't even know about Atu really, not well. I had the knowledge that these planets were. I knew what they were supposed to look like color-wise. That's the bottom of Nepenthe core right there. I knew the colors, and then when At2 came in, and look, it is a purple gas giant, and then it matched the information. And once we realized that there is a purple planet At2, and we just went with the names from then on because it fit, and they've stuck well to this day.
Just look at the dark cloud. It was like a black dark cloud.
That could be the spiral asteroid right in front of us, like it's been showing up for a couple weeks. I can't throw the call out on everything, but I mean, it could be.
Yeah.
And we are in the 180-day cycle now, and so shit is really close and really big.
Hey, look at that.
I'm gonna run and get another
there.
Okay.
Look at that.
What's that?
It looked like a circle up there on the top. Can you see?
Could be a regular normal cloud, or it could be a star destroyer,
Yeah.
or it could be the new winged comet, because that's also what it looks like. And if this is sunset, we know that the winged comet is visible in the northwest sky right about now.
So it could be that.
And so if this is the sun setting, that could be the winged comet right there, the devil comet, or 12 PB or something. Well, yeah, I knew. I remember Pons Brooks. I was trying to just remember the abbreviated name of it. I got it in my notes somewhere. Yeah, but Pons Brooks. I
was kind of interested in how there was like a darkness as well, like shadow and orange.
Well, it's really interesting timing wise. If the other name for it is the Devil Comet. If we go to the Devil Comet and the Skull Asteroid and the Eclipse and the crossing of the New Madrid, and the opening of the city, God, it's all happening now, and this is weird. This is what makes it so freaky, because we got the brand new Devil's Comet. We got the sightings from Hofman, the rounding of the Skull Asteroid right next to the sun, dead center. Wow. Wow, I hadn't expected it to be there. I knew we were going to see it, but I didn't think we were going to see it there. Anyway, I'll be right back. I need another Coke.
Okay, Sam, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm curious what Sam will say to Tara's question. But to me, I think, they are seeing it, but they don't realize, they don't have an idea of how close, these other planets are.
Because they're programmed to look for the little dots out there. Mm-hmm. They're just completely programmed to look for the little dots out there, kind of deal. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What is that?
I know. Well, I have captured that effect before, where
it's like a spider on the sun, but it's because something is on this right side.
Yeah,
it's light shining around,
pinching into our sunlight, and that's what it does.
Yeah, I wondered what Sam would think of this one.
Mm-hmm. Right. Every time there's a distortion in the sunlight, it's because a planet is, affecting it in somehow or another, whether it's just on one side or multiple sides.
That must be wild. I don't know if other time people, how they did these pictures and thunderbolts, these kind of pictures, these electrical kind of pictures and thunderbolts. But imagine if that's where they get a spider shape from just seeing that kind of thing. But they wouldn't see like us because they hadn't phones to take the pictures with. If you see what I mean, how would they have seen it with just their normal eyes?
That's a good question, really, because normally you're right. I mean, yeah, that's a good question. Huh?
I just think about weird things like that.
Maybe they had technology.
Yeah, like how would they have seen? Maybe somebody left them something and they took a picture and then they drew it on the wall, and that's just, there's so many things to just think about. Whose lovely pictures came after mine?
To answer the observatory question, most observatories have been shut down for literally the last decade.
They've been down for a long time. I mean,
yeah, they shut them down. Remember, Google Space was shut off for a while. If you use a telescope, you're just going to see blur. You won't understand what you're seeing. It's actually better to actually use your eyes. In some cases, the thumbnails are actually the tiniest of small pictures on even some of the TikTok or phone users will show the planet so much better. It's a tiny picture because you can take it all in. And
Samuel, did you ever use a telescope to look for the planets?
Originally, when I first started seeing them, 2009-ish, I saw them on my handheld digital recording camera. I used to have those. And this was before cell phone technology advanced in 2009-ish. And when you held the camera up, you could see the blob. You could see this illuminated orange blob with black dots in it. And when you took the camera away, you couldn't see it by eye. But you held it back up, and there it was. And I filmed a bunch of that, and unfortunately, I fried the chip on it by taking it out of the camera. And me and electrical.
You said that other previous picture of mine was Yuri and Saru.
But we saw them far off for like a year, and they were that I believe that had a great deal to do with the blackout in Google Space I think they blacked out Google Space for like 2 years. They had this box, this area you couldn't view.
Yeah.
And prior to that, we were seeing, and then prior to that, I also got captures. That's where my original space captures came from of the Texas Cube when it was way out in space still before it got here through the wormhole. I don't know how that worked. I think they came here in jumps. Who knows? Or maybe they were originally there and we saw them in Google Space and blah, blah, blah. We didn't have a lot of captures in order to prove that science. And so there's an empty pie plate there. So, there are certain things we have to balance supposition on through progression. And when in 2011 we were seeing them, 2010 we were seeing in Antarctica on the live cams in Neumayer Station and a couple of the other stations, and we started realizing that it wasn't dark down there, and it was supposed to be pitch black, and because there's certain periods of the time of year where Antarctica is dark for a very long time, and then we realized that didn't happen. And so that prompted a whole bunch of the thing, and then we started seeing the what appeared to be the sun with these planets, and yet it didn't make any sense because then there was a bunch of pictures from Antarctica where you saw two suns, and it was definitely two different sized suns. And then the light changed in 2011 come my out view here in Montana in the northern hemisphere. And that's when we started seeing the larger star, which we assumed was our normal star, start coming up in the northeast sky. And what was actually going on is, and then we had pictures to cross-reference that coming from the Caribbean and Malaysia and in the equator states of the planet, where they were sending in pictures where you could actually see the two stars, the larger one in the northeast sky on the left, and the smaller one due east at sunrise coming up off the horizon normally. And we watched that change and transition over the years to where they ended up within a year crossing paths, and then we documented the backflow CMEs of the two stars joining in 2012. And it's been a really, really interesting ride, yet we couldn't fully 100% establish everything that was going on through the transition of arrival, other than to say we watched them rotate in a sort of a spiral. And then they started going left, right, and getting bigger with each of the yearly cycles as transpired. And it's been a hell of a ride. And we tried to document that on paper in the Understanding the Sky series and all of that. And I do encourage people to go watch the Understanding the Sky series on YouTube if you can find copies of it. There were 40 or 50 of them, and I think only 7 to 9 of them are available. We had an issue with a temperamental co-admin who decided to be pain in the ass and take his toys and go home. So anyway.
Hey Sam, these are from this picture is from Audrey. And I thought maybe it was the spiral asteroid, but
in front, yeah. That's dead. As a matter of fact, the spiral asteroid is dead center at the bottom in between that straight line. The spiral asteroid is in front of it, right at the E point, is where the red asteroid is. And the one closest to us, and actually sort of looks like a kind of a lizard head with an eye and everything, that's the spiral asteroid. That's the two asteroids, the one in front and the one in the back, just like we saw a little while ago. And that's crossing in the path of the red asteroid.
That line is like a line of many asteroids, many of them.
I mean, well, the red asteroid and the spiral asteroid is leaving a top-heavy spiral, but you're seeing it more intensely because the illumination is coming from above. Go back one picture. All right, right above the crenel or the little tower peak, little dot dead center of the picture is where the red asteroid is. Okay, over 2 inches is the spiral asteroid. Of course, the blue dot, I believe, is most likely lens flare. The centralized cloud in the middle of the picture, just below the sun refraction, is the debris field outstretch of Uri. And you recognize that one. I have drawings, and you can see the little holes in that. Yeah, again. Boy, there's
that's I wondered what that sun picture of mine was. Something it's curled round it on the right.
It falls
into really cool.
What we're seeing is asteroid pass and other stuff in the background.
Here's that one picture. You were away when. Hang on a second, Gillian.
I ended up having to stop and talk to my daughters. Yeah, that's the rounding. That full rounding, showing you the refraction cutoff of the Saturn's yellow moon cutting into the sun, which is why I believe that might be the reason that we're going to see the full eclipse or whatever. I don't even know. Don't even know what's going to happen. Because we're watching it cut into the sun like none of the other planets have ever done before. This could be very cool. I wonder, and then if you go biblical, is this going to be the 3 days of darkness, even though they're telling us it's a solar eclipse, but then something else happens? Dun, dun, dun.
What else could happen? I mean, geez, we don't want to know about
that. Well, we know that something, all of us, every one of us sky watchers who's been around for 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, 14 years knows that something serious and drastic is coming. And let's just hope it's a safer one than it could be for some and for others. And let's just pray that it's a large enough celestial event that everybody wants to know what the hell is going on. And then they hunt us out and then we get the information to them. I mean, that's the best in my possibilities that I could seek and hope for, which is why we do this. And, I'm only one person. You're only one person. We're only a group, but people have to actually look for us to find us. I don't know. That's why we doing what we doing, y'all.
I know. Well, I know there's like hardly anybody out here talking about this information. I mean, as in nobody else but us.
Well, the rest of it's a bunch of crazy shit. They're all, they're parroting from something they looked up from human information, and I don't run off of human information. I run off of knowledge from off world, and I run off of my abilities, and I can do some really cool things, and I've learned to trust it in ways that I couldn't even have asked for a decade ago. And
Kara's got a question for you.
Okay, or does it not work does what not work that way? Not able to channel see what happened like in your visions for the maps you do. I'm not able to The best place to get copies of the monthly sight drawing is on Facebook, and you can join one of Rebecca's groups. Far easier than mine. I've maybe let 20 people in my group in the last month because I've been having issues.
Right.
So I think membership is hard right now.
Yeah, I think what she's asking is, are you able to use your remote viewing skills to see what will happen when things hit the fan? Or
the way it works, the way the remote viewing works, is it just sort of talks to you, and when things become self-evident, all of a sudden it's sort of like you're walking by the village square and somebody in the corner is singing. You listen to the song. You get information that you wouldn't normally know. Boy, it's been an interesting week, by the way. But you get information, and the more you think about a subject, the more the subject comes to you. And this is what enlightenment and Buddhism and grounding and all of these magical arts that all of us have, but no one ever took the time to teach you as a child. And it's teachable. Everybody can learn to do this. And all the question is you start to follow how it speaks to you. And when I do the drawings and everything, there is a presumptive role ahead of time. I am aware of what I see coming. And Rebecca and Gillian and Nicolle can explain that I do my stuff ahead of time. Look, spiral asteroid, top of the page.
Yeah, these are from Maria.
Oh, awesome caption.
Alaska.
Look at the haze. Look at the haze that's being generated. There's something wrong with our light. It's being pinched off. We're getting less light than we're supposed to have. And we've been talking about that for a couple of months. When the visions, it's not like visions. It's not like It's just you get things. Information comes to you with more ease. You see things. Love the music.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was like, why is it so fast? It was like,
do turn it up. Then I can hear it. Because now all I hear is the higher notes. Am I getting old? No. It's more of an entity of the old soul teaching you, and you're just sort of the young student following behind, trying to take drastic notes. It's not like you have huge visions, but you get intonations, inklings, and then it's an adventure, because the more right you are, the more right you want to be, and the more right it's really cool when you are right. And Rebecca and I and everybody, about 12, 15 other people, every time I put out the monthly sight drawing, we're all going, wow, cool, it does match. Oh, shit, look at this. And I'm still in awe every time I do a drawing. And I do not copy from any other previous work, including off the computer. And I just go in the living room and I do a drawing. And it's been 100%, wow. Let's go 90% accurate so it works.
Christopher is back.
Hey,
that didn't take you very long at all.
No, not too long.
Nah. How's
and you're still alive.
And I'm still alive. Yeah, how did you know it was raining outside, Sam?
I knew it was coming because I watched the weather.
Okay. So
and none of the North Las Vegas people ate you, so.
I know, right?
There's cannibals up here, I hear.
Here. Our population's exploded to almost 3 million people or something like that.
Wow,
and
I can't even
traffic
imagine.
Traffic is just atrocious here now. You can't, barely get down the block.
Yeah, I was always too cheap to get a cab. I walked anyway. I stayed at the Luxor once. God, I can't even remember one of them that is no longer even there. Oh, the Hacienda. I stayed at the Hacienda like 4 times. Now it's not even there. I think the Luxor is there where the Hacienda used to be.
I think it's actually
somewhere around
the
there.
Hacienda. Nothing's there now.
Oh, okay.
I think they're going to build
Parking
something
lot.
there, but they just opened a new hotel. It's called the Fountain Blue, and that building has been there since 2008, unoccupied. It's not doing good. Yeah.
Oh, tofu building. Cool. No planetary stuff.
This is from Christopher's TikTok channel. Denser_1, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Type it out. Something like that.
I'll change the name.
Sure yeah, you're going to change it.
You know, it's like I've just never really posted anything to TikTok before, so this is all new to me.
Hey, you want to teach me? No, I'm kidding.
Right. We're professionals. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still, I still can't even get into YouTube. Oh, by the way, I tried to sign up for the
Discord.
Thank you. Gillian knew exactly what I meant. I tried to sign up for the Discord, and it wouldn't take my codes.
But I said hello to you because it said that
Discord is great when you can get it to work. So.
Oh, nice.
You'll really
nice
like it, Sam. Once you eventually get in there.
I used Discord forever, and then when it came time to upgrading the Discord itself, it never reloaded, and I used to use it.
Man.
And I used to talk to Europe that way, and encrypted. I had friends at the Berlin Polytechnic, and I had friends in London, and that's how we talked in back channels. So they didn't get in trouble because they have jobs; they don't want to lose their job. And I was talking to professionals for years, and after my Discord failed, I completely lost touch with them.
That's too bad.
I do what I can do, and I've been in Facebook jail so many times I lost count. I can't access my own YouTube channel. I mean, what does this mean? Can't open my emails. What does this mean? Every time I even start talking about the shit that I know from that, of the agreement between the U.S. government in 1947 with the extraterrestrials. I was trying to tell that last week and went completely garbled out again.
No, that was wild.
And
took
so,
the mic off.
well, I view it as a really good reminder that I am being watched, and I do need to watch my P's and Q's, so to speak, and there are things I should and should not say. And not only that, I cannot count the government as the only possibility. I have to remember that there are other factions above that may wish to, and I'm not trying to sound more, hyper important or anything like that, but there may be other factions that maybe don't want me to say certain things, and maybe they're monitoring us and enjoying our show.
Those are the ones I would want to be more concerned about. I wouldn't want to visit at my door.
Yeah, it'll be a door. It'll be through your wall, mate.
I would appreciate an informative visit, but I would actually like to a face-to-face with maybe a little bit of announcement that it was coming, rather than the last visit I had. So, and I know they're up there. I can feel them. I can hear them kind of talking in my head in ways, and especially when they go over, it's just, it's like, do you see me as well as I see you? That kind of thing. Right. It's spooky and weird. And then I'm reminded of Nostradamus calling how that extrasensory perception becomes prominent in humans in the year 2024. And I'm going, oh, cool. I love this, And I got so excited when I saw that for the third time. Because, if just one video puts it out, then you have to kind of go, well, I don't know if I'm going to believe that guy. And his estimation or interpretation of the quatrains, because there have been many. But when you hear it over and over again, you kind of go, wow, there might be some credence to this. And, and I totally believe that, as of 2010, some really cool shit started happening. And that's what kicked me off. And I got younger and healthier and all sorts of shit. Yeah, my hairline grew back, which was weird. Because that doesn't happen.
I'll take it.
Yeah, and that doesn't happen with male pattern baldness.
No.
And I was kind of surprised, and I was like, "Oh, okay, I'll take this." And I looked healthier, and I lost a few pounds and got more comfortable with life. And then I got dosed by Fukushima, but that's a different story altogether.
I couldn't believe when you told me about that. I was thinking about that this morning.
Yeah, and you know, they took half my thyroid. They wanted to take the whole thing, and they didn't ask me if I had gotten dosed with radiation. They asked me when I got dosed with high levels of radiation. And the only time, and I remember, and that was, you know, about 2 weeks, 14 days or so, 12 days after Fukushima blew.
I mean, I know from working in the medical field, they can take a biopsy, and they can tell you exactly where that whatever radiation.
Right. And the only way I had the thyroid cancer was exposure to radiation, because you get nodules on the outside of your thyroid, not the inside. And I have nodules on the outside of my thyroid. A cube. That's just Saturn Moon right there. And when you're filming it, you can't miss it. It's so dark right over the top of you. You can't argue with what you're seeing.
And you can see these planets coming down on top of you, you know, like it's so weird.
And it's amazing. It messes with your mind because you think the damn thing should crash into you. It's that close.
Yes.
And then your brain goes,
I'm literally ducking down, like sometimes because
you can reach up and touch them. You could touch them.
You actually do want to duck, and they are thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of miles away from us, and yet they look like. And I'll never forget that first close pass of Attu's moon and Attu in Mu 218-219, and it was so unbelievably huge over the top of us that I felt like if you could put a string on it, it would be like holding a string on the Goodyear blimp. And there's lead asteroid.
Yeah.
You had quite a few of the cube.
Really strange.
Squids.
Yeah. And there's our friends here in force, and they're here to watch over us and make sure we hand in the commodities and do what we are here for and do our job.
Yeah, thank you for making my other video, Chris. That was awesome, that latest one.
Oh, you did
throw religion in
get to you because I didn't know if you actually got it or not. So
yeah, I was ready to give it to other people now. I showed it to my friend when we were out walking the dog, and she goes, "Wow, is that our sky?" I said, "Yeah, this guy's ace at putting everything together so that you see it like this." Oh my word!
Those pictures you showed us last week, Gillian, were really cool. Where Sam was talking about the two scrolls. I thought that was cool.
On that, and that comes from Revelations and from Nostradamus, and that's what just blows me away about all of this, because we are at the year of the dragon, and this is a culmination, and everybody freaks out because I actually popped on my TV yesterday, this 2012, and I watched the first half hour of it again, and until they started filling in the Hollywood drama in between the filler story. And then I, of course, clicked it off because I have a copy of it. But anyway, all of this stuff coming together, and we're now another 12 years past 2012, and it weird number for your numerologists, but whatever. We're 2024 now, year of the dragon. The damn skull's visible. The devil comet, the eclipses, and the lunar eclipse a week ago, and all of this shit coming in all at the same time. It's just insane. And close past, and the year, and then I go right back to the year of the dragon again. So predominant.
Yeah, I just got chills there.
Yeah, it's predominantly important because the oldest records in most of history goes all the way through China, and they've got literally the oldest written recorded history available in text, and with the exception of Sumerians and all of that other stuff, but. But theirs has been documented and kept by one source, etc. And then you go into the Moorish histories and the Sumerians and the Anunnaki and all that crap, and the Egyptian, and it's absolutely dumbfoundingly amazing right where we're at. It's a week away. It's now 9 days until whatever is going to happen.
I was wondering.
Wow.
I think that's a glass situation.
Wow, that's odd. The reflection is on, but is it on the water?
Yeah.
Or is that the glass double and then a moving camera?
Yeah, it's just kind of moved and on it.
I don't know what we can do with that.
Yeah. All right. I was curious.
Looks
quite
like a
cute,
bathroom sign arm.
It's quite cute. Like a wee worm, a sky worm. Yeah, I want to see Dune. Talking about worms, I want to see the second Dune, man.
Oh, there's a whole bunch of other older. I'm finding some of those now too. Dunes that I didn't even know existed.
Dune children and Dune sun.
Planet Dune. Again, the spiral asteroid.
Yeah.
Close pass, really close pass. Wow.
I love it when the sun is setting just right and the spiral asteroid's coming in like that. Because Rebecca got me to realize that you see it on the horizon. And once the sun comes down just right, it starts to, send that sunlight right into it, and it just glows, and it's so cool. And you can see the, how it spins, the trail, the spiral trail it leaves behind. It's really awesome.
Right, and they come into the light, and they actually put off more clouds because they're warming up.
Sure.
And then they mix atmosphere, because this is happening way above our atmosphere, even though it looks, which just blows me away, because how big are they in order for them to look like that? They look close, but they're not.
Right.
And that's what they're above and outside, and this, of course, is the onset of the asteroids under Uri.
Wow.
And the white area in the upper right, of course, is Attu's moon face. You can actually see land masses and craters.
Yeah.
Dude, you all just bugged out there for a minute.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I saw you pop out and come back.
Yeah.
And we know what this is, of course, a panoramic view of the bottom of Nepesity.
Yeah, and Nappy's been around quite a bit this week. Sitting hard on her.
She's right there playing a big game. They're all right over the top of us now and passing Earth in ways we've never seen them. And they're huge, and it makes it really hard to actually tell which one is which, to blend in to each other.
Sort of merged together in a way that's just head jamming.
Well, we see the repetitive cloud patterns, and then you can make an assumption if you've got enough practice. And of course, in this shot alone, you can see the spiral. It's rounded, but you can see the spiral asteroid below, in front of the base cloud of Nepesity.
Okay.
Which was also what was going on in that spiral asteroid picture, where it was, went straight across the sky. Behind it was also Nepesity.
Oh, look at that! Yeah.
And it's repetitive, and we know what's where, and I've got it in my head, and I look at stuff and I go, okay, bing, boom. Now that is most likely the base cloud of Nibiru. Because that's what her base cloud looks like. Wait a minute, I take it back. I take it back. The light's on the wrong side. Bing, grab my brain.
Yeah, maybe Attu.
Saru.
Okay. Neat. Wow. Yeah.
So Saru does that too.
Yep. Remember, she has a really, really thick, illuminating base cloud.
Nice.
Better save that one, Rebecca.
I know. Yeah, it was Andy that tagged me in this picture. So
because the light is on the light is coming from the right, and that means this is on the left-hand side of the sun. And the only thing that has a base cloud like that on that side of the sun is Saru. Uri's base cloud is different.
That's bubbly beard light.
Cool. That's the first really cool base cloud shot of Saru we've gotten recently. And we know what this is. In the middle above the pile of lobster traps is the red asteroid. The spiral asteroid is slightly dark and in the background underneath the red asteroid cloud. And then above it is Attu and Attu's moon in the upper right corner. And look where the light is coming from, and it is in the northwest sky.
what kind of cages are those?
Those are lobster traps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I figured it was something like that. I wasn't sure.
I know stuff.
You have that in Oklahoma. So yeah, you do. You know things.
A few things. Okay.
Is it spiral?
Probably.
Yeah.
And and remember, as the planets turn, it sometimes turns. So.
Yeah. Man.
And we're gonna be, it's doing a cameo. It's now it's the turn, because last couple of months, 6 months, 8 months has been the red asteroid, and now we know who's in front and the closest to us is the spiral asteroid. We've seen that all week.
Wow, that's impressive.
Oh.
And of course, that could easily be the side of a cube or something. That's a very not normal cloud pattern.
Everybody knows you get like set. Looks like something out of geometry set.
Right.
Yeah. Don't know what that is.
New military apparatus or something flying.
Yeah,
in there.
turn on a dime. Yeah, only spacecraft do that. Drones that are not manned. Yeah, because the human body could not turn that corner. You would turn it into jelly on the side of your craft.
Yep. And see, that's what I was like in my head every time I was seeing like odd things in the sky. Before I learned about all this, we have an Air Force base close to us, and I would always be like, "They've got to be. It must be something new they built," or that's where my subconscious would always take me with this, and I absolutely knew something was wrong, but then I would justify it with something like that, and I'm no longer doing that anymore. Thank God.
In the early years of Montana Skywatcher, we observed some stuff that I have yet to continue to identify recently. And it had to do. I'll just drop the term, and I won't go into too much detail. But we saw some receptor modules that were quite large in our upper atmosphere, and I don't to this day know what they are or was. Although the Empire orb, it could be in that because it was hiding so close to Earth that it was just huge. But we were sighting, in the early years, we were sighting some round things stuck up in clouds that were not just clouds. And they weren't the planets either. So it was weird.
Right.
So I still haven't fixed what the hell that was years ago, but then everything changed. And we didn't see them anymore. So maybe it was the Empire orb, low altitude off the deck, orbiting Earth. Could have very easily been, but I have no way to prove it.
Right.
Rebecca, Tara's asked a wee while ago, is there an email address you could send pictures to?
Yeah. Hang on, let me get it pulled up. 1 second.
And this is the same picture we used last week.
There you go, Tara. Let me check it real quick and see if anybody's sent anything in lately.
This is the red asteroid and little sister, and it's getting warm, and the tendrils are coming off from it getting warmed up in the sun.
Cute little tendrils, isn't it?
Little crayfish legs.
I always thought that Nicolle had that at first. When I first seen her, she had little tendrils dangling down.
Now, Sam, what is Casper? Like, is that another asteroid or?
Yeah, we call it Casper because it has this weird gaseous form around it that puts down this little ghost-like bottom of the sheet around it, and it rainbow colors out, and it is in front of the lead asteroid by. Depending on the sighting and the enlargement, about an inch in the sightings. God only knows what the distance is, but it's way off, about X amount in front of the lead asteroid, and we've sighted it and sighted it and sighted it. And there's also a craft there that we've sighted, but we haven't seen it lately. And then it was an asteroid that was in front of. Now, and I talked about this last week, was for most of what we're seeing from the lead asteroid, it's usually turning away from us. So it might still be in front and we're just not seeing it.
Okay. Yeah, I just noticed it on one of your on
the earlier map, and we haven't been able to list.
I might as well ask about it.
Yeah, I haven't listed Casper because I haven't seen it.
Okay.
I mean, Casper is sort of fallen off the regular. I need to remember that and maybe look more for it. It's probably right in front of me. I just don't see it.
Yeah.
Changed into a different shape.
That
Maybe
one is so
maybe
cool.
Or I just didn't account for this blip or that blip or and you can
There's so
only
many
account
up
for
there.
things if you can think of them ahead of time and go, is that? Oh yeah, there it is. That kind of thing. Yeah, I look. The more I look at this white cloud on the lower right there, the more I want to scream Texas Cube. Because it's completely different color and different illumination than any of the stuff in the rest of the picture.
Yeah, I have a picture. It's not like this, not with the full color, but I have a shot I got where I'm pretty sure it's the Texas Cube, but it's got the white cloud around it and the gray square in the middle, it's off-centered like this, but there's no three-dimensional shape to it. And of course, I don't think I got the side orb in that shot too, but it's just really weird how the cloud envelops it. And then you can see as it's coming down, around Atu's moon, how it leaves that trail behind. Like you said, when something goes into the light, when it's out in space, and then when it goes into the dark,
shadowing and angle and box.
Leaves those contrails.
Yeah, we know they're always there generically, so and we don't always see them. That's the thing, but we know they're there because they've been there more than they're not there. And we have seen, changes in altitude. We've seen them where they were, joined together, like right next to each other, and then went back to where they came from, which is not really that big of a jaunt away from each other by our out view. So it's hard to tell exactly what we're staring at, but we know they're there. That's what blows me away. I can't. What the hell are? I can't see them parking next to us this many years without doing something. But maybe they're on vacation. Yeah, we're gonna go to Earth and visit and watch those guys do some shit for a while, and then we'll come back and do our real jobs. I don't know.
It doesn't make any sense in a way. We wonder, like, why would they bother? What are they doing? Do they have anything else?
Well, it is, it is a celestial event, just like we go to watch an eclipse. These guys are going to watch the crossing of planet Nibiru and Earth. And maybe to them, it could be a national holiday, like Easter, or, the coming of the planets, the crossing of the planets, get a celestial event. And other factions are here to all watch it. And we absolutely know that this is Atu and Atu's moon. And look where the light is. The light is behind us. And we know this is the northwest sky again. Over and over and over again, the same pattern.
Yeah, that one of Atu and its moon is so repetitive. Those clouds and that V shape.
We have thousands of pictures just like this, going back year after year after year.
Yeah.
And like I've said 100 times, the Atu's moon and Atu have been filmed, captured as the individual planet more than all the other planets combined. And it's sort of definable by, the fact that it's a gas giant and has the same microcloud pattern and the moon and all that. And then the asteroids that are going around it. There again, see the purple? That's the big thing about all of this is once we started seeing the purple, then it laid all of this stuff together that fit. And we've been running, taking off ever since. We trusted what our information said, and we came to a level summation, and our facts have been stacked upon that to build the wall that we work off of in the building and the pyramid that we stand upon today.
That one is really cool. This is Jesus' picture.
Yes, that's right.
This is what I love about Atu's moon.
Here today, yeah.
Oh,
the bubbly, the weird, the illumination.
I love it when these clouds they've got these. They look like neurons or like nerve cells. You know, they've
They
got
can see
this body
inside.
and they connect, and then you got all this structure on the inside. It's so weird.
Yeah,
And
it's
you
like blood
absolutely know
vessels,
it's
isn't
Atu's
it?
moon
It's
when it
like
comes
blood
to
vessels
that.
inside something.
Yeah, we've got pictures going back to 2017, 18, and 19 that would just blow your mind. And that's when the greatest captures of Atu's moon was. It was so close. And these unbelievable storms that went along with it. And everybody, oh, look at that freaky ass sky. And then that was the end of it. And it's just like, you got to be kidding me. Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
wow.
you'd never seen a sky like that before in your life. And yet, did it make the news? No. And I've got tons of them in my Atu file. Just, you know, I try to post current material. We could go back and talk about Atu and Atu's moon and the close passes, and we should do that on a show all by itself. And that Atu was a major discerning turning point for us once we started documenting that. It was just sort of like having a really good bobsled, and we finally figured out how to ride the damn thing, and off we went.
Right.
And,
the first thing I saw that I had no clue what I was looking at. I'm looking at all these squiggly, swirly clouds, and it freaked me out.
Well, that's where a majority of our membership came from when it was during the close passes of Atu and Atu's moon. It was undeniable skies that you've never seen anything like this in your entire life. And oh my God. And yet, you know, a huge percentage of the population never even bit into this. And it's just those momentous clouds that are illuminating from inside, not below. And I don't know why people didn't see that. I can't even explain that at all. It's completely beyond me to even try. You know, inside illumination of a momentous clouds of the size of Texas.
I was going to say, these pictures are from Egg. Okay, they're from Egg.
Right.
And these are in succession. And what she was telling us earlier is that she was seeing an asteroid. So we'll see here in a moment things develop, you know. So let's go ahead and there. She started seeing this dark feature.
Oh yeah, that's the red asteroid right there.
Okay.
The little sister up front.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I understand the little sister now. That was bugging me for a while. Like, I
look over a graveyard. And this, of course, is the red asteroid again. And then there is the secondary cloud is the edge of Atu and Atu's moon. And then at the bottom, cutting into the sun, is probably the spiral asteroid.
Those are pretty neat.
So, I'm sorry, the spiral asteroid is on the right or the left of the sun?
On the left, that's cutting into the sun, which is part of what's the flaring is going on in this series of pictures. After the red asteroid goes by and then moves this way, you can see that the spiral asteroid is following in behind it and cutting in below the sun, but yet into the sun as well. Okay, and then it goes by and then it moves, and now the spiral asteroid is coming in. You can see it oranging out on the left-hand upper. See where it turns orange and weird shaped?
Yep.
That's where the spiral asteroid is cutting in behind it after the red asteroid has moved, and the planet above it has transpired over to our left, but is coming in at us over our heads. And behind it is the Saturn's yellow moon underneath the red asteroid in this out view.
Those are pretty cool. That was it. It was those series of pictures.
Great job.
So thank you, Egg.
And it just matches and matches and matches over and over again.
Yeah, she knew she was seeing something.
Oh yeah.
Asteroid, like, you know.
Yeah.
She didn't know which
Red
one,
asteroid.
but that's pretty cool.
And then again, we're still looking at the red asteroid and the other stuff. That could be Big Sister moved forward. I don't know. But we know there's several big ones behind the red asteroid as well, and we've drawn those for years. We just never named them. And now, of course, people are asking us to name them, and we're going to, do a little bit of that. This is the underneath of the base cloud of planet Nepesity with a tipped axis.
Wow.
And we've got tons and tons of pictures going back years that match this. And last week we put it out. This again, of course, is underneath of Attu's moon, and the asteroids underneath, and they are going vertically away from us.
Wow.
As they orbit underneath Attu and Attu's moon.
Is that it? Yeah, there it was. That was an accident. Oh my God. It's always got that perfect tilt, tilt.
Yeah, depending on where its location is, and we've learned over the years that if it's directly over the sun generically, then it has flat horizontal axis norm, and if it's on the right-hand side or the left-hand side, it has the opposing tipped axis on our out view. And we have many captures going many years back. This is this is easy. This is snailfoot developing in the white middle lit area is the red asteroid illuminating from out of the backside of this base cloud of Attu's moon, or Attu, excuse me. This is snailfoot.
I see. Okay. That is also similar to what I saw. When I see it forming like that, I saw a few weeks ago. It was like that, but taller,
And you can see the illumination in the center middle, just left of middle of the picture. You see that big illuminated weird blotch area, light. And it's actually brighter than anything above it. That is, of course, the red asteroid and the little sister in front of it. And probably spiral asteroid directly below it, and they're coming in from across from the left. So they were probably looking at 3 or 4 asteroids right there coming in. And it's below the planet, so it's more illuminated than the back of the planet at the top of the right and left on the picture, which is Attu.
Okay, all right.
And this, of course, is, oh boy. I'm going to scream Nepesity past Earth when it's early in the daytime. I think. Really hard on this one. It is a planet past Earth being facially illuminated. And because the sun is behind us. And this is part of how no matter where you look, you're going to find a planet around you. Excuse me?
Is that what did you say that was Nepesity?
Kind of looks like it to me.
Yeah.
I believe this to be in the southwest.
Mm-hmm.
While Attu would be in the northwest at this time of day.
Mm-hmm.
Well, just trying to keep it in my head, Ooh. Of course, asteroids coming in from the left again. Cut into the sun, which is what's causing the halo, because this is not a sundog because it does not come below the horizon. And you can see Saturn's yellow moon on the right hand, just on the upper right hand of the sun, and the ion tail going all the way to the upper right corner. And then asteroids coming in on the upper left in down towards the ocean and just below the sun, and planets, and Saru is there, and touch of the side of Uri. And Nibiru, of course, is farther over to the right than in this shot, I believe. Lots going on. And this is not the skies we ever saw when I was growing up. And none of that shit, everything above the sun would be blue.
Right.
Unless it had a cloud or two.
Right. And there never was repeating cloud patterns.
Yes.
Never.
Day after day, year after year, with minor transitions in which we've drawn. Yeah, exactly. And none of this would be this.
Catch. You draw it in
so
advance.
not
We didn't have
normal
that in the 70s either.
Yeah,
right.
This is so not normal skies.
Yeah.
Like, and then if you imagine, like, this is me staring up here in Montana, and middle of the day, which this is not. But this is kind of how I saw it. I looked south and I saw the sun, which it shouldn't have been in the south. It should have been over my head, and it wasn't. I'll look at
There's
you.
about 3 pictures from Mary. From she.
Boy, one of them looked like Jupiter.
On my email.
Oh,
Mary.
okay.
There's.
That one looks like Jupiter. It's really bad.
That's cool.
And the other one is probably some sort of
Like an
intergalactic
X chromosome.
craft. Those are cool.
Right?
Yeah.
Looks like an X chromosome.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe that's the one we're waiting for. Finish our 24th chromosome.
Right?
Insert digital upgrade. Like Data. He puts in his emotion chip in Star Trek. Let's hope we all become psychic abilities for 2024, like predicted. That'd be a kick in the pants if I got more. Wow, I'd love that. Probably go twice as insane.
Oh no!
Be that real crazy guy up here in his Montana cave. Yeah, did you hear that? Yeah, I could just see it. Bottom of Nepenthe.
Yeah.
Such an easy call. It's unbelievable. We've seen it for years. This is where it's over the dead center, over the top of the sun, and it has a horizontal base. See, it's not tipped axis in this shot, which means this shot is a couple months old, maybe.
Like, if you're watching, type in the comments about the first time you saw Nepenthe for yourself. Like, what did you, how did you feel when you first saw it, I'll never forget it.
Right.
I had been looking for it, and I couldn't see it. And then the first time I saw it, I think it was New Year's Eve this year, and just, wow, there was nothing there about 15 minutes beforehand, and then I went outside just for whatever, and there it was, so awesome.
Right. I don't know if I can remember the first. There's a couple. I mean, I remember one just outside my front door, practically,
right,
where Sam left me a picture one day showing that tilted base drawing he has of Nepenthe, and that was an aha moment, because I could see it so well. I was like, yeah, the whole sky was tilting, its illumination and everything. So that was a helpful moment. So, yeah, because for a long time, I didn't really wrap my head around how big. I would never guess they'd be this close. Right. The whole time I'm studying this and taking pictures for years and years, I was still looking for something, reasonably small. Right. So, yeah. So it's
our minds just can't, for whatever reason, it does not want to comprehend what we're actually seeing, and it's so obvious.
Rationally, you do not expect them to be that large.
No.
You don't expect them to be, because we grew up thinking, okay, there's a planet, and it's way out there and tiny.
Right.
And that's what blew me away about it when we first started seeing them all the way back in 2011 and 12. It's like, oh my God, look how big they are.
Right. And the fact that they're grouped so close together as opposed to our main planets.
Yeah, in our out view, we don't know the distance, and yes, they are larger planets, and maybe their spiral, being that they're on the larger star, their spiral is closer where we're spread out, and that's the only way I can see this happening. And trying to fit all of that crap into your mind over the years,
right?
Wow,
I'm still having a problem. I've been trying to draw it out, thinking, try to figure it out in my head, where I'm trying to place it on paper, the two stars, and how the planets rotate around them. I'm having a hard time trying to figure it out.
And do the spiral model.
Right. And the spiral model on top of it.
Right. You see, and then you got to do, and then the crossing places every 3,600 years, and then they trade places. It's like, what?
I'm trying to understand how you said they came up from underneath, and all that.
Yeah,
I just
and that steals away your 3D plan. And then you have to think 3D instead of 2D, and they come up from underneath us, and we expect to see something in front of us, not have something come up from under us and then pass over our right shoulder later. And it totally screws with your entire perception of space, that there's actually something under us, and nobody ever thinks of that. And to the left of us and to the right under us, and there's all that space down there. And what direction does everybody look? Do you look straight out off your little planet? And in Earth, do we look out in the distance just in front of us, or horizontal, up to the horizon? Or where do we really look? Where do we look down? Do we look up? Do we look left, right, what? And it really screws with your brain.
Yeah. I went to Flagstaff with my dad, and it's really elevated. They have like they have a planet, or a planetarium there, big telescope. It's a really old place where they were doing all that research. I think they discovered Pluto there, but anyway, they were talking about how around the Milky Way galaxy, there's these star groups, and they're above the galaxy spiral. So it's not just how Sam said, it's not just right in front of you. Things can be above
the galactic plane.
Right.
Yeah, and we're traveling from the bottom. God, I haven't talked about this in a long time. We're traveling from the bottom of the galactic plane in our placement in the galaxy. And this is part of what the Mayan calendar is going on about from the year 2012. And we have moved from the bottom of the galactic plane, and we are now somewhere in the middle of it right now. And we are headed to the top of the galactic plane. Now, our solar system does that every, I think, 300 and some odd thousand years, somewhere in there, give or take. And during that process, our electrical balance, magnetosphere, and everything is being affected, because we are going from a one charge area, of the magnetosphere of the universe, of our universe. Our galaxy, and then we're going to the top electric area of our galaxy. And that should take only a few more years, and we'll be there in 2040, 2050, something like that. By then, we'll have made this thing. And this is why the Milky Way, the view of the Milky Way, has changed ever since 2010. And people going, oh, look, it's no longer what I remember the Milky Way to even look like. Yeah, because the angle of the plane is changing. We're actually traveling through to the upper side of our galaxy. And it's really cool. And we only go around, I think it takes like 4 million years to do a full complete circle or something like that for our solar system to go all around once. And that too is a spiral. And you can't look at it on the dinner plate model either. You have to look at it sideways traveling. Oh, it's just insane. And we're this big, massive group of all sorts of shit flying in circles by the billions. And we're all attached. And we're a body. It's all an electrical magnetosphere circle with all this stuff inside, and millions of life forms, and stars, and planets, and moons, and asteroids, and things we don't even know about. And that's just our galaxy. And there's millions and billions of galaxies.
Man.
Some 12 light years away, some thousands and millions. 350 million light years away are galaxies that will never be able to even reach unless we have wormhole travel through like a Stargate or something. And that's how I believe that's how they do it. Is they have the chance to go around time, so I would imagine they'd have a chance to go around the galaxies pretty easy as well. So
here's some pictures from Margaret. Okay.
These, of course, are micro asteroids coming in.
What makes them micro? Just far
Meaning
away?
They're the smaller stuff, and they're dropping when they get close to our atmosphere or upper atmosphere. They warm up and they drop these little tails.
Okay, I see.
They could be metal, they could be rock, they could be chunks of ice, they could be all sorts of stuff.
They're awesome to look at too, because you never know what you're going to see, what kind of effect they're going to leave, but you know what they are.
Yeah, illuminate. This is probably the bottom of Nepacity.
Very cool.
Beyond light, because the sun is behind us to the left.
There's the cutoff again.
Mm-hmm.
All week
that
long.
Straight line could easily be the Texas cube.
Okay. The other thing I've noticed when I'm outside taking pictures is that when the planets are right in front of you, as they always are, it's like, when you used to look at the sky, it's like your brain knew you were looking out into the infinite, and now there's just this like solid wall in front of you. I can't explain it any better. You can tell that there is something there, and the sky is not normal anymore.
And the light's wrong, and things. There's dark things above us where there never used to be anything that dark.
Right,
and when you look to the left and it's dark and shadowy over in the nearby mountain range, and you look to the right and you see it's dark and shadowy as far as the eye can see to the right, and you're going, this isn't normal light whatsoever. Right. We've seen it for months, and I'm in awe that people aren't reporting it. And I've been screaming it for months. This isn't normal. This isn't our lighting. Look at the shadowing on the hill in front of us here, just on the grass.
Right.
That isn't normal light.
Crickets would be out there chirping right then.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Serious.
We've got drawing at 2:00 in the morning. We've got cats and dogs living together. It's
but yeah, I know Nicolle is right. I don't know how many times I've gone out taking pictures, and when it's like this and the planets are really nice and close,
midday, bright day, middle of the day,
they're just going at it like they know
as if it's dark, and they're not even in the shaded part, like where one of the trees are or anything. They're in the sun, but it's almost as if we're in a constant total eclipse already. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yes. Well, there's planets on either side of the sun and above.
So it's like that eclipse effect.
We are
really
way low.
Go away.
We are way low on light. Way low on light.
Way low on light.
And I've been screaming it. I mean, nothing has looked right for months.
I actually noticed it in the. I bought some cheap solar lights for my yard, like the 99-cent ones, and
they don't even work.
They are incredibly dim, and they don't last much, but like 3-4 hours, and then they're dead. So,
you need to go back to the store and be like, look, our binary solar system is not allowing these yard lamps to work.
They're solar powered. Yeah. I mean, I have more expensive ones, and they do last better. A bit longer, but they also, it'll be a bright day. They're not in shade, and they don't come on, and they don't stay on. I mean, they used to, but I think that's another thing. I don't know if anyone has noticed, but if you have, a lot of people have switched over to the digital, the Alexa, all of the AI, but if you still have an alarm clock that you plug into the wall, the ones that you can back up with the batteries and everything. If you do not touch that for months on end, it'll only take a month and a half, and you'll notice it will fall behind by 2 to 3 minutes. And give it 6 months out, and it will be like 10, 12 minutes behind all of like your clocks that are generated on your phone, on your cell phone by the satellite or whatever, but they will fall behind. And Sam has mentioned that it's Now, I could be quoting him wrong, but I want to say it has something to do with drag or something like that, right, Sam?
Yeah. Correct.
Wow.
So watch it. That's something you can verify.
Cool.
There's a lot of electrical changes going on. Even the radioactive decay ratio of normal atomic material after the arrival of the second star in 2011, atomic decay ratio changed.
Wow.
And it threw scientific mathematics out of whack, and they didn't even know why. And that's the same reason that all the planets tipped, because the basis for the electrical, you can say the ground plane existence, whatever our amplitude or amplitude or whatever, the numbers changed with the addition of the second star in proximity. And this is, of course, when all the planets started warming up as well, including the core of Earth, and which is also part of what is in that 2012 movie. And in 2012, that altered because the two stars joined in co-orbit and discharged and did all this weird shit. And now they're separating, so the sun activity's also increased, and we're having more coronal mass ejections and stellar material. And we recently had one of the biggest coronal holes I've ever seen. So there's a lot of activity that, there's a lot going on right now. And I mean, it's literally like, we're in the seventh inning, and the game is about to get really interesting from here. So I'm just in awe at what I'm watching, and there's so much happening. It's so hard to put all the pieces together to even remember that it is a full circle of occurrences that are going on, including the passing of the planets and blah, 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 weather and this and that. It's a nightmare, but it's awesome.
So I want to back up what you mentioned about the radioactive decay acceleration. Here in Colorado, we have a lot of mineral under the soil, right? And granite and quartz. And so the breakdown of certain of those will cause radon. And so the purchase of a home you have to test for this here in the area because it's a known, and it's an irritant. It can cause lung cancer, lung disease, all kinds of different things. So when you buy or sell a home, they will have a radon test done. And when we purchased a home in the same area in 2007, no radon issues, no mitigation was necessary. We go to sell it 2017, the very end of 2017, and the radon test came back that it was in need of mitigation. And I had just finished, we had just completed finished out the basement. So I was working down there for about a year before we actually found out that it was needing some
What was the number?
I don't recall, but enough to where it was required. We had to put in a mitigation system before we could actually sell it, and it would be kosher.
Yeah, that's venting. You have to have ground floor venting with a venting shaft.
And so I went ahead and I looked it up just to see. There is an article back in 2019, December 3rd, on nature.com, scientific reports, and it says radon exposure is rising steadily within the modern North American residential environment and is increasingly uniform across seasons. So I just find that would go to back
wherever, yeah, when they say North American, but wherever you live on rock, anywhere that you're going to have a exposed rock surface, and even dirt gives up a certain amount of degradation, radioactive radon, and that just signifies proton breakdown, and then for the chemistry structure can't hold it anymore, and it throws off the radical electron, which is decaying proton that can affect your skin cells in your lungs, and as you breathe in this negative, probably ion-based gas, and which can cause detrimental effects to positively charged bodies like ourselves, because we're positively charged like water, because our bodies are 73% water, et cetera, and minerals, which also are mostly positively charged minerals of variant degrees, including gold, which is in our bodies as well. And the star and all the air. I mean, we have stars inside of us. We have chemistry from millions and billions of years ago, but inside of us all. Fathom that one. So yeah, no matter where you live, pretty much you're going to have some amount of radar, and the best thing to do is just not necessarily live in your basement. And if your basement is radon protected at construction, then you won't have to worry about it. They don't, for the most part, do that. Although most people don't live in their houses long enough that, I mean, if you live there for 80 years, you might need to worry about it in most cases. But then, of course, it depends on which state and which rock. Colorado was probably a little bit predominantly more radioactive radon-wise than Montana is because of its location. And our rock is different rock. And that has to do with material inside it that breaks down, including the variant degrees of dirt material all the way to plant life, all the way to biomass from passed on creatures. And limestone variation, blah, 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 granite, this, that, the other thing, feldspar, and that, all of that has radioactive decay, because everything that rots is actually sort of decaying in that manner. And so they'll sell you anything, you know. And the problem with Colorado is they have got too many covenants on their world.
Right. And again, it wasn't to scare anyone, just to let you know that I do find that what Sam had mentioned about that acceleration being accurate, just because 10 years in the home, and, you know, it wasn't an issue before. 10 years later, it was. So,
so
not to scare anyone.
Well, everything we know has changed, and people have just, you know, I mean, Rebecca, how many times have you heard people say, well, wouldn't we know about it by now if these planets were this close?
Right. That you know, the surface of the Earth would be ripped off, and, you know, I've heard all kinds of scenarios, but yes, it'd just be totally catastrophic.
And what is happening is there is a lot of the parameters of our normal life is no longer. And in the last decade, it's been inch by inch eaten away with people being, I'm not going to say ignorant of, but we say indolent of the knowledge, where they're lost in something else rather than focusing on what's happening right before us. And we're in a whole new ball game.
Oh yeah.
And better take notice while you can, because I mean, even looking at on the one on the left is the side of Uri, and the one on the right is the bottom of Batu's moon.
Yeah, they look different. They're beautiful.
Yeah, these are from Kevin.
Wow.
No.
I just seen similar ones that Tara sent me, but she said she wanted to send them to the email, so I don't know if they came yet.
Yeah.
Oh, I have not.
I believe we're looking south on the right picture.
I've not seen them yet.
And south on the left picture as well. And this is Atu and Atu's moon, which is past Earth because the light is coming from the left. See, this is how we do this.
It's difficult when you get just little bits of the picture. It's difficult.
I break it down in my eye, but, you know, I mean, we've been doing this for so long. I mean, I make mistakes, but I know what it is generically. Just because it's
I know we give you a hard time with these pictures that are kind of small.
Oh, I've been doing this for so long, every day for so long. I'm in another, you know, I'm in another place with this. It's just, I see it so well. And, you know, I do make mistakes. And a lot of that has to do with, you know, the light and trying to figure out what direction I'm actually looking in.
So this one on the left is what, Sam?
The one on the left is the same as the one on the right. It's just the left is a close-up of the one on the right, and it is
bubbly stuff.
The light is coming from the left, so we know therefore it's facially illuminated past Earth. So we ought to, as well as we know that this is the face of Atu's moon in front of Atu. And this bubbly mass we've seen, and these are these rolling output mantis cloud that Christoper talks about all the time, and I do as well, that are just so huge. It's just absolutely unbelievable.
I've never quite seen them humongous like that. I mean, on the rare occasions here, but it's different because of where we are at sea level, I guess.
Right. Well, when this comes in, you guys get so much rain that your clouds roll in, so you don't often see this because there's more stuff between you. It's harder to see at sea level. It really is.
Yeah, we managed to see them fine.
Well, you might see it 5 minutes before the onset of the storm. There it is, and then you got to take a quick capture and get it, and then for the rest of the day you don't see it because it's over the top of you.
Sit on that. And then I heard back from Shelley about these, remember this? Okay, she said no, it was not behind glass. She was standing out on her patio outside.
That is weird.
Yeah.
And it's multiple captures. It's one after another.
Wow. Okay. Well,
and there isn't any other lights that's like that. There's not any blue lights.
Looks like ships flying to me.
Something.
I know.
I knew she'd know better. I knew she would do that.
Weird,
Yeah.
weird.
And look how colorful they are.
There are all different colors, green and blue and yellow and gray. And I don't know about the three things that are off in the distance below, but
right.
It's a squadron, I tell you.
Street lights, maybe, and I don't know. It almost looks like a show
I know.
onto the sky.
We could start our own new rumor.
Right.
Okay.
On the eclipse, they're going to invade.
No, let's not do it.
A green one or a blue one to visit you. Apparently, you're supposed to want things in green and red.
Thousands of star destroyers descend on Earth during the eclipse.
In green and red, because they said you've got to wear green and red. Did you see that part?
Yeah, I saw that part where you got to wear. That one obliviously vanished from my brain 5 seconds after I heard it.
I mean,
what was the reasoning behind that? Why did they tell you to wear green and red?
What's the reason?
To protect you from something. I don't know.
I don't know.
I have no idea why you wear green and red.
The blue is.
We show up better on infrared space.
I don't know.
Right.
Maybe it's to let all the other people that are in on the secret that
way.
Secret, but
that way, if it's the rapture, they'll know to pick you up.
Okay.
What corner to send you to in the ship?
Oh my god! And I have to apologize. I am mostly joking about a lot of this stuff, but I mean, there's a whole lot to this, and it is kind of mystically spooky, and what if. But I mean, and we talked about this on a couple other shows where I was just going, this is another one of those things, and we'll see what happens. I mean, it's highly interesting. It really is.
Here's some pictures from T. Racy.
So why did you decide the red stuff coming out the ground was?
Well, we didn't know.
Yeah.
We were thinking it's probably red algae, red tide, red something.
About the most sense.
Rust water from some dark well. Who knows? This looks like the moon and normal rain clouds.
I mean, it does look like there's something.
Well, yeah, but there's no way to call it.
Right, but
I've seen things like that too, and you just wonder
the difference in color. It's such a drastic change.
Darkness, like something's
There
there, like a big
there's
wall.
massively large, rounded, illuminated objects above it, but there's no way to call this.
That was weird. You guys just went dead on my end. The volume just stopped.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I know. You guys couldn't hear me for ages. I had to go out and come back in again.
Okay.
Yeah, we're fun tonight, aren't we?
Yeah, usually I don't have internet problems ever, or connection problems. I guess it's my day today.
Diddly-dee. Hi guys, have you got donuts tonight?
Really active.
You think they've got chocolate in their donuts tonight?
Donuts.
Fresh
I bet.
coffee, vanilla macchiella or whatever they call
That's
it.
probably where we got donuts from. It's from them.
Yeah, I wanted a donut the other day. I seen one. So I just giggle when I see them though.
Nicolle, you were talking about how the crickets could be chirping outside because of the light and everything. You were talking about the cicadas earlier, and they come out about every 13 years.
Depending,
right?
Or they're supposed to.
I mean, I wonder, the cicada season's supposed to start after the eclipse. I wonder if, that'll be affected by all this. Who knows?
Well, so rhythmically, all animals and all creatures and every rock and every tree knows that this is happening above us because electrically we're all feeling it. I mean, there's no way to separate yourself electrically from this,
right?
And so every clock in all of us is being affected. We're being all. I mean, this is where we're talking about the emotional discomfort, and in the Bible, it's discussed as birthing pains. The time of revelation, and I do my homework, and so the animals are feeling it. Remember a couple of years ago, everything was walking in circles, including fish and birds and horses and you name it, and zebra and all sorts of stuff was walking in circles, and sighted around the world, and they didn't know why. Now they got this reeling disease in Florida, all kinds of crazy shit going on everywhere. And new diseases, and birds. We still don't have the birds up here in Montana. Don't know where they are. There was mass bird die-offs for the last decade all over the planet, and that, of course, did get reported, which is weird. It's all one big thing of change going on right before our very faces.
I remember birds dead on the seashore when I went to Aberdeen about 2 years ago. And there was nothing wrong with the birds. If you looked at them, they didn't have anything on them that would tell you why the poor creatures died. And it was like literally mass amounts of them. My friend had said, let's go to the beach. This is Lynn that's in Aberdeen, and we walked there, and there was lots of them.
Well, they've had all these lung diseases through it. It's an avian flu. It's an avian virus. They could have had the coronavirus as well. Oops, I'm not supposed to.
Yeah, because I remember it was around
coronavirus. You can't mention the C part. We have to say virus because otherwise we'll get flagged. There's viruses. There's a new pig virus. There's a new sheep virus. There's a new human virus that they're not even talking about. It's in 5, 6, 7, 8 states already, and it's not making the news. And I talked about it a few weeks ago. And and we're going to see now that the temperatures are changing and rising, we're also going to see more infection rates and other tropical diseases start to form in places that we've never seen before, including malaria or Zika virus or Rocky Mountain spotted fever or the transition of cockroaches or bed bugs or I could keep going, frogs to locusts to snakes to you name it, and or the giant South American rats that now live in Florida will probably end up in Georgia. And, there's sharks off the New York harbor right now. And then all the seal sharks that are off the coast of Oregon are going to go farther up into Washington State. All of these transitions of the species that are going to be moving because we're no longer in Kansas. We're no longer where we used to be. We're tipped. And we're residually tipped, I believe, because our climate is so drastically temperature moderation. Now, it could be just the sun. It could be our atmosphere, but I do believe we are more tipped than we used to be because the seasons sure aren't right. And we know the sun's in the wrong place.
Angle, even since I came here, it's changed, I'm sure.
The sun's in the wrong place. So
the sun's in the wrong place again.
No, still. But yeah, even more now.
Even more, yeah.
Recently. But it's been in the wrong place since 2011. And
that moved more now, Sam, because when I went to go look for where the sunset was, it had gone completely off to the right.
Yeah, I wonder why that wasn't public. I wonder why it didn't go public in 2011. And you walked outside, and it was so damn bright outside that your eyes just watered. And you looked at your car, and you could see the circles in the window tinting on your car, and nobody can do that now. And that was when that second star got here and came up into the northern hemisphere. And it was absolutely blinding bright outside. Did it make the news? Nope. Meanwhile, Sam's screaming as loud as he dares, and he got all the trolls calling me a crazy man, for all these years now. And we, Montana Skywatchers and Nibiru followers anonymous, etc., sister sites included, we've been just, heartily going along, going, we don't listen to you. We know what we see. Thank you. Here we are. Woo. Okay.
Yes. Chris, about those cicadas, I just wanted to share with everyone that there are 7 kinds of periodical cicadas.
Right. I knew there were more than one.
Yeah, there's 3 of them that are 17-year, meaning that they spend 17 years buried while they're forming, and then they emerge once the soil temperature reaches 64 degrees or above. And there's 4 others that go 13 years. So, yeah.
That's interesting.
And it depends on where you're
17
at.
years to make a bug.
Right. I knew that they, their period lasted a long time, before they come out. But I don't even remember the last time I saw a cicada. I remember when I was a kid, they used to be, they'd leave their shells on the tree trunk, my grandpa would pick them off and scare me with them. But
scary looking.
Right. They are scary looking, little nasty, little crusty
things. Is that the ones with the colors on?
Yeah, I just don't remember the last time I even saw a cicada shell on a tree.
What color are they?
Well, they look like they're like the size of a paperclip. They're 1.5 to 2 inches, and they have these red eyes, and they look like
green,
giant
yellow,
flies.
brown.
They can be different colors, yes,
Right.
but I had never seen one
hang
until
out on the
I
tree.
was in Arizona.
I'd never seen anything
there,
really
I had
huge like that before, but now
Yeah.
that you're talking about them colors, that
And they
must
are-
have, I wonder if you get them in Africa. I mean, somebody must have brought them there. I had
They are
never seen them before.
noisier than hell.
Oh, yeah.
Oh
Yes,
my
they're
God, they're
really-
loud.
Either you love
cute.
that
They're
noise
kinda
or you
cute.
hate it.
They're very loud. They are very loud, but they really look like a big fly, honestly.
Nasty. Oh.
The ones in Arizona have red eyes, and
Yeah, that's-
they're
Google it
kind
now.
of cute. They are kind of
They
cute.
don't
but,
they don't buzz around your head or nothing. They hang out
No,
on the
they're
tree
just
and they
super
don't
freaking
bother
loud.
nobody.
Don't bite you. They don't sting you
just-
or anything.
They just sing, and well, I don't think it's singing at all. But this is kind of. Do you see what that looks like?
Yeah.
Yeah, and meanwhile, I don't want one crawling on me.
Gillian?
Thank you.
Woo!
Oh,
They're
Ah!
just moving.
Irk.
Yeah.
So,
So you don't want one of those in your sink.
now I'm doing the Gillian.
Crawling all over
Yeah.
everything out
Tingles
there.
down my back.
You can't
Rebecca
sit
has
down
something
and they're
to say.
crawling.
Sorry, I
all
know
over
I
the
make
place.
those big faces.
here's what the word is in regards to
Time of
the
There
eclipse.
will be over 1 trillion cicadas swarming the USA.
More than 1 trillion cicadas will be coming
Whoa.
to the USA in an event that has not happened since 1803. So what are cicadas? For more than a decade, cicadas, which are in the
It's an
same
omen.
family as stink bugs and bed
It's a
bugs that live
sign.
in
There you go,
underground
Gillian.
burrows until they're mature enough to rise to the surface. But don't worry, they don't sting, they don't bite, they're not poisonous. The Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, basically says that they'll be great food source for the birds and they are nutritious for the soil once they
And
decompose.
dogs
They're not
love
here
them
for
too.
us.
Just so that you understand, there are 2 adjacent broods of the red-eye flying cicadas that will emerge from the ground in April, and the residents in the Midwest and Southeast should brace themselves for a season of high-pitched buzzing. 2024 will mark the first time in more than 200 years that 2 different broods of cicadas actually come together, and this only happens every 13 to 17 years. And it's really strange that they're going to emerge at the same time of the eclipse. Comment below what you think and let me know.
It's an omen. Dun dun dun.
And Oklahoma was on that list. So
Yeah, I didn't know they were that
Not for
far.
that one. Err.
I didn't know they were that far west. I thought that was just in the southeast that they were.
Yeah.
I did not
we
know that.
definitely get them each summer. Like it's
I get
summertime
something out
when
of
you hear them.
them.
Good thing I didn't move
Yeah.
down there. Icky. We
Right.
don't have
Yeah,
your
you know it's
problems
hot
up here.
summertime.
Cockroaches don't live up here very well. Bed bugs don't multiply over and over again.
We get
you get one
scorpions.
season
Real
out of
fun.
them and they die. We don't have
Every
fleas
year
up
my
here.
body's standing up. I cannot believe you guys get bugs like that there.
Yeah, scorpions.
we, If your dog has fleas, they don't last up here in the mountains because the altitude's too high up here for them to regenerate. New generations. They don't last long if you get them. Ew.
Colorado does not get the periodical ones, but we do have the periodical ones. Apparently, are supposed to be limited to east of the Mississippi River. So if you have some, that you got some issues. But again, there's migration, so I'm sure that
okay, I've got bug
they're going to
issues
be everywhere. But yeah.
Feed the birds and feed the bats.
That's what 29 species of cicadas occur in Colorado.
29.
99.
What did you
Only
say
two
about
of which
bats?
are common locally.
Bats will eat them for lunch, dinner.
We used to have bats. They're nocturnal, right? And they used to come out right at dusk. Thousands of them would be flying over. I haven't seen them in years.
There was another lung infection in bats as well. They also have white nose. They have white nose fungus, I believe, in your area, where they get a fungus on their nose and on their face, and it ends up breaking down their immune system, and they die.
That's too bad. Yeah, I remember seeing them from the time I was a kid. I haven't seen them in years.
Our people believe that we are in the midst of another, what they call the sixth die-off, where we're seeing a large species die off around the planet.
We don't often talk about it, but do you remember? I mean, Sam, you've got to go a ways into Missoula, at least a few miles, right? So do you remember all the times, and Rebecca, especially with do you remember all the bugs that you would accumulate on the grill of the car, the windshield? I mean,
right.
I mean, you couldn't. I used to take trips that were like 1,300 miles, and I'd go across over into Missouri, where my grandmother used to live. And in the summer, it was just you were cleaning your windshield all the time because going across I-70 through Kansas. Which has, I think, the most museums per state, like capita, I think, possible. There's a museum every mile, it seems, every exit. There's all kinds of stuff in Kansas to see. Not really. Now there's not a lot of bugs. You're never. I rarely am scraping bugs off the window or having, it used to be where you'd have to buy stuff that would specifically take bugs off because you would accumulate so much on your windshield. And that's just not something that, it doesn't happen anymore.
There's been a huge pine beetle plague in the Northwest, of course, many different varieties.
Yeah.
I don't know what has happened to that population.
Ash,
yeah. Well, we're seeing drastic changes in the fabric of the life circle and all of that, and that's of course affecting the whole food chain. And wheat growth and all that crap. We talked about earlier. Well, everything. Of course, that's also in Revelations. That's also in Nostradamus talks, and the direct quote is that the cost of honey will outweigh the cost of candle wax, and. So, and then the bee population, we don't even get me started on the bee population. We've seen a massive decline in bee population and an upswing in hornets and then the killer hornets. There's the size of, size of your mouse, etc. I mean, these vastly large, freaky creatures all over the place. They're doing well and other ones that aren't. Yeah, we're in a weird world.
Very strange. And I have actually come face to face with those giant hornet wasp looking things. And yes, you were saying, Rebecca.
Oh, nothing. That was more interesting. I was going to point out that this was a couple of pictures that Anissa Rabians sent to the email address. And I think she's curious what it is, like what's happening. Here's another.
It is a very odd illumination situation.
That's kind of wild, isn't it?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Andrea
looks like
Adams.
Something crossing.
She said, "You don't want one of those in your hair." Freaked her out.
I just read that. I'm like,
no.
Oh, Andrea, that just brings up a whole new visual.
You go to the Pacific Northwest, and the cockroaches in Oregon are large enough they actually squish between your toes. If you
Samuel,
walk into your kitchen at night before you turn on the light, you have to turn the light on, then walk in, and you watch them
okay,
scatter.
I will never be walking around in bare feet again, thinking about stuff like
Hey,
that.
I still check my shoes for scorpions every time I put them on. And we don't have them here. They're in Arizona, and I spent some time in Arizona, and I still to this day check my shoes for scorpions.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember going.
You don't
We
grow
went
out of that,
up
right?
to the North and South Africa as well, and there was giant red scorpions under our pillows in the rubbles.
Yicky. Yeah, I can't tell you what this is. It's awful cool. It's something cutting in and causing this complete refraction illumination scenario. It's probably a planet cutting in the light. It could be. I don't even know what to tell you. The color.
Maybe it's Nibiru and Uri. You know, maybe.
Weird.
Are we looking at a base of it?
Huh?
Are we looking at a base of one of them?
It could be necessity cutting off the sun, and we're seeing the shine through the bottom core cloud. I hard call.
Yeah, look
This
at those
is weird.
beams.
Well,
Straight
something's
lines.
cutting off the sunlight. It's just barely shining through whatever is cutting it into. And so this is a very strange, unusual, beautiful, unusual shot.
And Tara sent me, I saw earlier, she emailed me some pictures. I don't know if maybe a video too. I don't know. But so far, I've not received it. So just letting you know, I'm all caught up on my pictures as far as recently submitted. There's some older ones down here. But yeah, just letting you all know. And then somebody else was asking because they wanted to verify if it was Nibiru that they captured. And I'm on the lookout for your picture also. Can't remember his name, their name. But yeah, I'm on the lookout for that.
Mr. Rebecca,
Yes.
sorry, Sam. I wanted to mention I sent over just a picture, and there is a very tiny little hand pointing at a jetliner from DIA, took off out of DIA, but it's in your messenger file, and I put it there just so you could maybe pop it up, because that's one of my things, is what I'm trying to show is how gigantic these clouds really are compared to, I mean, I don't remember the clouds being ever so big or so much bigger than the jetliners were when even as a kid.
Well, they never used to be up that high.
That too. So they're incredibly way the heck up there. But
Most of what we
also
see in the upper area is clouds in space around these planets, and most of what we see is not our clouds within our atmosphere. And over at the lower areas, anytime you go to the top of the cumulus nimbus clouds, anywhere around you, which are our rain and thunder and lightning clouds, that's 30, 35,000, 40,000 feet. That's the top of our main thick clouds. Everything above that is see-through. And so if anything is above that, and we used to show comparisons all the time from the 218, 219 shots, because when Attu and Attu's moon and Uri came in, they were so dominantly high above all the cumulus nimbus clouds, it was just insane. And yet our brain accepts that as normal clouds. And yet they're vastly taller than they should even remotely be.
Yes, and you mentioned that when we're in the plane flying, if the clouds are above us, if we're at our cruising altitude of 33,000 or so, if we're seeing clouds above us, those are not ours, correct?
Correct. Yeah, and because you're flying above the clouds, and most everything would be the cirrus clouds or the higher up clouds in the atmosphere. But once you're above all the cumulus nimbus, then there should not be any clouds that are thick and not see-through above you, period. You should be seeing open space, blue, not planets. And I that too amazes me that what happened to all the pilots? Don't they see this? Does their mind just tell them, oh, it's more clouds?
Are they under non-disclosure agreements?
Most likely. I'm sure that
Thank you. Thank you.
The airplane companies are also under FAA regulations and licensing, and it's entirely possible. And it was government funded. It also propped them all up in 2008. And it's very possible that they got them to sign a bunch of shit that they weren't allowed to disclose this, that, and the other thing. How often do we get any recordings from the aviation groups talking from one plane? You don't hear any of it. And the air traffic controllers are all government employees, period, and they're usually ex-military, at least 80% of them.
Right,
So,
and we hear about that in the UFO disclosure, soft disclosure shows that they aren't allowed to say that, because if they do, then their sanity and ability to fly then is called into question.
Right.
Yeah, this photo, unfortunately, so this is how small these big giant jetliners look against this, and she's had to really blow this thing up because you can't even see it's a little dot.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just a tiny little dot, and that's one of those
So
big
little.
planes.
So look how big those
You know?
clouds are. They're massive. Yes, I see.
Yes.
and the dark areas, and you look at the bottom left corner, and it's lighter illumination, and that's the real sky colors. And this shows you these are planets way above, way above, and the little tiny little clouds way up there are not most of these. The three on the bottom below the hand could be normal clouds, but the most of everything right where the hand is up is not from Earth.
Right.
What about Shelley's question about flying? Like, what do you think about flying?
You know, I'm going to say...
Oh, yeah, of course it's safe. Well, with the exception of the freakish jet stream issues where, like, look at those people that, like 30 or 40 of them ended up in the hospital because their plane just dropped some 30,000 feet and then stabilized right before it hit the ground. And a bunch of, they dropped, I think, from like 40,000 down to 10,000 feet.
Oh, my God.
Bang. Yeah, and half the people were up on the ceiling and then down on the seats and then up on the ceiling. And then, I don't know if they went to a nosedive or what, but I mean, I don't know how much control of the plane they had during the 30,000 foot fall. That's got to be a lot of spinning.
Was that the one that was going into the Hawaiian Islands? And they got really banged up and like bloodied from or was that just a bad turbulence?
Well, depending on the jet streams are completely screwed up. Yeah, they're if you go into the upper atmosphere bands and have a look at what they're showing comparison on natural weather on the Weather Channel or whatever, they're showing you the lower atmosphere on radar. They're not showing you any of the stuff that's going on above us. And the jet stream and the trade winds are going way faster than they ever did before. So if you come in out of that and you're dropping down out of a very fast jet stream into the lower, slower air, you're going to have some huge problems. And you might be traveling quicker, and then suddenly you drop into air that's going slower, and you're going to have to do some movement of some buttons and stuff to transition that speed. And in the last 5 years, we've had a lot more accidents of turbulence than we ever saw before.
It's like, when you're riding a bicycle and then you hit like a puddle of water when you're going really fast, or you hit like a lot of water, it kind of slows everything down on you.
Yeah, or if you're riding in the desert and you come across a water wash and you sink into the sand. Exactly.
Right. Yep, that same thing.
Yeah, or you're riding on Rockaway Road and you just go.
Yeah, or it's too wet. You have no tires underneath you at all. You're hydroplane.
Yeah, that's fun.
Audrey sent in a couple of more pictures. I think she said it was her cousin, a family member. Let's see. Yes, her cousin in South Africa took this one and one other one.
That's a cool one, Audrey.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the water line.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The shadow in the water.
The shadow in the water.
It could be just a normal storm, but I mean, it is dire cut off in the light. You can see it.
It's awesome.
Right. And then this one too.
Thank you.
Well, I don't even know where the sun's coming from on this. Probably behind the cloud.
Behind the cloud, yeah. But it almost looks like it's behind the cloud, but in front of that dark. bluish.
Yeah, it's shining underneath and overhead, and then shining between and all of that. That's why it, looks almost bird-like.
That's something to remind everyone of. I actually was not sure of what it was when I first saw it, but when we have the contrails put out by the vapor trails following behind those jets and the jetliners, I saw one that was up above it, and then there was another one that was up above it, and it was a shadow.
Yes,
two shadows of it. And I couldn't understand why in the world there would be two shadows of this. It should be coming down.
Yeah, but that's the light shining through the sea trail. And it's leaving on the planet.
He's not allowed to tell us.
Yeah, the upper body. But you can see there's the shadow. It's on the bottom of the planet. There's the planet, and nobody even bit into that. I showed the shadow of the planet going by.
We couldn't hear you for a bit, Sam.
I'm sorry. Yeah, because I was giving good details. We early saw the shadowing going off on the bottom of the planets.
Right.
And
so now I know that.
Right. We're screaming and screaming to people what was going on, and then they didn't even bite into it.
Well, I don't know the people. Like I would consider myself as kind of well, I guess maybe I'm not too sure, because I remember being sad looking at the clouds, because for a little while there back in, I don't know, I lived in Arizona in 2001 through 2008, and there's not a lot of clouds there, especially during the warmer months of
right.
I mean, most of the year.
Less moisture in the air.
And I don't know that even the natives or the local people that have been born and raised there realize that they have so many more clouds now. I have friends that still live there, and they post constant sunset pictures where they really didn't have much of any sunsets to speak of, really. I mean, everyone from there that came here in Colorado was very impressed with our skies. But so yeah, for a while there, I was a little sad because I couldn't look at the sky and even think of, I couldn't see any shapes in the clouds. So that was 20 some years ago. Now I can't not see any of this. And I want to say that was maybe 2017 when I was seeing that up in the sky. And I was onto the two suns situation, but I was misapplying what I had. It wasn't what I was thinking it was. It obviously was so if you see those, look up, because chances are if there's a dark blue sky above you, they may and the sun is, on its way to setting, you may very well see the shadow of those on the base of the planets above you. So that's another way to kind of see for yourself that they're there.
It's awesome, especially at sunset, Nicolle,
Definitely.
If you just sit there, you have the time to sit out there for at least 30, 45 minutes, an hour before sunset, and you can just watch it. It will reveal some incredible sights. Absolutely. It's awesome.
The way I described it to a sales clerk the other day was you look for that dark area in the sky. When you see something that's really, really weirdly dark, look for a big rounded edge in the sky. Look for circles of the smaller asteroids. Look for trails that run behind circles, things like that. Once you start there, look at the dark areas first. And once you start to see these things, you can't miss them.
I think
and they are above it. And look up. Look up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Don't just look out. Don't just look out, because you're going to miss most of what's going on. It's straight over the top of you.
So I think this is from Tara. Let me know, Tara, if that's you. But here's a video clip that I just received, and I see something else from Robert. Let's go get those.
A little reflective glaring off of the telephone wires. For the most part, here's our normal size sun. Should actually be back in the 70s and 80s. It was a little bit smaller. here in the northern hemisphere, up on the side of this continent. I don't think we're still looking for that bottom thing below to the right, and hopefully we'll see separation. But yeah, this is I can't really glean much from this because most of what I'm seeing refractive wise comes from the telephone wires. Nice shot, nice capture, but don't see much.
Yeah, and if you're getting pictures of the sun, instead of just posting on it, don't forget that Rebecca does the daily posts for sun pictures.
Yeah.
So we can see, when the two stars separate. Start posting your sun pictures. Look for Rebecca's post. You can go in the featured section of the group, and you'll find Rebecca's post every day.
Every morning I post it by 11 at the latest, usually. So, but yeah, good idea.
Central Standard Time.
Even when you don't think you have anything, it's
I know.
at least
Now I'm like,
so we can all see it.
If 3 o'clock passes and I haven't done it yet, I gotta go outside and get a picture of the sun real quick.
Yes.
Well, I appreciate you bringing that up, Chris, because I have asked Rebecca once before or maybe twice, and whenever she's mentioned it, I've totally not paid any attention or recalled where to put it. Where does she want it on her own post page, or does she want it on Nibiru Followers Anonymous, but by 11 Central Standard Time? So there you go.
There you go. Perfect. And it's the post with the pictures of the sun. She's got a whole collage of sun pictures that she checks every day.
I have a few examples. We'll look at that for a minute while I get Robert's ready.
Oh.
Let's see.
Oh.
It's been a while since I've shared them. They're buried down here. But yeah, every day I make a new collage. Occasionally I'll reuse one, but you all know.
Yeah. I figured since it's the end of the month, I went to the featured posts, and I made a short video, for the group, March 2024's featured post for Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and
okay,
that could be. I thought that was cool. Different for the end of the month,
Good recorded compilations, yeah.
Yeah, it's just it's a slideshow. And
I used to do a monthly Understanding the Skies, and that's what we did was we just gave the month and sort of
I just took screenshots of the posts, and then it's just it's just a slideshow one after the other, and it's cool because they're from all of our group members, basically posts that match Sam's drawings.
I don't think I've seen it yet. Then
no, I haven't posted it yet.
Oh, okay.
I just gotta upload it and do all that stuff. But I use the I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it or heard this music. It's like classical symphony music, but it's from this composer's name is Holst, and it's called The Planets, right? And each one of the songs is dedicated to a different planet, like Venus, Mars, Jupiter.
Cool.
I don't think Earth is there, but it's really cool. So each song is different, and you can tell Mercury is flighty and sounding, and then Jupiter's of course is this real grand song, and I just thought it was cool. So I used one.
Yeah, you sent it to me. It's lovely. Thank you.
Cool.
And you can also find out what the planets sound like themselves, and you can hear the difference of a rock planet versus a gas planet versus. Yeah.
It's really pretty amazing that each planet has its own voice.
A lot of that, the sky sounds have been included in a lot of the Eclipse videos where people are talking about they had the sounds over the top of Jerusalem this last week where they're hearing the sky sounds, and so they're all freaking out about that.
Been for a while.
Yeah, well, it's been going on around all around Earth for the last couple of weeks again, and we know that the sky sounds are directly related to either tectonic plates or harmonic rubbing from the upper atmospheres rubbing together, like rubbing your finger on a crystal glass to create the harmonic tone. human resonance, electrical, magnetosphere, rubbing, whatever. So yeah, it is predominantly important that the sky sounds did start when the planets got here, and they've been running for since 2010. Right. And I've heard them here, and I hear them regularly here all the time.
Another thing that we never experienced before.
Yeah.
Yep. I would love to put a microphone outside to record, for I don't know how long it would take. God, I think
if you have something that can record 80 hertz or below, it's if I remember the science rate was something like 83 hertz.
Okay.
And which is a really low subtone.
Right.
And I hear it all the time up here. And then it goes down to 50 or something like this. And you could probably type in a questionnaire on YouTube and find a video on that. The science in the sky sounds from 80 hertz and down, and God only knows what you'll come up with. But excuse me. Yeah, there's a lot of things all tied together that are happening. And I'm scrolling through Facebook here now, and if the whole world would become dark for 3 hours during the crucifixion, why doesn't it do that? And why don't other historians mention it? Dun dun dun. So they're all going off on this eclipse, and oh boy, there's just a ton of great pictures coming in. I'm scrolling down Facebook.
How beautiful that is! Wow.
Anyway.
Purple.
Yeah, here's a couple of captures from Robert in New Zealand.
Awesome.
And apparently that video that we just watched was not from Tara. So it was from 5100B. Well, it's on the email address. So sorry about that. But Tara is still trying to get hers to come through so far. I don't have it.
I think we're looking at the side of Uri as the white puppy with the lines. And Saru is the light purple all the way down to the tree on the right.
Mm. Nice.
Side of Uri.
So she's purpley yellow.
Yeah, well, the straight line purpley is probably the side of Uri, and some asteroids coming in underneath her in the upper left. And those asteroids are big. And from New Zealand, they would get an interesting side view, so that's why they're as big as they are in their out view of it, smaller in ours.
Yeah, I remember.
You always got to twist that, because they're down at the bottom of the planet in your head thing, and it still confuses the crap out of me regularly.
I forgot to include one.
I can just barely hear the music. Maybe I need to turn up my volume.
Well, yeah, I didn't want to make people strain to hear you.
You get to hear it, but I don't.
Yeah, we need to get you some headphones next.
Yeah. I got enough wires hanging out of this machine as it is.
That would maybe make it easier to hear.
Right.
Yeah, I do have a headphone jack. What do you know? I can do that for myself, I think.
I mean, I'm special. I got a microphone now.
There you go.
And
there you go.
Okay.
I upgraded.
Nice.
You guys came in the mail yesterday. I'm like, this is cool. I can't.
One step at a time, sir. That's what I've had to do. I've had to build one little piece at a time. And thank you, Nicolle.
You're welcome.
It's true.
I mean, I was literally taping my phone to the lamppost, like the light. Like the first few times I started with you guys. Oh man.
Yeah.
It was
a very awesome Christmas present this year from Nicolle. So.
Oh, cool.
Well, that's ingenuity, Chris, and you're welcome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
My first podcast with you guys, I was in my wife's dad's garage, and it was a little rough.
So, do you have a tablet or a laptop or something, or a phone?
I got a tablet, but it's an Android, and I can't ever figure out how to use it.
Yeah, it's easier.
So you're not on your tablet then?
No, I just use my phone to do the podcast.
So you're saying you have an iPhone?
Yeah.
See, I'm the reverse. I refuse to use any Apple product unless it's I'll use my iPad, but I usually don't use it for much. And I just like I like iTunes, so I had iPods, and I would carry an iPod with my Android phone, and now I just have
There's
my
no more
iTunes
iPod.
library on my Android because now I can cram quite a bit into that. But I did run into the issue with the no space on this phone, and that's after downloading all my stuff multiple times onto little thumb drives or flash drives, and so now I'm using this one.
No pictures. Like I've got
I've had
pictures on my phone now.
I had an Apple tablet. I had an Apple tablet I killed within the first week, and then my regular internet regular tablet, which was a cheapie, I killed that one in I think about a month, just handling it, and then they wouldn't turn on anymore.
There is a service you can use. They purchase like all of the return phones to the major carriers, right? And they sell them at like, a discount. And, they're all these, they're used products, but all of them are checked. And I think
you wouldn't believe the metal you can get out of them. You can get gold, you can get silver, you can get, if you're a good chemist, you can get all kinds of stuff out of, you can get a lot of gold out of computer gear.
Oh, yeah.
Refurbished.
Oh,
refurbished. That's what you get when you try to get a phone replacement, and you pay so much money for it every single month, and they give you a refurbished
$1,500 for a new phone. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like when you buy auto parts, you get a remanufactured starter, and you don't even get a new one. It's like, what?
Mm-hmm. What is this about?
They still charge you full price for the damn thing.
Right.
When my wife was on dialysis, the dialysis machine she had to do it at home. Okay, and this dialysis machine, every 4 or 5 days, it would break. It would stop working. So, of course, she has to do it every day. So they'd have to send it. They'd have to deliver us a new one. And it was weird. I would order it, and it would show up to the house within 3 or 4 hours. It was crazy. But every few days, new machine coming to the house. So, yeah, those are all refurbished. Everything's refurbished.
Yes.
A lot of money in healthcare, and it's unfortunately there's a lot of grifting and a lot of corruption going on, and where the money goes and the price of pharmaceutical expenses, etc. $8 for a Band-Aid, horrible. And they soak you for everything. Even if you don't get the services, they'll still charge you for it. And I paid $90,000 in medical bills and never really got a breakdown of what I was paying.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not one that was ever satisfactory to account for $90,000 in medical bills.
Everything that's opened in the operating room, regardless if they use it or not, you're charged for it. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. You're paying for the bumper sticker on his Mercedes. Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where are we at, Rebecca?
Yep. Well, I just saw that Nicolle sent me a couple more pictures, so I was pulling those up real quick.
I was sorry, Rebecca. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, that was basically it. I was like, and that after that, I'll be mostly caught up, as far as everything that I've prepared and what people have seen.
Yeah, we're nearly at 6 hours. I can't believe we've been here for 6 hours already.
We showed a lot today.
Cool.
Let's see. Hang on.
And I'm sorry to send those to you. I'm creating a slide for you now, because that's what I'm here for, right? To create slides. But I sent them to you, and I sent them to the contents dash just because I've been so busy with everything that I'm sitting here realizing how many things I've got, and I can't believe I didn't share this. I can't believe I didn't share this.
Yeah, it's like we've got so many pictures that I took when I seen the storm today.
Yeah, my thing is now is, if I'll just post my pictures on the group, people can see them there. I would rather, members get their pictures seen up here, unless it's absolutely important to show, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, if I see some of your material that's important, I'll just grab it and I'll post it on Skywatcher 1 or 2 or my page or whatever. Yeah.
Right. Before, when I first started watching you guys, oh my God, I was sending Rebecca 500 pictures at a time.
Yes.
That's okay.
It was
fun. You got noticed anyway, sir.
Oh
so
God,
you're here
on
now.
YouTube.
It paid off. You got here.
Yeah, we all learn and everything. And I did just make that size comparison. That is right now. That was just my last break. So that was an hour ago, just over an hour ago. And that's the side of my roof line. So I'm not going through glass or anything.
Is this a video or is this a still picture?
That's a still picture.
Why do I think it's moving?
I don't know.
I had to ask. It's like, I see this moving. Why?
I see it moving too. Like, it feels like it's moving to the right a little bit. Like the clouds are moving as they should be. It's weird. Mm-hmm.
I think I do have a 6-hour syndrome. I'm things are moving.
Yeah, my brain's starting to go sleepy now.
Yeah, I think it's time too. I do agree. I mean, the damn still picture is moving. It's time.
That's a sign. That's a sign for Star Wars.
It is pics for Sam.
You just said what I was going to say.
Right? Sorry about that. Melanie Long is asking if the address is pics for Sam.
Oh, here it is.
We're going to get that posted for you, Melanie. And
let's see. Here is this. Okay.
Skypicsforsam@gmail.com. There you go.
We'll take Melanie's and then we'll end after that. How's that sound, Sam?
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
Is that good for you?
I have
no matter where I am, there I am. You know, no matter what I'm doing this or I'm not doing this, I'm still going to be just as
if the keep spinning. Let us know.
Yeah, just caught up in all of this anyway because my brain works for hours after each show, and that's why I go play Star Wars is to wind down and disconnect.
Wait, you have like a Star Wars video game or something?
Yeah, I have an old PlayStation 2
awesome.
from the 90s, and I'm amazed it still works.
Wow,
and I play.
How do you have that? I mean, I went through like 4 of those just in the 90s, and I don't have one now. And you with all of the electrical issues, how do you still have one that works?
I'm in awe this damn thing is still running. And
That's amazing.
I dearly love Battlefront 2, Star Wars, and it's this game, and I'm very good at it. And it's a shoot 'em up where you get POV and or you get to watch your character shoot. And I used to where you get
so
to
you're like a person playing,
right? And you can play the rebels, or you can play the robots, and they get all these scenarios from the early movies. And you can go to all of these little battle scenes, and you go through the ones that you want to pick. And I play it a lot. I played it for years. And we even have PlayStation 4 Battlefront 2, and I don't like it the same. And on that, you can jump from ship to ship and fly all kinds of stuff, and you can wipe out Star Destroyers. Like or whatever. My daughter will jump off of the Rebel ship on a tiny little thing, and she'll fly into the Star Destroyer and disable one of their mechanisms, then fly back to her ship and then shoot the shit out of them. And Nova is horrendously good at going around everything. She'll find the edge. It's sort of like the edge of the pie crust and work her way around. And she crashes games all the time because she does things she's not supposed to do. Excuse me?
That's great.
Wonder if she has a Cancer placement, like her rising or her moon.
Yeah, she's
so a Cancer kind of thing, a crab thing.
Okay.
She's either an Aquarius or a Capricorn, and she's at that weird mystery date on birthday.
Well, that would be a sun sign, but ancient astrology, we all used to know the big 3, which are your rising sign, your moon sign, and your sun sign.
Your rising and ascending, and then your trines and squares.
Right. But what is your moon? That's your emotions. What is your sun? That's kind of your mask that you put out there. And then your rising is what you're actually here to do and what you really are.
Awesome.
Yep. Cool beans. And it usually is very accurate too, by the way.
Highly accurate, especially if you use the Koch house system, KOCH.
Okay, that one I had not focused on. I just look through the tarot cards and use those and do now. My favorite astrologer of all time was Linda Goodman.
Yes, I have her. I want to say it's Love Signs in the
Correct. That's the best. That's her best book, and it's also her most concise, in a nutshell, consortium of information out of all of her other books loaded into that one. And that was my favorite. And I had a copy and I lost. I don't know what happened to it.
What's the title? Love Signs, you said?
Linda Goodman's Love Signs.
Love Signs.
Yeah. There's actually, she's got a really great. Go ahead, Sam.
It's the best description where she actually shows you interaction between how two signs can interact and react against each other or with each other.
Right.
And that,
right. So, i.e., if you're going to propose, read that first.
Yeah, or not propose. No. Yeah.
Or if you're going to accept.
It's one of the best ones I've ever read of her works, and I've read a bunch of those people, and she was actually very, very good at, I think, correct descriptions of each individual sign behavior trait. I thought hers were really accurate.
I want to say it's lindaland.com, but she has since passed, but she has a gigantic library of information online, and I love that she goes into a lot of asteroids. But yeah, I will geek out over astrology for like all day, for days, and print thousands of charts and compare charts and all that. But yeah, it's very interesting, and I would love to see some kind of astrology work come out of this. Like, how do the different once we figure it out which planet it is that is cool. Making us feel like we have a pin through the top of our skull, which is your chakra tower lighting up, telling you that you have a planet above you, right, Sam?
Yeah, it's an electrical connection. You feel it. Feel your personal magnetosphere polarity also is affected by it. Your outward pole. If we're positive on the top of our head and negative on our feet, because the grounding is the grounding of our feet, so that's how we're balanced. And our little battery pole on top, like a 9-volt battery or whatever, or, those big Duracells or whatever. When the planet comes over the top of us, that pole on the top of our chakra, crown chakra, actually will sting us because you're getting a different electrical than normal, and it's literally like your thread connecting to that planet. And that energy that's coming from that planet goes through you because you're a higher concentration of water mass than the oxygen. So therefore, you are more of a receptor for that planetary electricity, which will pass then through your feet to the ground. So you're like a lightning rod, and you're feeling that sting in the top of your head.
Yeah, and that's one of the sensations amongst Stan mentioned that it could be like if you're an empath, you know that maybe the depression you're feeling isn't yours, but when you've gone through everything and it's still not even that, it's not anything that you're picking up empathically, it could be the planets or the compound system that's right outside our doors, right? And but yes, I feel it, and a lot of times it feels like someone is sticking like a sword through the top of your head. I mean, and so you're not going crazy. That is a physical symptom. Don't even waste your time going to the doctor, because it comes and it goes. And they're going to tell you, oh, your head looks so good that it's like a party inside your brain. Like, don't waste your money on scans, because there's also a seam
there's a seam in the human skull that grows together after age 30. And the barometric that over time it heals together. And then when the planets are going over the top of us, when the planets go over the top of us, that seam wiggles literally like a fault line, separating open and closed and open, and that's part of it as well. It's a combination of electrical and actual skull movement. I mean, your body is reacting to these planets, and you can feel it in your feet too. There's a lot of people having neuropathy and major feet pain.
Yes, absolutely.
And that is grounding. That is Mother Earth. That's the negative charge of Mother Earth, which is also higher than normal right now in the variant of the Schumann resonance hum cycle. Harmonic effect is going through our feet, and we're getting all these like you took your foot and you just took it off and you slapped it on the ground really hard and then put it back on, and the bottom of your feet hurt, or they sting, or you're getting these zaps of electric. That's the thread connection to the negative plane. And it's happening both to our feet and our heads and our fingers and our elbows and our shoulders and our rib cages and all of the above. I mean, there's all kinds of body effect going on right now.
And I just wanted to share that was one of them. So if you're feeling that, then, you're probably already pretty wired to be able to see this a little bit more easily than others. But yeah.
Remember, it's exterior.
Rebecca, I wanted to know if you had seen, were you able to see any of Tara Nelson's stuff coming into that Sky Pics for Sam email? We're so sorry, Tara. We're not seeing them.
Here's what I'm seeing. Let me go back to it a second. Hang on.
I just don't want to leave anyone upset or hanging.
I know.
Right?
Let's see. It says Tara Nelson. Let me try this video again. I see this is the third time she's emailed me.
So it looks like it's coming in, but for whatever reason,
send her an email back with a screenshot. It's completely blank. It's just solid black. There's nothing there. There's no attachments.
So what we can certainly try to do is, if you keep working on that and trying to get it through, if we can get it through, we promise we'll bring it on to the next show, right?
Right.
Of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes,
And
definitely.
Tara,
And
if
if you can, go
Tara,
ahead.
if you're sending a full video, you might want to cut it down in pieces because sometimes it's just too much data to send her an email.
Right.
That's probably why she's getting it. Yeah,
She
she's
sent
probably
me the pictures to Messenger.
Well, that's good. And you can also try sending the video via Messenger if you've already got that link to Gillian.
Yeah.
Gillian, you could take that in and send it on in.
Probably easier than emailing me a message or
If
video.
it's not a big video, then it will come through a Messenger, and I can just put it into our chat for you.
I run everything of mine through Facebook.
It's kind of crazy, but yeah, email just does not. It's almost an antiquated system in some aspects. Because you can't send videos. You know what I mean?
Videos don't go so good there,
I'm
right?
done with Gmail. I can't use it anymore because I got hacked about 2 years ago. My identity was stolen, and anything that was connected to Google Mail, I had to redo everything. It was bad. It took about 8 weeks to get into all of my accounts and change it all back. These people actually got into my direct deposit account information, changed the account number, and to there. It was bad. But the employer people, they contacted me to let me know, did you change your account? I was like, no. So anything connected to Gmail. Now I use it's encrypted email service. There's two different providers. One's called Proton. It's like Proton, Proton, and there's another one called Skiff, Skiff, and they're all encrypted email service providers. It's almost impossible for anybody to get into those accounts.
Do you want me to send the ladies' pictures to Citizen Science Podcast Stash?
Why don't you just send them to me on Messenger? Can you do that?
Yeah.
And I do see that Melanie is also asking if you've gotten hers, about 5 or 6. And of course, what we can do is, okay. Oh, okay. So they're on now, Melanie.
That's what we're looking at. Hopefully that's correct. Yeah.
And we haven't already gotten
This is us looking through asteroid debris under Uri. Uri is the upper dark area just above the sun in the left corner. And the skipping straight little lines in front of us above the building and the palm trees and everything is the onset asteroid debris of the bottom of Uri.
You mentioned in the previous podcast, Sam, that the rainbow's effects are either going to be debris under Uri.
Correct. And this is all.
So,
it gets a rainbow hue like we're looking at right here, because all of those items above us are tiny to us in view. They're tiny and microscopic and small, but those are thousands and millions and millions and millions of debris particles and asteroids and stuff. And I'm amazed we haven't shown that video from the ISS camera since literally we started the podcast some 40 shows plus shows ago.
Is that with all the debris?
Yeah,
They're
it's dust, debris, cloud, particulate.
Like clouds, but they're shapes.
I was wondering about that. If there's any, I think I've only seen like 1 or 2 pictures you guys have posted with, pictures from space. But yeah, something from the ISS, that'd be really awesome to watch.
It's
Do you still have that old video, Rebecca?
Which
and
one?
It looks like frozen
One
dry
from the
ice.
ISS showing all the debris clouds and the big objects.
Yeah, I do.
Rainbows
Okay,
and
we'll come back to
squares.
Cool.
I couldn't find it when I tried to find it, but I do think, Sam, check your messages later on, and everyone else, I'll send it to the content stash, but I do believe I found the full video of the Norway spiral. And I also think I've got the original video for the Texas cube
Great.
on YouTube. So I will send all of that across, and of course they'll be up to Rebecca if she wants to share it or put it on the Facebook pages. Of course, we've got lots of those.
Sam will be happy that you found that Norway spiral full video for sure.
Oh, I've looked and looked, and I go, I type it in and I try to look it up, and
I think they're all copies of the same. Like most of them, predominantly are copy.
There were 3 major sightings from 3 separate filmers. And there was a compilation there. It opens. I'm actually watching it right now. It opens.
I don't know if I sent the ones
the
that I recently.
wormhole opens.
To mention that you don't through it.
Oh wow!
So the cool part's coming up, Chris.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the ISS camera footage.
Height, but shapes. It's like some kid has got like a little Play-Doh like shape maker, and they're using dry ice to just put. Look, there's a triangle right there. Triangle.
What?
There's all these. They're clouds in space outside the ISS. Now, Sam did point out previously that he thinks that they are no longer doing live feeds on the ISS
I wonder why.
They have found, I think there was a fly or a mouse or something crawling around.
It was a bee that landed on the solar array right in front of the camera.
That's so funny.
Yeah, they're not necessarily showing us stuff.
Yeah, look, this is such a good copy now. Look how that big round object right there that's going by, really, hand size.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I believe that's like the TAN asteroid and all of that coming in.
That's exactly. See the I don't know if they're craft or anything, but every time I see a triangle in the sky, it's exactly like that.
Yep.
They're tiny little triangles.
I'm amazed they released it. I'm amazed they actually released that footage because it showed. It definitely shows there's a gaseous nebula-like cloud formation rolling in with thousands and thousands of multiple-sized objects from micro to macro, and it's just every time I watch that, I see more, and that is the stuff that is around the outside of the bottom of Uri.
Wow, I wonder what people are saying that it actually is.
I don't.
I would love to hear what their
we have to go back to the original YouTube and read what people say.
Condensation on the windows.
Right,
Yeah,
something like that. Or
in space, yeah.
Clouds leaving Earth or something. No.
From last time. Okay, so these were the current ones from Melanie then. This one, I think she said that was the last full moon. Yeah, the last full moon. And then those.
Now that rainbow effect is debris field. And you can see the debris field. We know this pattern. I've made drawings exactly like this of these 3 dark lines just at the middle horizon below the sun there. We know that pattern over and over again, and that's the onset of the finer material of the asteroid bottom stuff that rolls in ahead of Uri, and it's this base cloud of asteroid debris, and it's a reoccurring pattern always, and it's amazing. And these are normal clouds being pressurized from something above. That's why they're as flat as they are.
Oh, I see. Okay. And there's Jesus. He's listening at work. Hey there.
Hello.
I know. We missed you here today. Yeah.
Yeah,
but he'll be here with us Tuesday, so it won't be long.
Cool.
Yeah, this looks like pre-tornado oncoming storm. Holy crap!
It does, doesn't it?
All
Yeah,
that
the
white
sky
stuff.
gets gray and misty like that. When I lived in the flat, when I lived in Minnesota, we were aware of the skies more regularly.
Okay,
I've seen my share of tornadoes.
And then here are the pictures from Tara.
Awesome.
Got them.
Oh boy, this looks like a weather onset as well from the bottom of the onset of Uri, because it does this really weird cloud bank thing. And look where the illumination is. It's coming from the right-hand side, so we're looking to the left, and means it's on the left-hand side of the sun. And that blue in the background is probably Uri, and this is probably the base onset, where the weather is changed. And this is the 180-day cycle. And this is why when these close passes occur, it does affect us. We have lightning storms, we have hail, we have storms, we have wind, we have unheard of wind patterns and jet stream anomalies and all kinds of crazy shit. So this is what we're heading to. It's going to be a wild ride.
Yeah, that's
that looks very base cloudy.
Right. Wow.
Yeah, when the asteroids do cross over, like Sam was talking about, maybe about a week ago, the asteroid group was literally crossing over in front of the sun, like pretty much over the city, and it was going. They were crossing in front of Isatum and Isatum Jelamun, and it confused the heck out of me because at first that's what I was looking at. And I'm like, where are all these asteroids coming from? And then when I finally realized they were coming from, the Salamander group way over to the other side of the horizon, it's awesome.
Okay. Right. I always get excited when I see the Salamander group, standing out like it
Sorry,
does.
that was me.
So many different things can happen.
I know.
And sometimes I get kind of confused, and I'll have to stand there for a while and just kind of take it all in and realize.
Yeah, you have to let it sink in before you fully understand what you're looking at.
Oh yeah.
Yes. I'm happy that my child, my eldest, asks me often, "Are those our atmospheric clouds, Mom?" And I'm usually like, "Oh yeah, not that. Nope. Yep." Yeah, so
critical
I've been pointing out the shape.
Already embedded. That's wonderful.
Yeah. I show him all the time, and I'm like, "Hey, do you see that box over there? Do you see that triangle over there? Do you see that circle cloud over there?" And so I've been showing them the shapes for years, but now we're really getting into it.
Yeah, my daughters just roll their eyes, go, "Dad, I don't want to talk about it."
Yeah. Well, they're pros already. It's nothing new for them.
Right?
If we gave them a test, God only knows what they would already know.
Oh gosh, yes. You wouldn't want to know. Speaking of,
raised with
my
it.
daughter is looking to go rack some more driving hours up. So
awesome.
So we could. We're at 6 hours 16 minutes. We could wind it up here, no problem.
Wow. All right.
Wonderful. I love that time.
Okay, I'm almost done. I was gonna say, I got 4 more pictures to share.
Cool. Man, I remember those days of the permit.
Oh boy, yes. They've
my
changed.
dad sitting next to me. Yeah, that was fun.
I'm a nervous wreck.
This is Nipicity, for sure. That green, blue,
it's gorgeous.
And the orange combination.
Yeah, so Nipicity is the Easter egg.
Well, yeah, it's like green and coral, green and orange, or
and the
gray
real
and
sky
orange.
color is down at the horizon.
That combination lets you know Nipicity is above the sun at sunset.
And the axis tipped because it's on the left, so therefore it is tipping to the left.
Last night, she said.
Last
Wow.
night.
Wow. That's pretty nice because I didn't get that here in Oklahoma.
Look at that.
Illumination is coming at sunset. It is coming from behind us to the right, so we would be looking therefore Atu above us. And this would be looking literally northwest, and some illumination going on the asteroids underneath Atu.
And of course, if at all possible, I know that these will change what they look like very, very quickly, but best case scenario is always to please pull over and take a picture.
Never film
while you're
in your
driving.
car.
It's not worth your life to share a gorgeous scene. I
Or
have done it
anybody else's.
myself. So, but it's not safe, and you may be cited in your state or country. For doing
You can't even you cannot use your cell phone in your car visibly to a police officer here. So
Try explaining that to a police officer what you're doing. You might find yourself somewhere you might not want to be real quick.
Just be safe. Just be careful. But we appreciate the submissions, but just be safe.
You mean the big sweater with the really long sleeves and buckles?
That one.
That big white one?
That big white one.
Then they give you a room with really cool pillows everywhere.
The padded walls, as long as there's no jacket, I'll take the padded wall.
And elevator music. Yeah.
No jacket.
No jacket.
I'm still waiting for the video, so.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Okay, well then I'm going to put that. I'm already making notes for our Tuesday night show. I have 3 picks from Melanie we're going to start with. That we have.
Tara said she was busy trying to cut it down, her video, so maybe she can leave it as normal size and just send it.
Right.
But at her leisure for Tuesday.
Right. For Tuesday night, I've already got their names written down.
Yeah, it's far better if we send them ahead of time prior to the show than in the middle of the show.
Yeah.
We already have enough chaos.
Pick up where we left off.
Yep.
And that was the last one from Tara. As far as pictures go, I'll get those videos. So.
Yeah, so it sounds like everyone, if you've got some pictures that you really want to get onto the show, even if they're day of pictures, please go ahead and try to get those sent in to skypixforsam@gmail.com.
Right.
And or send them via messenger, like a video. Send it to Gillian if you're connected, or Chris if you're connected, or Sam or myself or Rebecca, and we will all work to get your images onto these podcasts, because of course we are working from the citizen scientists submissions from all across the world, from everywhere that you join us from. So if you don't have it in today's show, guaranteed it will be, if we get it, we'll get it into another show for you.
That's right.
Perfect.
Yeah, send it to us and I'll send it.
We'll show it eventually.
Yeah, I look forward to looking at I did save the link, Nicole, and I look forward to looking at the maybe complete version of the Norway Spiral. That'd be cool. And I saw you did send a second version, which is great. So awesome. I saved the links.
Video. Check it out.
I will be posting them on the Skywatchers and maybe my private page even to show off the Norway Spiral 2009.
Nice. And each of you also got those messages too.
Yes, and that's why I grabbed them right away to save them, and I saved the links for them, and that way I don't forget or lose them.
And you don't have to share them to anybody else, because they.
I know, but you know me, I always do.
Those on the podcast they've got them, but feel free to post them on your pages.
Yeah, well, I've always got to keep up Skywatcher 1 and 2, and because the members there are the ones that make all of this work, and they keep sending their stuff in, and that's how we know where everything is and what's going on, and that way we can stay current and informed. And so that's why, I also have a lot of work there all the time. So that's why I give them the information that we also share here.
I'm going to try to find your request, Tara.
Yes.
Also, I just see that.
Yeah,
she said we have
Tara Nelson has a pending friend request for both you and Sam. And Sam and Rebecca, yes.
Okay.
I don't see it though.
I was just saying she can also post in Northern Skies, and then you guys can say what it is there, so that everybody can learn together, maybe even. Because we could do things like that, send things onto our groups, and we could also teach that way, and people can learn.
Right, and if you tag Sam or Rebecca or
we could tag Sam and Rebecca, then they'll be able to find Tara to friend her.
Right.
Okay,
and if you
do
post
that.
a picture and you tag them and you let them know in the comment section, hey, I want to, can you put this on your show? That'll give us an idea that,
that'll help.
It's
That
not
too.
just being
Yeah,
posted.
but this
in the
way
group,
we're also
but-
building up a network with new people who are reaching out because everybody's curious about what their picture is, but also kind of shy as well at first to think,
there are some people that only use Montana Skywatcher 2 or
Right.
they only go on Nibiru Followers Anonymous.
Might not use everywhere, yeah.
Right. So if you say you post the most on Nibiru Followers Anonymous, you can post to multiple groups at one time. So just make your post wherever you're doing it, and right at the top it'll say what you're posting it to. It'll say friends, groups. You click on groups, and then you can click on the multiple groups that you want to send that post to, right?
All at the same time?
Yeah. So if I want to post to Nibiru Followers Anonymous and then Montana Skywatcher.
Yeah, it's like sending to all your friends. You just kind of tag everywhere that's cool,
It'll post it to all of the groups that you want.
So you just click on them all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just bang, 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 bang.
Going to each group one at a time. You can do one
Because
post.
that's what I've been doing. I copy and paste, and then I go to the next
It only
group.
took
But
me
you're
5
saying
years
that
to
you
figure
can
that out. So
you can actually highlight them all and do it one and done. Sweet.
One and done.
Maybe you'll have to do a little teaching session on the next podcast for everyone. So
it's much
save us all
easier.
some time.
Yeah, I found myself doing, rewriting everything, putting the picture up, and then posting it, and then doing it again, and doing it again, and
yeah, you always think to word it a little bit differently each time you go into each group because you're like,
I just copy.
I remember all those words.
Right. It'll go from I took this at 11:30 a.m. to p.m. and then kind of like that telephone.
Then you type the wrong date or so on.
Right.
All righty. Well, thank you, everyone.
Cool.
Yes. Okay. And Audrey, thank you for looking out for me. She's warning me of a possible tornado next Saturday here over Tulsa, Oklahoma, according to a time traveler.
Stay weather aware.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh there. I was thinking, I'm wondering how your weather worked all the way a week away from now, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, we'll know if he's a real time traveler here in a week. Okay, we'll know.
Let's get him on the podcast.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, during the podcast even. I'll keep you all posted on that. So
okay.
Anyway, but thank you guys for
great show today.
being here.
Okay, everybody, it was good. I can't believe we just spent nearly another 7 hours on me.
With no intermission.
I know. We're doing our time.
Magic.
I don't know. So,
And I managed to do a roast. And I walked my dog. And I rode to the beach today.
Right.
And it rained up.
We're cooking, man.
everybody's watching. I'm
It's
gonna
been
hang
a
up.
great show.
All right.
Okay,
Night, night, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Good night. I'm gonna go.
Tuesday. Bye-bye.